cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Yo, I got a lot of shit to say, so I'ma do this every day. I'll be writing things until I'm fucking buried in my grave.
Will you be back tomorrow at 1? Yes. He's at 1 then, okay?
Have a good day.
It is going slow there, so. Oh, okay. Give it COVID. Good. What are you? What's your name?
I've got Demore.
No, he's asking about, he asked me something.
Oh, okay.
So, we're no longer there. Yeah. Okay, still working, so.
Morning, Chopper.
On team with us. On team with us.
Wow. The cookie factory for a while.
You can't play him out here. Okay, 410, 405, you can have it. 410? 405. Copy.
Well, you're handling the squirrels, so. Let's see if this is going. Let's watch Bow for a minute until Crowder gets going live.
Going to cut across and then go into southwestern Georgia, go up towards the Macon area, possibly Atlanta. And Atlanta, Georgia could tropical storm winds, and that's a big deal there. We haven't even talked about the tree aspect.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Yeah, I was in Atlanta one year when a hurricane came up through. And I think it was a tropical storm when it hit Atlanta, but I don't remember which one it was.
Right,
but
yeah, it's
a pretty big deal. I mean, Atlanta, Buckhead is nothing but trees everywhere.
Yeah, what does Scally know about Buckhead, man?
There's a ton of damage when they get storms like that. Debris everywhere. It's a complete mess.
Okay, the rain has started again. The fans are starting to come in again. And you could just see, I mean, look at the live feed right here at the seawall. It's getting...
Charles was diagnosed with schizophrenia and took a bunch of pills yesterday trying to kill himself. He's telling the nurse today that he wants to die. It's going to be a white male, 27. He's wearing a Michigan shirt, blue shorts. No means or plan. That was at 442 Sunset Boulevard near Bennett Road, 121. Jackman and Bowman. I think a domestic argument at 3536 Chase Street. Had a female caller. Says her mom and dad were arguing. There was a child on the phone. That was 3536 Chase Street near Sugar Avenue, 210. 210, okay, New York and Maine.
Fucking kid, and get everybody in trouble. People argue.
Be advised, fire is en route now.
You're right there.
Daniela from Flower Sykes stated that they had a patient on the line. Stated that the patient took pills today. 121. Copy. 113, over. Okay, 113.
Hey, Jared.
'52, Charles 22. Charles 22.
1547, portable.
Portable's good.
Same here, someone. Bowling alley, we used to go there all the time.
Ozzy.
These guys are creepy and yes, just weird as hell.
I believe that we have the most beautiful country in the world and we ought to be proud of it.
That's what you say.
The only thing that is broken about this country is the failed leadership of Kamala Harris.
I can't wait to debate this guy. I cannot wait to talk about what they think.
Let's fire her and send Donald Trump to the White House and let's do it together. Guys,
Glad to be with you, and we have to get into it pretty quickly because Kamala Harris did her first. People are saying this is the first solo interview. I guess Oprah doesn't count. Was that not a solo interview? Because she did give
like a that's a 3-on-1. She's so fat. Oh.
Yes.
That was a fundraiser. A 2-on-1. I should say.
So that's what people are calling. But anyways, we have this. Let's bring it up with Rule, the interviewer. So this is going to be a thorough fact checking of it. However, a lot of it was word salad. So we're going to do this will be the most thorough fact check possible on the internet. But I will tell you this. I watched it 3 times. And I watched it twice and then a third time because I couldn't understand any of it. I went for a walk and played it on headphones. Comment below if you have that. Sometimes it kind of helps you to absorb it. And I'm not saying, I don't mean this figuratively. I feel physically dumber having listened to it. It is this woman makes Dan Quayle look like a member of Mensa. The guy added an E to potato. His whole career was derailed. If you listen to this interview, I think you are going to see a direct correlation with polls taking a nosedive.
When I was done watching it, I looked in the mirror. I had a helmet on and I was drooling.
It's also weird that you had a leather one. Where'd you get that?
Yeah, I know. Well, the football players had leather and the retarded kids back then.
Yes, they did.
It's quite a thing.
So which were you? That wasn't your football era.
Wait a minute now. Come on. What am I, gay?
He's a Renaissance man.
I mean, what am I?
I'm not going to
wear
wear
those.
On
ABC right now? I don't know how the show works.
It's okay. When it happens to me, it's an old Canadian Jaffa helmet. It's
nice.
Jaffa.
Nice Jaffa. I had the coho.
Nice. Also good pull.
With a northern stick. What is it? Northern?
I had tacks or my skates. All right.
Super tax.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep. It was Bauer Supremes or
was
tax.
Actual tax. I was so poor.
Yep.
I'm
sorry,
I'm falling asleep.
Sorry. Okay, guys, I apologize.
Oh, I'm sorry. Boring the gay guy with sports talk.
All right. If it's, and we're also going to talk, just if at some point today, which I guarantee you will see this, head over to Rumble because we're not going to self-censor on YouTube. It's a weekday show, 10 a.m., including tomorrow. If you're not a member of Mug Club, you don't get to see the Friday show. Captain Morgan, CEO, how are you?
Fantastic. How are you?
I'm okay. How many more interviews do you think Kamala Harris will do? Comment below. That wasn't for Gerald. That was for the rest of you. And you already know that he's here, but the funniest man alive this weekend, September 28th, 29th, that's Skankfest in Las Vegas. And you can watch him here on Mug Club. Weekdays, 5 p.m. Nick DiPello, how are you?
I'm terrific. I don't have to plug that, though. The one I got to plug.
All right, well, fine.
What you got?
No good deed.
No, but every time I'm here, I have to correct
You said November 9th.
That's November 9th.
Yeah, but it just says September 28th and 29th. You're making his point.
November 9th, Ottumwa,
That's what it
Iowa.
says on the poster.
Well, it's not what it says in my notes. It's not what it says.
Skankfest.
But that was word, guys.
Guys, look. Hey, damn it. Hey, the fight's up there, damn it. The fight's up there.
I'm just saying, it's the only time I get to play.
You can't go back, Nick.
What? What's the red light mean? Am I being fucking blocked now?
No, it means your camera's on like it always has.
I thought you were a
Oh, has that always been lit up?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Now it's on you. Now it's on me.
Hey,
Now it's on you. Now it's on me.
time for my bottle of Ensure. Yeah, can I get it November 9th on Ottumwa, Iowa, the Bridgeview Center Theater? Please, folks.
Put it up for him. Put it up for him.
We're selling tickets every time I mention it on this show.
Yeah, look, guys.
Nobody's watching my show. I got to
Guys,
play it
look,
here.
look, this may be the last time you get to see him because Nick could die. So November 9th, go.
No, it's my memory. I had 4 concussions, and the last show I did, I had to go to the recipe cards.
Ugh,
I'm getting nervous
that
about
leather
it.
helmet wasn't doing any favors.
I think it's my dad pushed me up the bassinet.
That's so mean for this.
Yeah, he's a
time of
greasy
day.
guinea. Go ahead.
Hey, by the way, before we move on, CNN, I don't know if you know this, but John Berman turned into the Notebook today. This was just, look at him. He was,
Oh,
I didn't mean that, guys. Take it down.
I don't get that joke.
It was just he was out in the rain. They didn't give him a raincoat, and he was all.
What's the Notebook?
It's gay. So,
I mean, it's straight gay.
speaking of gay,
The movie? The Notebook?
I don't know if you know this, but Jay Varma.
Yeah, Big Bomber.
Yeah, Big Varma. Siga now is there's been a ton of damage after Jay Varma was fired. And they're kind of trying to do some damage control as well. So they issued a statement saying over the past several days, inaccurate and misleading comments made by Dr. Jay Varma, as well as questionable conduct he engaged in while leading New York City's COVID-19 response have come to light. They go on to say they're angered, all that stuff. The references are available at loudearthcredit.com. But their stock dropped 16%. They lost $89.26 million in market cap. That is you, Mug Club. You made that happen. Sometimes you say, hey, how do we have some real world impact? Well, here you go. I know what you may be thinking as well. He was fired. What is he going to do? And we're not without a heart. It's been a rough go. Unfortunately, the city shut down his latest food cart venture, Varma Shawarma. That was one that was ill-fated.
Oh, come on.
And he was turned down by every major publisher out there with his new book titled Varma Sutra.
I heard the Canadians.
Oh, my gosh.
A nice autumn theme.
Yes, it is. It is. I think they call it harvest now. Harvest theme.
That was an Asian lady getting the boots put together.
It's just weird, the Karma Sutra, when you think about it. It's like, in my opinion, arguably the least sexy culture that's ever existed.
Oh, is it culture?
And then, if you watch Bollywood, like, they can't even kiss. But like, here's our book, 89 ways to... You're like, what?
Yeah,
You can't even kiss in the movies. And now you're doing like a reverse wheelbarrow that doesn't even seem physiologically fun.
Yeah, when I think of hot sex, I think of I think of the fucking guy on tech support at 3 a.m. I'm talking to. Him and his 80-year-old wife in Calcutta.
I think that, now that you mention it, that may be why subliminally I get a raging erection every time I'm on with Sprint. Yes, Shavit, I understand you're in Georgia. All right. This is not going to be fixing my bill. By the way,
in Georgia.
So you did this. We just always want you to see your victories. And for those of you who are not in Mug Club, appreciate it. It's $89 annually. You get this wonderful Hanish Girthy mug. You can go mugless for $9 a month. You get us, you get Nick, you get the Friday show. And there is no investigative journalism here, if not for your support. Viewers like you, November 5th, election live stream of the century. We've told you this is the place to be. We can dispute states. We can call states. We will provide you with a live map so that you can actually see the states being called. You can see the shenanigans going on, the live electoral integrity map, investigative journalists, every major swing state, swing city. So we wanted to give you proof of product. You see it with Varma. You see it with the DOJ. You see the results. Expect that election night. Have high expectations of us, please. Yes.
So one of the updates I gave you, so there's a watchdog group. I think it's Wolf, Hatterstein, Alder, Freeman, and LP. Watchdog group for shareholders has just launched an investigation into Sigatech.
Oh, cool.
Wow, you guys are
So
doing some damage
things
with
are
that.
just continuing to happen here.
There are a few guys with really
That's
bad
nuts.
rashes on their asses going like, no!
Where's my hoagie?
Why does everything bad happen to me?
This show's like 60 minutes without Molly Safer.
I don't know how to take that.
I don't either. Forget I said it.
It's
Move
coming
on.
from Nick. I would imagine it's not complimentary.
I thought it was an
All right, let's get to Kamala Harris. Okay, after 67 days of being the nominee, she sat for her. People are calling it the first solo interview.
Yeah,
I don't know what she did. Oprah.
I don't think that counts.
So I guess it
More
doesn't
like a
count.
counseling session.
But she decided to sit down with MSNBC's Marcus Rule, and that was. Oh wait, so I'm sorry. Stephanie Rule.
Oh, yeah.
Different rule.
Stephanie Rule. Now, in case you are unfamiliar with
That
Rule
night.
and why
With
Kamala
Marcus?
Harris decided to to do an interview with her. She has spent the last several weeks saying that Kamala Harris actually does not need to do any hard-hitting interviews, and there's nothing wrong with only taking softballs. Here's a clip from her on Chameleon Bill Maher show.
I just said I'm not going to vote for her. Is not running for perfect. She's running against Trump. We have two choices. And so there are some things you might not know her answer to. And in 2024, unlike 2016 for a lot of the American people, we know exactly what Trump will do, who he is, and the kind of threat he is to democracy. I don't know. It's unclear to me. I don't think it's a lot to ask her to sit down for a real interview as opposed to a puff piece in which she describes
now watch this.
Her feelings of growing up in Oakland with nice lawns.
Then I would just say to that, when you move to Nirvana, give me your real estate broker's number and I'll be your next door neighbor. We don't live there.
I want that broad, said Kamala Harris when she saw that.
Yeah.
Jumped out of her chair.
Yes.
I'll be your neighbor. No, I'll be a Haitian family.
Yes.
My duck will be missing.
So she decided to sit down with Stephanie Ruhle, give an interview. Like I said, and I want to get your comment. I listened to this. I do feel physically dumber having listened to it. And as someone who has, my entire life going to school, I couldn't open a textbook. I wouldn't pay attention. I'd wander off, daydream, and then the bell would ring. It's very hard for me to follow things that are nonsensical and fundamentally uninteresting. It took me multiple listens to try and make sense of what she was saying. Kamala, did you find it incredibly difficult? And really, not saying it's a guarantee, there could be a red wall landslide. You're going to see the polls be affected by this. I think the strategy of gaslighting, of just claiming the opposite of what you've done, we're going to make things more affordable. People go, well, we're going to bring down inflation. People going, I know that's not true. The whole strategy of saying the opposite of what is true, I think is going to backfire because people inherently know. That's why they still say that Donald Trump is better on the economy. So most of it is word salad. I know you have a lot, but let's talk about on the individual issues because we.
No, I don't want to say anything on this. I just want to your point, she did an interview with Chris Hayes. I want the researchers to pull that for the very end because even Chris Hayes is having a hard time justifying how that interview went and the answers on inflation specifically.
Yes.
Crazy. So pull that research.
So all references are available. Link in the description. loudwithcrowder.com every day. If we get anything wrong, let us know. And we're doing our best to parse through the word salad and fact check. So Ruhle started by asking Kamala about people not aligning with their policy. Just listen to the question, then I'll give you the nonsensical answer.
You just laid out your economic vision for the future. Yeah. But still, there are lots of Americans who don't see themselves in your plans. For those who say these policies aren't for me, what do you say to them?
Okay. So we wanted to separate this. So you see the question? Seems pretty straightforward. Now you have Kamala's response.
Well, if you are hardworking, if you have the dreams and the ambitions and the aspirations of whatever you do, you're in my plan. I have to tell you, I really love and so energized by what I know to be the spirit and character of the American people. We have ambition. We have aspirations. We have dreams. We can see what's possible. We have an incredible work ethic.
This is real life.
Not everyone has the access to the opportunities that allow them to achieve those things. But we don't lack for those things. But not everyone gets to have stuff on a silver platter. And so my vision for the economy, I call it an opportunity economy, is about making sure that all Americans, wherever they start, wherever they are, have the ability to actually achieve those dreams and those ambitions, which include for middle class families, just being able to know that their hard work allows them to get ahead, right? I think we can't and we shouldn't aspire to have an economy that just allows people to get by. People want to do more than just get by. They want to get ahead. And I come from the middle class. Look, my mother raised my sister and me. She worked hard.
Okay.
She saved up by the time I was.
This is. We didn't want to cut anything out because we don't want to be accused of being misleading. So instead, we went with suicidality.
So part of my vision for the economy is let's deal with some of the everyday challenges that people face and address them with common sense solutions, such as affordable housing.
There we go. It's like the low IQ, unfunny version of Chris Tucker, where you only know because of the last words in his phrase. Like, how a man gonna have to go to Crenshaw? And you're like, oh, I heard you say Crenshaw.
I can clap for that, I guess.
Affordable housing? It's not a black thing, just to be clear. And I'm not convinced. So that's the first one. Okay. All right. Not much to fact check there. Let's move on to the next one. Here's the question where Ruhle asked how Kamala would raise corporate tax rates, but would stop companies from leaving the United. Good question. Here's Wednesday Addams.
Bill Gates just said it this week. If he was in charge of taxes, he would have paid more. But how do you find that line to make sure corporations are paying their fair share, but they're not leaving our country?
Okay. You know what? That's actually a good question. It's fair. Let's see if we have a good response.
Well, listen, I work with a lot of CEOs. I have spent a lot of time with CEOs, and I'm going to tell you that
Delicious.
the business leaders who are actually part of the engine of America's economy agree that people should pay their fair share. When we look at a plan such as mine, investing in new industries, investing in bringing down costs, investing in entrepreneurs like small businesses, that the overall economy is stronger and everyone benefits. Part of my plan for the economy
this is going to work. I know
investing in new industries in a way that we have active partnership with the private sector. I've worked with the private sector. Even as vice president, working with some of the biggest banks and biggest tech companies.
Physically hurts.
Billions of dollars money going into community banks to increase access
Sounds
to capital
like
for small
socialism.
businesses. Why do those biggest corporations and CEOs do that?
That's
Because they
exactly
know
right.
Those kinds of investments like in our small businesses and startups and entrepreneurs actually strengthens America's economy overall, and everyone benefits. So this is not about milking anybody, but it is certainly about saying, let's make sure that we create opportunities for everyone to grow wealth. I believe that it is not sufficient, and it should not be our goal to just make sure everyone is working. That should be the baseline. That should be a given. And let's create an economy where people have the ability to buy a home, to start a business, to take a nice vacation from time to time.
Like a vacation from her.
Maybe she could negotiate with Putin. I honestly, at this point, I think I would blow his brains out before.
Hey, how's he holding that gun?
This how all American bitches are. They never stop, and she says nothing.
I put up with KGB, but not this.
Not.
You guys do good Russian.
Isn't this considered it's cruelty to elect a retarded?
Okay, here's the next question about homes.
What number is this one?
This is
3.
3. Sorry.
For people who want
You can
to
go
buy
take a
home,
dump if you
yes, getting a $25,000 kicker would be great. But it's not just affording a home. We don't have enough in this country.
You're absolutely right.
And one of the main problems
Blow your
are
nose, Ford.
regulations and rules, strict rules at a local level. How does the federal government cut through all that red tape and get down to, the suburbs of Pittsburgh and say, we're going to have to build some affordable housing here? How do you connect the two?
Red tape. What about those red shoes? You're either a false pope or an N64 game. Why are those so angular?
Good witch.
Last time I saw shoes like that, there was
Morning, Oklahoma.
a house on top of the lady.
And they rolled up.
Concerned about the cost of housing. So
Okay,
it's
good.
to your point. Creating more supply under my
She's
plan
doing blow.
incentives to work with the private sector and home builders. Part of my goal and the plan would be to create 3 million new housing units for rent and for ownership by the end of my first term. It includes also what we must do to cut red tape. You're absolutely right. It
Good.
takes far too long and there's too much bureaucracy.
Look at her face.
Associated
Yes.
with home building.
Put
I say
that
to the
tape around your
development
neck.
I know that we have to reduce the red tape and speed up what we need to do around building. And that is going to require working from the federal level with state and local governments. And it's going to be different in different places. Depending on the needs of that community, the needs of that local government, that municipality.
the
but working in consultation and coordination and also incentives that we create. Some of the work is going to be through what we do in terms of giving benefits.
We're not
and
editing
assistance to
anything.
government
I hope you guys appreciate it. Truth
and
matters.
looking holistically at the connection between that and housing. And looking holistically at the incentives we in the federal government can create for local and state governments to actually engage in planning in a holistic manner.
3.
That includes prioritizing affordable housing.
Okay. I like the words affordable. I like houses. I'm going to vote for her. Here's a question about the Teamsters not endorsing her.
When the Teamsters decided not to endorse you, what was their reasoning? What are they looking for?
Okay. Here's a response.
Let me go back to our just previous conversation. I'm very proud to have the endorsement of the steelworkers and almost every other major union in America because I stand by workers and I stand by the importance of and to understand the benefit and the value of unions. And I understand the importance of investing in new industries and working actively with the private sector to grow our economy.
But I'm asking because there's this idea, we want something more from her. What is it?
Well, here's the thing, that back to your point about previous election cycles, Donald Trump made a whole lot of promises that he did not meet, and one would argue broke. Look at Lordstown. He said he was
Don't sell your homes.
Yeah, don't sell your homes. And what happened? It shut down. Outsourcing under Donald Trump. His policies that are about putting, tens to hundreds of % tariffs.
John Deere.
Yes. So part of the challenge, and I don't disagree that it's a challenge, got to earn the vote of everybody, is reminding people of fact, regardless of what somebody says in a small rally somewhere. And I think that's really important. And that's part of what I'm doing in this campaign is to remind. remind people, just like here in Pittsburgh, of the reality of who has stood with union labor, who stands for American manufacturing, who stands for American jobs.
Okay. Gerald, what are you doing on your phone?
Oh, sorry. I was just checking to see if Alex Jones's OnlyFans was still up. They're still at
Is that your checking?
I mean,
I will eat your ass.
That's a company phone.
But it sounded like an offer.
Nick?
Is
it what?
I'm gonna reset my career.
Pretty soon, so will she. I played an entire game of Hangman.
And you hung yourself.
Here's another question on which, by the way, the answer makes. I hope you can appreciate that we are making sure you see all of it, because people would not believe it. They would say you edited out the key parts. So tell me if you think there was anything there that we fast forwarded that you could still hear that was a valid plan. Here's Rule pressing Harris on banning the sale of U.S. steel to a Japanese company.
U.S. Steel.
Yes.
Right? When you think Pennsylvania, when you think Pittsburgh, you got the Liberty Bell in Philly, and you got U.S. Steel in Pittsburgh.
That's right.
A Japanese company wants to buy them. You are opposed to this idea. Many people are. But if the deal doesn't go through, they have said people could lose jobs. They could close mills. They could leave the state of Pennsylvania. I mean, that is like moving the Liberty Bell to Newark. So which is more important?
It's not like that at all. But here is the answer.
It's most important that we maintain America's ability to have American manufacturing of steel by American workers for a number of reasons, which includes the economy and how I think about the economy overall, investing in new industries. There is not a new industry that I can imagine that is not going to require steel as a manufacturing of steel as a fundamental part of what.
Yes, industries need steel.
And having American
That's true.
workers in an American company manufacturing that steel for those new industries is going to be critically important, not only in terms of our economy, but also in the context of national security. Most people now
We understand that steel is important, Ms. Harris.
And over-reliance on foreign manufacturing, that we have to be intentional about U.S.-based manufacturing. And of the products that we have to prioritize, steel is one of them. And that's always going to be my priority.
Steel is always going to be your priority.
This is such an insult to the American public.
Yes.
She's talking about steel and building shit, and she's running against Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Just that alone. Not to mention they try to kill him twice. You'd think you might give him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, you think you might. But also, here's a fun fact about that. She wasn't even right. I don't know if you know this, but the steel production we're talking about U.S. Steel, it would not move to Japan. In fact, Nippon Steel agreed to keep their headquarters in Pittsburgh, honor union contracts, and that they would maintain the U.S. Steel name.
Yes, and by the way, U.S. Steel is begging for this because they're going to go out of business if they don't get it.
Yes.
Very soon.
I don't think she knows anything about American steel. Someone could teach her with like a wrench set. It's steel, Kamala.
You could have just stopped at anything.
I'm joking, of course. I'm joking. That's just this is very frustrating.
What did you do that you say you would joke?
It doesn't matter. Let's go to a quick fact check because she did make a couple of claims, and here's the funny thing: the few things that she said that you could actually sort of, I guess, rebut because there might actually be a leg for her to stand on. They are. It comes from an answer that you could have heard verbatim somewhere else. That's how you know it's scripted. She does not do well off the cuff. She does not do well in one-on-ones. And the only answers that she ever gives where you may be able to see a case, and I mean this is very paper thin, you can hear it verbatim, repeated. I'm telling you, I think this is going to play poorly for her. I don't think she's going to get many more bumps, if any at all. So let's go through some claim truths really quickly. This is really all we could find. Claim that Donald Trump lost manufacturing jobs and manufacturing plants.
We shut down the country.
Even before the pandemic, he lost manufacturing jobs by most people's estimates, at least 200,000. He lost manufacturing plants. Ask the auto workers how he lost auto plants.
Okay, here's the truth. References available for all these. Donald Trump created 414,000 manufacturing jobs during his term, and it was a trend throughout the term with increased manufacturing and supporting industries therein. Here's the next claim that Donald Trump will make it harder to earn overtime and to get small business loans.
He has an agenda that would include making it more difficult for workers to earn overtime.
Wrong.
An agenda that would include cutting off access to small business loans for small businesses.
Wrong.
Okay, good. Let's keep some momentum with this. Thank you for some kind of a definitive claim. Come on. Here's the truth, though. President Trump literally just proposed a plan to make overtime more lucrative.
I'm also announcing that as part of our additional tax cuts, we will end all taxes on overtime. You know what that means? Think of that. You know, I went to some economists, great ones, and I said, what do you think? They said, it would be unbelievable. You'll get a whole new workforce by doing that. No taxes on overtime.
And by the way, small business optimism, you can look at those stats. We've provided them before. They reached record highs during Trump, and they're at, I believe, a 10-year low right now. Next claim, that banks and analysts, according to Kamala, say that her plan is actually better. I don't know if you know this. It's better for the economy. Listen to her.
Top economists in our country, from Nobel laureates to people at Moody's and Goldman Sachs, have compared my plan with his and said my plan would grow the economy, his would shrink the economy.
Okay. Here's the truth. And this is according to Penn Wharton, a study which she has cited, by the way. She cites it. They say that the Harris plans would decrease economic activity by $800 billion, and the Trump plans would increase economic activity by $1.7 trillion.
There you go.
Using the main one that she cites, just to be clear, because you can find economists, you can find a bunch of economists who are professors who've never actually worked in the private sector, and they may support her. I'm just using the one that she's pointing you to. Here's another one. Claim that Kamala's going to make it easier for all of you with her child tax credit or something.
Taxes for 100 million Americans will actually be cut, including $6,000 a year for young couples for the first year of their child's life in a tax cut, a tax credit, essentially, by expansion of the child tax credit.
Fine. The truth is that was J.D. Vance's plan. Exactly. Everyone called him weird and said he talked about crazy cat ladies, and then Kamala copied it 5 days after his announcement of the child tax credit.
Yeah, she called it and raised it.
Yeah. I see that, and I'll do more. It's like them claiming credit for the insulin price. Well, hold on a second. Donald Trump did that. They're really trying to claim credit for all of Donald Trump's wins, and then the losses are fabricated. This is a very, very difficult position for her to be in. No wonder she won't do interviews.
Yeah, and it's Donald Trump's plan. You can sum it up as, I want you to keep more money. I want there to be less regulation. I want there to be lower taxes because I think you guys know better what to do with your money than we do, right? And she is basically saying, I want everybody who I think is wealthy to pay more money so that I can give it away to other people. That's exactly what her plan is. It is not about letting you have freedom. It is about making sure that the government goes, $25,000 for a house. Yes, more tax credits because they announced theirs 5 days before mine. Mine was at 5,000. Now it's 6. Right. It doesn't seem like there's any idea as to how to actually grow the economy. So just taking money from people.
Yes.
It's even more simple than that. He's done it before.
Yes.
We did have the strongest economy ever in the history, which is saying a lot. She's never created a goddamn thing. End of fucking story. You vote for her, you're an asshole.
That's true. Because it's true.
Nick has spoken.
Let me just say this about that. She's a dirty whore.
Allegedly.
I'm just kidding. She's just a whore.
The funny thing is I could actually picture Nixon saying that on those tapes.
I know, right?
I mean, a dirty whore.
God bless her. Let me tell you, she's stupid as a bag of hammers, but the tits on her. That's a little something for you old people in the Tummerl. See that? People my age will be digging that.
Yes.
I'll be doing Taft, too.
They're going to have
the president, wasn't he, Taft?
They're going to be showing up expecting. What's the name of the impressionist? I just forgot about him. I got bumped for him for Hannity's Freedom Tour.
Oh, Rich Little.
Yes, exactly. Like, I'm here to see Rich Little. I like his Nixon. And they see Nick. Oh, my God.
Let me just say this about a Tumblr.
Nick's playing the shores in Florida. Make sure you're there.
Yes, I'll be doing the villages. Doing my osteoporosis tour.
Yes. MC'd by Bill Devane. Is he alive? Was that it?
Is that the gold
Cortez?
guy?
Yeah.
Bill Devane?
Bill Devane, right?
Hello, I'm William Devane. Yeah,
There's
it
also,
is.
I'm G. Gordon Liddy, and then Bill Devane is always.
I love G. Gordon Liddy because he ate a rat in his prison cell.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah,
he was
afraid
respected.
of rats, and that's
Attaboy.
how he got over the fear.
Well, that's not the primary recommendation if you have a fear of rats on how to get over it.
Immersion.
No, but
therapy.
it worked for him.
Took it to a new extreme.
Did I mention he died 2 hours later?
I never once thought of eating that which I'm afraid of.
Spiders. There we
Seems
go.
like it works.
You're afraid of your wife.
Here's one thing about Kamala.
All right, dear Charlotte.
About Kamala is what she thinks is a strong point, you can tell because then she repeats it verbatim. And I'm going to play this clip for you, then play it side by side with her interview on Oprah. So the claim is that Kamala is only taking on these predatory companies as far as price gouging.
How do you go after price gouging without implementing price controls? Because once we get in this zone, people start to get worried and they say, I don't know what she stands for.
So, just to be very frank,
Good.
I am never going to apologize for going after companies and corporations that take advantage of the
Well, I'm glad she's
desperation of
frank
the
when she
American
takes a risk.
And
I
as
know,
Attorney
I know.
General, I saw this happen in the midst of an
you
emergency,
a
whether it
credit.
be an extreme weather event or even the pandemic, we saw it, where those few companies, not the majority, not most, but those few companies that would take advantage of the desperation of people and jack up prices. Yeah, I'm going to go after them. Yes, I'm going to go after them.
Okay. Let me be frank. Bad corporations, not all donors, not all corporations, but I'm going to go after bad corporations. Of course, that's an easy, just say that. Oh, I'll go after bad corporations. People go, yeah, bad corporations,
Right.
but you have to keep those donor dollars flowing. Let's actually see where we've heard this before, Oprah and Rule. See if you can spot that this is clearly a talking point and she can't think on her feet.
In the midst of an emergency, whether it be an extreme weather event or even the pandemic, we saw it, where those few companies, not the majority, not most, but those few companies that would take advantage of the desperation of people and jack up prices. Yeah, I'm going to go after them. Yes, I'm going to go after them.
I'm taking on, for example, price gouging, which is when, most companies and corporations are good, but for those bad ones, they take advantage of people, especially during a pandemic or extreme weather, and they end up jacking up prices, and there needs to be accountability and consequence for that.
But by the way, what company is jacking up prices right now? Severe weather event or a pandemic?
I heard Best Buy.
Yes.
I'm serious. I'm asking, I know there have been cases where the guy, what was it, the EpiPen, he jacked up prices or something like that, and that was a big issue. But I think that was, I don't remember when that exactly was. But outside of that, I'm like, you think Kroger's jacking up prices for eggs or something like that right now?
She's getting her talking points from Code Pink during Hurricane Katrina.
Yeah.
Remember they're going they're raising the price of batteries. Yeah, well, I don't know if you know this too. I'm not even against what you would call price gouging in those events because I don't know if you know this. Someone goes in and just buys every single battery.
We lived it.
Yes, we lived it
here in Texas.
There was an ice storm.
There was a scare about gas several years ago, maybe 5 or 6 years ago. There was a scare. No actual issues. Everybody went to the gas station, even if they had 3/4 of a tank, and the lines were literally 2 hours long to get gas. If you raised the prices, I would have not gotten gas. I'd have been like, screw it, I'm fine.
Right. Here's the truth, though, when she says these evil companies. Not all companies, but some. Like Kroger, they almost make no money. Look at Kroger, their Q2 profit, their margins are 1.37%.
Yes.
So if you want to villainize the companies that you most rely on, we're not talking about BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street, right? The ones that people like Kamala Harris deem too big to fail. They love the big banks. They love the big international investors with DEI and ESG scores. What they're talking about is they want you to hate, the companies that, local gas stations that are owned by people who maybe have a few franchises, the grocery stores, your local shops, people who sell most marketable goods or services with razor thin profit margins. Hate them. Hate them. Don't hate DC. Don't hate the people like of our net worth is ill-gotten gain. It's Kroger's fault. It's Tom Thumb's fault. It's your local restaurant's fault.
And by the way, cheap groceries only work at scale. Right. You can have local groceries. You can have smaller mom and pop shops, bodegas, whatever you want to have, but you're going to pay 2 or 3 times as much for this stuff. Have you ever gone to some of these places and you're like, oh, I can get this for $3 here, but it's $5 at the local mom and pop. It's a scale thing. So you have to pick which one you want. Do you want really cheap food for everybody to be able to eat, or do you want it to be local and small companies? If not, Kroger needs to be left alone. They need size.
How much are they paying you, Kroger?
Big Kroger?
Yeah, big Kroger.
They gave me like a fruit roll-up, so I'm good.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Any relation to the Nickelback guy, Kroger? Do we know?
And a Lunchable.
Anyway, here's another claim that she made on immigration. And we're getting very close to the end of her actual claims to refute now, that Trump, and this is one she is repeating on every platform, and by that I mean her 2 interviews ever, that Trump killed the border bill. See if you buy that.
We do have a broken immigration system, and it needs to be fixed. And if we take a step back,
okay,
months
border
ago,
czar,
some of the most
you need to be
conservative
fixed.
members of the United States Congress came together with others, proposed a border security bill that would have put 1,500 new border agents on the border to help those hardworking border agents who are there right now working around the clock.
The ones
said
whipping
endorsed.
More
immigrants.
money into stemming the flow of fentanyl, which is killing Americans around our country and devastating communities. Would have put more resources into our ability to prosecute transnational criminal organizations, which in my career I've prosecuted. Donald Trump got word of the bill, realized it was going to fix a problem he wanted to run on, and told them to kill the bill, don't put it up for a vote. He killed a bill that would have actually been a solution because he wants to run on a problem instead of fixing the problem.
Now I'm going to show you another side by side, but I love when she says when she says and fentanyl, which is killing people, you know they had a talk with her.
Yes.
Like, I don't know if you know about it. She's like, tell me about fentanyl. Well, it's killing a lot of people. What?
I mean,
and so she's letting the interview like, did you know that fentanyl is deadly? I'm like, yeah. Everybody knows that.
Yeah.
Sure. She like this is just this is the same again. On Oprah, she went even further and said that the Border Patrol agents endorsed her, and their pinned post on X says we didn't. But
oh my God!
Yeah, it was like yes, just they went out of their way to not only post it but pin it, because she still kept repeating the line. Of course, Oprah's not going to call her on it. But let's actually do this again, a side by side. This is a point she thinks is really strong. She's obviously been prepped because she's been in charge of the border, and it's something she wants to hit back on. I still don't think she does it very well, but I'll let you be the judge. This is her platform. This is her plan, because she repeats herself almost verbatim.
Months ago, some of the most conservative members of the United States Congress came together with others, proposed a border security bill that would have put 1,500 new border agents on the border to help those hardworking border agents who are there right now working around the clock. Would have put more money into stemming the flow of fentanyl, which is killing Americans around our country and devastating communities. Would have put more resources into our ability to prosecute transnational criminal organizations, which in my career I've prosecuted. Donald Trump got word of the bill, realized it was going to fix a problem he wanted to run on, and told them to kill the bill, don't put it up for a vote. He killed a bill that would have actually been a solution because he wants to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem.
When
Let's go,
the United States Congress, members of the Congress, including some of the most conservative Republicans, came up with a border security bill. And here's what that border security bill would have done. It would have put 1,500 more border agents at the border. It would have allowed us to stem the flow of fentanyl.
For those on audio, this is not on repeat. 2 different interviews.
Here. So I don't need to tell the folks who are watching this what fentanyl has done to families, to kids in our country, and the need to take seriously stemming the flow coming into our country. The bill would have allowed us to have more resources to prosecute transnational criminal organizations. And it would have been part of the solution. And Donald Trump called up those folks and said, don't put that bill on the floor for a vote. He blocked the bill, and you know why? Because he'd prefer to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem.
Okay, so here's the truth. First off, Donald Trump was not in office. This woman was. I'm using that term loosely these days. And the border bill was giving $60 billion to Ukraine and $20 billion to the border, none of which actually went to enhance border security. All references available at louderscarter.com, and you can click through to Reuters, that bastion of right-wing extremism, lest you question the sources. The border bill had nothing to do with Donald Trump. It wasn't a border bill. It was a Ukraine bill. And you know that's true because after the bill didn't go through, they said, well, you know what, let's just do a $70 billion to Ukraine bill anyway and take out the border part.
And there was no wall. There was no money segmented for the wall. It's like, if we have money left over afterwards, maybe we'll build a wall. Like, what?
Yeah.
And a minimum of 5,000 immigrants a day.
Oh, yeah. Well,
and she wants you to.
that.
I just don't think this is going to work. Again, comment below. I think this is really going to backfire. Where she says, and I was the one who wanted to fix the border, and Donald Trump didn't. He's soft on immigration. People who hate Donald Trump are going to go, yeah, but I hated him because I said he was a racist. Because didn't he want to build a wall or something? Like, wasn't that kind of his whole thing? I feel like for all the reasons I hate Donald Trump was because, you told me he was a racist because he wanted to secure the border. Now you're telling me that you wanted to secure the border and Donald Trump didn't? I'm a little confused. Yes, because none of it means anything. She's incapable of thinking critically or speaking at a level that is not, and I say this without a hint of exaggeration, potentially functionally retarded.
I think it's going to backfire with the people who are on the fence. I can't believe people are on the fucking fence between these two. But, the independents, so-called independents, the people who, she was saying he's a racist. You can't change their mind.
Yeah.
They're just retarded.
Yeah, I think
but yes, it's going to backfire.
Yeah.
I would hope. Or are we at that point where, no, that's your team?
She will
This
do
is
very
my
well
team.
with the special needs independents. That is a voting community. Independents.
Independent.
I'm going to be a dentist.
And by the way, I know we have a little bit more here, but I just wanted to let people know, I forgot to put it in the map for you. Sorry, that Jeremy the Quartering is going to be here at 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock.
So 10 o'clock
10 Central
time.
He's
So
going to be here to talk
coming
about
up here in just a little
tailgates for
bit.
Trump.
Tailgates for Trump. Yeah.
Okay,
So really cool.
great.
So make sure you stick around for that.
Good. Let's one more point here with the hard-hitting interview that was Mrs. Rule and Kamala. She did ask Kamala about her job at McDonald's, and you may have to watch this through your fingers.
At any point in your life, have you served 2 all-beef patties, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles, onions on a sesame seed bun?
We know the slogan. Yeah.
Yes or
No,
no?
we do.
That's it.
I have.
I love the song.
Now the other job.
But it was not a small job. Like, I did the fries. I mean,
Oh.
I debunk this?
The fries. I filleted the managers.
I
Shift
blew Ray
manager.
Kroc.
Yes. I made a shake. Well, the machine was broken. I shaked on the managers.
I watched The Founder last night.
Oh, yeah, with Michael Keaton?
Excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent.
That's also why it bothers me that their milkshake machine is always broken.
I
I'm like, that's
know.
what you were based on, dummy.
It's fillet of fish, not fillet Mr. Fish.
Oh,
Oh,
my
come on
God. Father Mulcahy.
Come on now.
That's 2 Hail Marys.
Anyway, save us from this and give us the truth, Senor
She
Trump.
never worked at McDonald's over the hot French fries. I think I'm going to a McDonald's in 2 weeks, actually. And I'm going to work the French fries because I will have worked longer and harder at McDonald's than she did if I do that even for half an hour.
That was well said. Even for him, that was laid out beautifully. I'm going to work the French fries.
The hot fries.
Order up. Donald Trump, people can say, oh, he's not the most eloquent speaker. Okay, fine. But the real reason you don't like Donald Trump is that he's a mirror. Because most of politics has been this absurd in our life. It's just people couldn't call them on it. They would have to act as though there's some pomp and circumstance. Where back in the day, I did sesame seed bun and French fries, but now you have Donald Trump going like, oh, she loves French fries. She can't get enough of them. She just does the machine, I guess. French fries, onion rings, Popeyes. It's not his fault that it's stupid, and he enjoys pointing out stupid, and he's blunt.
She said she takes credit for coming up with the Shamrock Shake.
Yes.
That lying bitch.
And I didn't get credit for the McRib.
I brought it back.
You're going to lose black votes with the McRib.
And Monopoly was my idea.
That's right. That's right. So were the Pepsi tokens till it happened with that fighter jet. Now, here's how the interview was ended, which could be used in a Manchurian Candidate horror thriller.
Can we trust you?
Yes. Yes. I am not perfect.
Not perfect. You're not even fucking. You're not perfect.
Not.
You're fucking severely retarded.
She.
Yes.
So we can trust you?
I know. There was no, of course you can trust me in that.
Donald Trump was like, what kind of a question is that? What kind of a question is that? Can you trust me? This is fake news. She's like, yeah,
You could hear her swallow.
I know.
Listen, this interview was so bad. I told you earlier, Chris Hayes. We have the clip of him.
I love this.
This is the home team for her.
Yes,
for Rule. For Stephanie Rule,
that's a good way of putting it.
And Chris Hayes can't even.
And by the way, just before people ask, we are not able to fact check whether Chris Hayes is in transition.
The question about inflation and
yes.
prices. This to me is it's sort of one of the most frustrating aspects of this campaign. The thing that people are 100% correctly, rationally, and understandably reacting to is 2 or 3 years of the highest rate of inflation we've had in a generation, which has been incredibly unpleasant. It spiked the prices of things. Things got more expensive. The issue, of course, is that period was basically born of the end of the pandemic and the supply crunch, and a combination of that and monetary policy has brought it down. So now you got this weird situation where both major party candidates kind of got to say what they're going to do to bring prices down, even though what everyone's reacting to is an issue that is a little bit in the past. You see what I'm saying? So she's got the price gouging thing, which I thought was a good answer, but in some ways,
it is
no one's really talking about the real thing.
I love it's just unpleasant. Yeah, that just shows how disconnected they are. Like some days, yes. Sweetheart, I was fired and I had to fillet a homeless man in an alley for a box of sucrettes because we have a diabetic son. That was unpleasant, sweetheart.
Yes, exactly. And about 10 seconds prior to the start of that clip, she gives the answer of the economy's not as simple. Necessarily going to get straightforward answers or simple answers. She's basically defending the fact that you get word salad, and she's saying yes, but that's okay.
I don't want to hear Stephanie Rule speak another word unless it's preceded by da-da-da-dum. I don't know why. I don't know why she does that. Look, it's like Wednesday, and it's the same thing. SE Cup. I can say this now because she's become a SE Cup used to be whenever I was on Fox.
Oh, what happened? What happened?
News every single day. She would show up as a naughty librarian. Let me get it. No, that's his daughter. That would be creepy.
Ew. He's not Joe Biden.
Gomez with Morticia?
Well, they lived in Alabama. I don't know. I find Stephanie Rule kind of cute.
Well, don't get me started on how skilled cousin It was with the. Oh no, wait! I'm thinking of the hand. What was the hand?
The thing.
Thing. That's right. Thing. Thing was the one who. I
auditioned for that.
If your only tool is a hammer, you look at every problem as a nail. So.
I auditioned for the thing.
What did they say?
I fucked it all up. I put my foot up in there. I wasn't prepared. I didn't really know the show. When I stuck my bare foot up to the box, and they went, "All right, we'll call you." I go, "What?"
Imagine some lazy producer hired you like you're the second Darren and Bewitched. It wasn't a hand. No, it's a foot. Okay. All right. Kamala as president, we all know, would be a disaster, right, for the country. So I will ask you this. Take a moment. You always ask for solutions. We're trying to help you to prepare in advance for whatever the next few years may have in store. I don't mean anything absolutely insane, but take certain precautionary measures. You should always be prepared. I mean, she's the one who talks about natural disasters and price gouging, but don't take my word for it.
Hey friends, I'm Firestein, and this is Bad Money. Now, I'm not just here to entertain you, I'm also here to educate you, so call me at 555-5555, or tweet me at WhoCares69. Now, today we're going to talk about medical wellness. So when you're under the weather or trying to beat an infection, the last thing you want to do is hang out in an old dusty doctor's office with a bunch of other sick people and old magazines. People's Magazine from August of 1997? No thanks! I don't care what Chumbawamba's up to! You get knocked down, you stay down! Right? So then you're in the doctor's office, they take forever, right? Then they finally find out what's wrong with me. They tell the nurses, then the nurses tell the lady they know at church, who happens to be your daughter's teacher, and she tells everybody. And then when you're in the pickup line at school, everyone's giving you bunny looks. Boy, would I have egg on my face, and flour, sugar, and milk, and cacao. Ah! Hello? Yeah, this is Josh. Yeah. Oh, hey, how are you? Yeah, it's been a what? Chlamydia. Are you sure? Gosh, this is heavy. I mean, I don't even have insurance. No problem! I have azithromycin from my medical kit from the wellness company! Take some of this! Get yours for the price of a doctor's visit! So you can treat a host of medical issues, including chlamydia. Oh, it feels so good. Copay? No way! That's Ritalin money, baby! Ah!
What have we become? And one of the very few sponsors that we have, but proud to, the Wellness Company. Look, it's as simple as will your doctor prescribe you ivermectin if you need it? And of course, now that we're allowed to say that it's effective for a whole host of different afflictions, you have to be careful with what you say. What would you do if your family or family member got sick? Do you have the ability to take on an emergency? Just go to twc.com TWT. Good Lord. Let me take this from the top. TWC.com.
Trip was pretty good.
TWC.health/Crowder.
One
take Crowder. 10% off.
I'll tell you.
Come on, I told you I got dumber
Message
watching Kamal. I'm not joking.
Yeah.
It's like if you hang around Nick for like you get funny, 20% funnier because he's always going. You're around dumb people.
Is there a pill for that in there?
There is. Yeah. It's just actually GHB. It erases your memory. And they're a great company. And look, it's just less than the price of a doctor visit. If you use the code Crowder, you get 10% off and free shipping. It's worth having around. And like we've told you, have some water, have some dried food, have a way to cook it. You don't have to be a doomsday prepper to be ready for an emergency.
Medical kits are very necessary.
Remember during COVID, it wasn't just that. It was everything else. There was a shortage as far as prescriptions. And we've had people here who've gotten infections and have used the wellness kit. So great company. And they're not afraid to have an ad that features chlamydia. So
I don't think they knew about that.
No, I don't think I knew about it either.
It's a problem.
Yes. It's a pandemic, I hear.
It is in nursing home.
Oh, yes, it is. Oh, yeah. Those old ladies, they get around.
I'm
Slowly, but frequently.
I wander into the one near our house every once in a while.
Yes. And by wander, you mean MapQuest with great specificity.
Exactly. Room 2A. Where's that, upstairs?
So legal order is still in effect, Nick.
Make a light right, slight right. I'm coming, Mildred!
Take out the teeth. I'm on my way. Listen. Let me just say this about that whore.
Mildred, but I'm Ethel. Of course you are Ethel, and I wouldn't have it any other way. So joining us now with that lead-in is actually a friend of the show, and you can follow him on YouTube and has a project going on right now that's had a lot of success. It's Tailgates for Trump, the number 4Trump.com. Let's bring in Jeremy of the Quarter. Jeremy, I apologize for the intro, but I don't. You knew what you were walking into anyway. It's one of those days after Kamala Harris, the interview, we are all dumber for having listened to it. But glad to have you. Tell people who are what Tailgates for Trump is. We had Wrestler on last week who was in Pennsylvania, and this is blown up for you.
Canceling my visit to the old folks' home after that lead-in. I don't want to get anything. I thought they were so nice with those butterscotch candies, but I didn't know that they were covered in herpes. But anyway,
there will be many. Yeah. There will be many disappointed ladies. The silent generation, by the way. It's funny, the silent generation, but they won't shut up. Stop talking to the guards, Gertrude. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Yeah, huge shout out to your investigative team, by the way. Also, I'd be remiss to say with Jay Varma and obviously the AG stuff in New York. Absolutely amazing stuff. And I really appreciate you bringing me on to talk about Tailgates for Trump. The idea is simple: make voting fun again. I don't really know.
Everyone is dumb today. Do you notice that? Not just sorry, Jeremy, but me too. I don't know what. I think it's because we've been listening to too much Kamala Harris and CNN. It's not your fault. It's not your fault.
My favorite answer was when she said how she was going to fix inflation. Was that she was going to go after those people that charge too much for toilet paper during the lockdowns. I didn't really follow that either.
Yeah.
But it's real simple. Tailgates for Trump is to try and inspire infrequent voters and make voting fun. So it's real simple. Have a tailgate party, register friends to vote. We put together a website with tons of like goofy recipes, like Kamala's Unburdened by What Has Been casserole. We've got like Nancy Pelosi's gin-soaked drizzle cake. We've got Donald Trump's spicy margarita. We actually have a cookbook with like 42 different recipes on the website too. But also has all the resources you need to talk to somebody maybe who hasn't voted in a while. And so the idea is get people to the website, have them have a party, talk to their friends, get them registered to vote, have another party during election season, during early voting in person. Can't drink until you vote or until after you vote, but have your party. And then we're doing it by word of mouth and begging friends for favors like I've done here. And through sticker activism, we've deployed already 60,000 of these stickers in just a few weeks out there across the country.
Oh, that would look good on one of my many Lambos. I'll have one of my servants put it on.
Yeah, right. I know that. I saw them when you had a garage full of them when I was down there, but these are doing really well. You get them on the website too. The idea is that, don't get but people see these, remember, they see these stickers, which is one for Trump that talks about no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security. The Comrade Kamala version, also very popular, talks about a lot of the terrible stuff, but then it's got the website on there and the QR code. So they see the sticker, they go to the website. The website's got all sorts of voting information. It's got great talking points, all in nice, easy infographics. You can print it out and talk to your buddy who hasn't voted in a while. Back, look at how, and then inspire people to just make voting fun, because I think a lot of people get scared off a little bit. Like they think of the lines and stuff.
I appreciate all the information, what you're doing, but more importantly, what does your shirt think? I've seen more subdued pants on golfers.
I thought you liked this shirt. I specifically put it on for you. I've been told by wife.
I do. It's fun.
I think, Stephen, this is the shirt I wore at the RNC.
Don't let me have that much influence.
Yeah, and I'm like, I think that my comment section on my were full of something about comments about plaid nonstop for the next 2 days. So I knew where that came from. So I'm like, I'm gonna put this on for Stephen. I thought you would enjoy it. And it's clearly it left a mark on
mission
you.
accomplished.
I'd like to see the
hold on a second. Look, can you bring it? Because what are you saying, Nick?
I'd like to see the shirts he didn't choose this morning.
Yes, exactly.
Holy shit!
Listen, Nick. All right. I don't have a wardrobe guy. All right.
I don't either.
Yeah, well,
I have little Asian girls.
Well, that's a different conversation. But I have a clean pile and a dirty pile, and sometimes
how about an ugly pile?
Nick just has a little. Nick has a little Malaysian boy.
Like a nectarine.
For people who are misinterpreting this, you're actually not. It's exactly what you heard. But
it's a great idea. I think this guy's doing God's work.
Yeah. No,
honestly.
Can you tell us how many people have been involved thus far? And you're obviously in Wisconsin. I want to ask you, because a lot of people don't know how closely you're at the RNC, and you have your ear to the ground there in particularly like the Milwaukee area. Do you think that Donald Trump could see a repeat of 2016? What are you sensing?
It's my opinion that in Wisconsin, it will flip back to Trump. Now, I do live in the suburbs, far away from the inner cities, by choice, and by luck. But I mean, I have not seen, I'm dead serious, not a single Kamala Harris sign. There is one lone man who still has his Biden-Harris sign up. But that's it. So he hasn't even bothered to replace the sign. He might not even know that, what's going on. So it is Trump country heavy here in America or in Wisconsin. And that's why I'm really hoping that, hey, man, have a party, make it fun, register people to vote, and then have a party on early in-person voting day and take people, drive them there. Guys are really easy to influence. Food and beer and drinks is basically.
Did you see that map of drunkest counties in the United States? And it was like 50 out of the top 51 were Wisconsin.
I've never been more proud, Stephen. I'm doing my part. Okay, I'm doing my part.
It is a culture there. I will tell you this. I have family in Wisconsin. I also have family in Michigan. I'm always surprised, and maybe you have more insight being there, when you see a wider spread, when they have the polls saying Kamala's winning Wisconsin by a wider margin than she is in Michigan, or sometimes Trump is even winning in Michigan. I've noticed that Wisconsin seems like a consistently more conservative state overall than Michigan. So I'm always surprised when I see that.
Yeah, well, we have Madison,
right,
which is kind of a dump, and then Milwaukee. Again, for people that if I'm here, I'm on the ground. I do not foresee. It's all going to be voter turnout. This is not an original idea.
Right.
And I don't think people are turning out for Kamala Harris in Wisconsin. And the reason that Wisconsin turned blue in 2020, that little boop we saw on the chart, is because everyone in the city was locked down and people were going door to door being like, here, fill this out. Here, I'll do this. And so they haven't been able to do that because people have been back at work. So I'm hopeful for Wisconsin. I'm hopeful for, I'm pie sky, and I'm a white pill guy. I'm not a black pill guy. So I think New York's in play. So, I think, especially after what they did to Mayor Adams this morning, I think Wisconsin is absolutely Trump +2.
I think you should be more offended. What they did to Mr. Adams was churdish.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that was. By the way, that's Kamala Harris's DOJ being weaponized.
Of course,
that's saying if you speak about the number one issue on the voting block right now, other than the economy, migration, we're going to make your life uncomfortable.
You know what? I don't feel bad for him. How does the purple spatted shoe feel on the other foot, Mr. Adams? Gerald had a question. Yeah.
I thought you were actually joking. Wow. The drunkest counties made.
Yeah, and when you eliminate them and just go to like the top 100 drunkest, Wisconsin, I think there's like a couple in New York. It's like 80-something% Wisconsin.
The entire state is red as hell.
Can we
I
see
guess.
that again?
Look at that. I was like, what? That's what their liver looks like.
Yeah.
All spotted and shit, purple spots.
Yeah.
The good news is wash it down with some cheese and heavy cream. So
every time you go there, you're like, what's the soup of the day? They're like, Heineken and Gouda soup.
Well, I don't know why you guys are laughing. That sounds delicious.
I know it is.
Actually, yeah.
It's the farts after that. It's like mustard gas on the curds.
Yeah, I have a little city mouse, field mouse. I'm like, well, Milwaukee's okay for a visit, but you couldn't make me live there.
Thick winter coat somehow.
Yes. Okay, so it is tailgates for Trump, right? I have one more question. You were talking about my viewers in a cookbook on X. Do we have that? What is this? They were letting me know. Is that what you were? Is that what you're about to bring up? It's overlay F tailgates. Do you guys have that? Well, I don't think Jeremy can see it. What is this?
Oh, I made some available for your viewers. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We did a limited print run of like 42 different recipes that are all like, Trump Tower Zinger or Adam Kinzinger's Cry Baby Back Ribs and all sorts of stuff like that. But they're like actually good recipes.
Is it made of real Adam Kinzinger? Because if that's
no.
You choose your own ingredients.
Adam's ribs.
I made some available. We did a limited run, but I was like, I'm going on Crowder tomorrow, so maybe we'll print 500 more. So I printed some more so people
It's a great idea. It's a great idea.
I think it makes it fun, man. I think it's cool again. I think voting for Trump is cool. I still think it's counterculture. I see more MAGA hats now than ever.
Yeah.
And I think people having these Trump-themed tailgates, mine is a more degenerate version of what Scott Pressler's out there doing, but I'm from Wisconsin.
Of course.
So I thought naturally alcohol and fried food.
Yeah.
That's how we flip Wisconsin red again, and then we'll probably all have massive heart attacks. But it's okay.
It's okay.
You're a white community activist, is what you are.
Yeah, I didn't know there were any of those left.
Hey, man, I'm out here. It's
That's
lonely
right.
sometimes. Yeah.
Oh, I've been there. I know.
All right. Well, thank you. And if you send us some of those books, we'll definitely look at those and feature them on the show.
Cook
and
some of them. Yeah. Cook some recipes. I'll have them. I bet you that. I bet you Joe Lewis would like the ribs. Yeah, I have a feeling.
I can't. Yeah, you're one of the he's one of them who's fed Joe Lewis from the table, and now it's impossible.
Yes.
Yes, you did.
Don't lie, Jeremy.
Jeremy, he was pooping for
Joe Lewis is a damn liar.
He was pooping for like a week. I know that someone has fed him at the office when at 2 a.m. I hear, and I'm not joking. He used to slam his head like a battering ram into the door. He's broken the lock on the master bedroom door. The handle lock. You press it doesn't work anymore. Just boom. I'm like, someone fed him from the table, and now he's got the squirts. All right,
dragging his butt on the floor.
Jeremy, that's tailgates for Trump. .com. I appreciate it, brother. And, keep us updated if anything else comes of it, or, if you catch anyone having underground sex parties too. That always helps.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Thanks. You guys keep up great work. I can't say thank you enough for having me on. And I really wish you guys the best. And let's get Trump to the White House in November. Huh?
All right. Enjoy your cheese. This has been The Quartering. What, Nick? You're about to say?
Colin came back from a gig in the middle of nowhere in Wisconsin. He goes, "Yeah, it's the only town that the sheep have a rape hotline."
I think Josh knows. He used to book for an Appleton, Wisconsin.
Yes. Skyline Comedy Club.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, Skyline. They're right now talking about the federal indictment, and we're going to go to chat Thursday. But on CNN, I guess we were about to talk on this subject earlier, but he hadn't been charged yet.
Well, it's interesting that Mayor Adams comes out and speaks and gets a group of Somali pirates to back him up.
Yeah, exactly. This is their podium now.
Oh, jeez. Oh, my God. Dr. Zayas.
This is our city now.
Yes. What are they look like they're very, very confused.
I don't know.
Okay, let's go to hear what it is that they're saying. I just want to hear what they're saying on CNN really quickly.
Overview of what this indictment lays out.
What do you make? Is there any legal significance to what prosecutors are?
If you don't think that show was funny, this just ain't for you. We're laughing our butts off the entire time and being pissed off at Kamala Harris and fact-checking her. And look, I know I called that group of people Somali pirates because primarily it looked like a group of Somali pirates, but it may be very nice, well-meaning people. They just look like a group of Somali pirates, and it's not because they're black. It's because they look like a group of Somali pirates.
Please tell me you're not apologizing.
No, I'm not. I'm just.
That means everything I've said for the last 2 years on the show has been bleeped.
You didn't know that already?
I don't know when you guys hit the cough button. It's probably like a fucking silent film when I'm on here.
It's just Nick and there's music playing in the background, but you can't hear your words. All right, so look, on the Eric Adams thing, really quickly, his basic, the takeaway from him is what they're saying right now. He's going to do the job, but he is eager to put forth his case and to wait for him. Essentially, we can bring up some of the charges here. Do you have an overlay for the charges for him?
Yeah, I have some. Yep.
Oh, wow. Okay,
wow, there they are.
That seems to be okay. So it's bribery, wire fraud, taking donations from foreign nationals,
from China via Turkey,
yeah,
France via Turkey,
yeah.
India via Turkey.
Turkey seems to be a bit of a conduit. And basically getting special treatment for money. And so he's like, I'm not surprised by these charges. Well, I'm like, what? That's not something that I would say is a defense necessarily. I went out.
Let's look at all the people he bought at the press conference.
But hey, he's wearing Nancy Pelosi's scarf.
Hold on. People at the press conference actually yelled out, "You're a disgrace to black people!" to Eric Adams. I'm not kidding. That's an
Do I see
really? That's
I
an actual thing.
I see P. Diddy in the background.
Yeah. Wow, he's
The only thing I learned from that story, the P. Diddy story, is that he probably bought his lube in bulk like 40 years ago. Who uses baby oil anymore?
I don't know.
Well,
Kind of weird.
it was both baby oil and lube.
Yeah, okay. It was both of them.
You knew a guy at Jiffy.
Baby oil is slippery enough.
Yeah.
Well, it's just like, that's the first, like in sex ed, they're like, don't use baby oil because it stings and it burns, prophylactics, which he probably wasn't using.
Yeah.
I use lemon aioli.
This is so weird. What is this group of people that he brought? What?
What's funny? One of the first contraceptives was a diaphragm. It was half a lemon.
Steven, there's a midget on TV. I'm sorry. I'm distracted.
It's true.
Get laid in
What? What was? You sound like Kamala. Oh.
Yeah.
Bowser's mom is on TV. I'm sorry,
half a lemon. They would put it up because it would act like a physical barrier, and then the lemon acted like a spermicide. I'm not saying it to be dirty. It's true. And the women weren't big fans of it, but
yeah, well, the ones that had scurvy were.
I don't know. Just been more. I fell in love, and now the sores on my lips are healing up. Was scurvy where you had the gum stuff, the gum disease, all that?
I'm sure scurvy got your gums, your tits, your neck.
They got it all.
All the stuff.
I don't really care about Eric Adams. I
think that's funny. I'm not.
No. I'm just saying it seems like they don't like him. Okay, money from Turkey. That's what I saw the update.
Yeah.
Is that what it is? Money from Turkey.
Yeah. Bribery, wire fraud, all kinds of
That's just aesthetics.
Yeah. Now, great. Now do Whitmer and Pelosi. They can choose anybody. That's
you're right. But he had the ball. It's like I said, he spoke out. Hey, this sanctuary shit ain't working in my city.
Mm-hmm.
That's where he made his big mistake.
Yeah.
You can't do that. Anything immigration wise.
Yeah, it's a big problem for them.
Yes, it is.
So is there anything else that I'm missing on it?
No, I mean, we can obviously give an update. What is today? Today's Thursday. Maybe we'll give an update tomorrow or something like that. But I think we've covered like all these charges. But his defense, I wasn't surprised. No kidding. Typically, when they have an investigation like this, they talk to you about it.
Yeah.
So I'm not surprised. It's not, I didn't do it.
Right.
That's a different thing. That's a bad look. I don't like. I think you're right. Like, I don't know that I care a whole lot. Somebody said the guy behind him is even worse. Like if he goes, the person that would step into place is an actual
De Blasio coming back.
So yeah, exactly right.
Why does that lady? She looks like the little mole in Banjo-Kazooie.
I said it was a midget 5 minutes ago and got nothing.
Well, she looks like the mole from Banjo-Kazooie.
room.
Anyone who played Banjo-Kazooie knows what I'm talking about.
I did.
Someone bring up a side-by-side with that little broad and Banjo-Kazooie the mole.
Quiet, Diddy's talking. Oh, it's his cousin. Shitty.
Pointed out Mayor Adams and his legal team will argue, look, this was
He's shitty.
He's shitty. Mayor of the city. So we heard a little bit from
He's
Mayor
shitty.
Adams, who said he's very
Let me just say this about the colors.
And just think, that's the guy who's going to vote or die. That was P. Diddy. Yeah, he said, boy, Diddy, vote or die. You couldn't have someone more degenerate and more idiotic than P. Diddy, and he was on Oprah. I remember he was on Oprah with Cameron Diaz. I want to say Jake Gyllenhaal.
Yes.
They were all out there, the Rock the Vote campaign, vote or die.
Yes.
And he said, what's Sarah Palin going to do about South Korea? I remember that. And he's like, your boy, it's the Rock vodka. It's like, oh, this is an ad for idiocy.
Yeah, so one of the things that goes to your point about Diddy, like why now? I think they're saying that some of these infractions went back to 2015. Why now? Some things that happened to it's 20.
Here's what I bet.
That's 9 years.
That's how much you want to bet. This is what happened. 2015. Okay. How long has he been mayor now? Has it been 2 years?
No.
More than that.
I don't know exactly when he became mayor. I can't remember.
I want to say more.
I think it was 21.
Okay, so 2 or 3 years. So maybe 3 years. Okay,
maybe.
Clearly later in the timeline than 2015. They had this when he was running.
22.
They thought they had dirt on him, and they wanted him. They wanted him in there so they could go surprise. And now we own you. And he veered off a little bit, and now this is retribution. You think they didn't know about this? This is from 2015. They've known about it for a while, and they have dirt on everybody.
Yeah, and some of it preceded his time as mayor.
That's what I'm saying.
But yeah, exactly. But he became mayor in 2022.
So that was right.
Yep.
You guys, I was like, oh, 2 years.
You're 100% right. I thought it was 21 maybe.
Yeah, so 2022. So 2015, when he was running for mayor, this all came through when they did Oppo research. They decided, all right, now we can use it because we want to take him out. That's what they do.
But why now?
Well, probably because of the immigration thing.
You think they're pissed off at him for that?
I think they're pissed off at him for that. I think they realize that he can be pressured by the public a little more as opposed to them. So they're concerned if he may buckle on something else. He's done something to piss people off because they can do this to most likely. This isn't a conspiracy. We've seen it too many times, and we've seen it from stem from basically allegations or. I have to say at this point, misdeeds from half a decade ago. This happens all the time. They go, all right, now we're going to use it.
Yeah. It's not like they put him in a tough position or anything. They dump half a half of South America in his lap.
Listen,
he was putting him in hotels and I mean, doing his best, putting him in school gyms and shit. What do you want?
Listen,
I'm defending a guy I don't even like.
I know.
I like the idea of making New Yorkers deal with a problem that they've voted incorrectly on for decades.
Yes.
Do you think this is an easy thing? Keep voting for Democrats, you morons. Here's the problem. Boom. Front doorstep immediately. You guys, you buckled in 3 freaking minutes. You folded better than the
I
lawn
bet
chair.
I'm more cynical than that because, as you know, I don't believe he was voted in. They were appointed. I don't give a shit. You can keep telling me. I don't think. I really. Nobody would fucking vote for De Blasio. I mean, hey, they voted Giuliani in at one point after David Dinkins.
Yeah,
not that
Dinkins, Giuliani, then Bloomberg.
Yeah, I mean, so I just think they're appointed.
Yeah,
we're living in the. Anyways, go ahead.
It could be. No, I think
I'm disgusted with all these.
They have systems to rig the system. They have systems in place to sort of rig it where it ends up being an appointment. I mean, they tried to do that with Hillary Clinton. They're doing it with Kamala Harris, right?
With the media.
Yes.
I mean, just back to the media and big tech and you're probably more right than wrong, Nick.
Yes, exactly. Well, we know that it's correct with big tech.
Yeah.
As far as what was that another Nixon?
I don't know. I'm hooked on that one. You do.
It's fun. It's
fun.
I finally get a president.
Your breath.
They're doing who's doing a doc? What's his name? The guy who played Jay Peterman. He's been on the show. John O'Hurley. He's doing a documentary right now on Watergate, which we did as a segment, and also, by the way,
very relevant.
Is in 3 for 3 or 3 and 3. You know what? Let's actually. Can you guys pull that 3 and 3 Watergate? Let's play that here on the way out for people who have not subscribed. It's free anywhere you get audio. We did one on. I really do hope that people look back on that because it's not just that it was on everything being a gate or the word nothing burger, but in combination, it's also unnerving. If you actually know what happened there, he pretty much did nothing wrong other than trying to spin it PR-wise, just to make sure that rightfully it didn't come back to him because he had nothing to do with it. That was Nixon's greatest sin. And so I hope that when people look back on it, it opens their eyes because people say, oh, what I thought I knew about Watergate is not true. And you see the weaponization that can take place. There were a lot of people who wanted Nixon out because he wanted to pull out of Vietnam. He didn't want to be doing that anymore. And there were a lot of powers that be that didn't like that. You've been taught to believe it was all liberals who just, they're against the war, all Republicans for the war. No, it was that there were conservatives or people like Nixon who thought we needed to get out of Vietnam in a way that was responsible. So that was portrayed as war hawks. But you can actually look. I mean, JFK turned Nam into it was a quagmire. It's a little more complicated than people saying liberals hated war and conservatives like it. Nixon was the one who wanted to pull out. Intelligence agencies did not like him. I can't remember who said this. Someone said that the same people who took out MLK took out Nixon just in a different way. They took him out with his name.
Yeah.
He recorded it himself. He had installed recording devices so that he could he obviously was being as transparent as possible. And when he was told about Watergate, his response was, "Oh, who's the jackass who cleared that?"
Yeah, exactly.
I don't do it as well as Nick does, but he was surprised.
Who's the cocksucker?
Kamala?
Who's the Jew prick that cleared it?
G. Gordon Liddy, the guy
Well, he
who
wasn't
eats
a big
rats.
fan of the Jews. I can say that.
That's true. He wasn't a big fan of the Jews.
Yeah.
No, thank
The
you.
most
I'm good.
interesting thing about that story, outside of that, because I've heard that from you before. I hadn't heard that prior to you telling me.
I gotta drive to Cleveland
that's the
after
most
work
interesting
today.
thing total. But the next one is the Frost Nixon interview.
That's a great one.
But where he said, sometimes when a president does it, it's not a crime, right?
Yeah.
Or something
Yes.
to that effect. And that was the show-stopping moment in the interview where it turns out presidential immunity does actually mean that.
Right.
Yes.
And people just weren't familiar with that.
Yes.
But it sounded so bad
Great
that it
point.
was like, boom, that's the bombshell of this, like this whole thing. And I'm like, well, wait a minute, actually, maybe he's not wrong in some of this. Like, it doesn't mean the president can't commit crimes necessarily, but presidential immunity is a thing, thankfully, now, too.
Anyone who looks back on if they're teaching you American history, and you spend a lot of time on JFK, and that's become a real trend now for Republicans and conservatives to act like JFK was one of them. He didn't like intelligence agencies, but he certainly wouldn't be aligned with most conservatives today. But anyone who teaches you American history or the recent sort of presidential lineage spends a lot of time on the celebrity of JFK and Jackie and doesn't tell you that Nixon was America's darling, that he had a landslide that you have not seen since.
It was just Mondale, right?
No, that's Reagan. Mondale.
Sorry, not Reagan. What was the guy's?
Oh, who he was
ran
against? Nixon? Was it? I'm trying to remember. Was the
McGovern?
Yeah. Yes.
McGovern, yeah.
That's the one where I think it was 2 states. Only 2 states that didn't go Nixon, if I'm not mistaken. We brought it up before. It is a map that we have never seen it in our lifetimes. Yeah. That man was the most popular president in modern American history, and then Watergate happened. And think about that. What happened is 2 guys who had nothing to do with them went and tried to bug a hotel, tried to bug a spot unsuccessfully, and Nixon said, well, we got to make sure this doesn't come back to me. Boom. Was going to be impeached, and he resigned to try and really, save the country some heartache. Yeah. People don't teach you that. They teach you everyone hated Nixon. That couldn't be further from the truth.
Forrest Gump screwed him making that phone call.
Do you have the map?
Yes, they just sent it in. They also said that Adams says he will not resign.
Oh, there's a surprise.
So there's
like
there's
that
the
matters.
map. Yeah. Just DC and Mass.
Look at my
520.
Massachusetts. Even back then, huh?
To 17.
Crazy. 520 to 17.
I bet you would have been seeing something pretty close to that if Biden had stayed in the race.
Yeah. 520 to 17. Wasn't that the score of the Cowboys game?
Yes. Hey, Nick, too soon. Come on.
Too soon.
And
that's actually funny.
And that's why they had to take his name, right? They're going, oh my gosh, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Nixon, JFK, we have to make sure that people look back on this and think Nixon was the bad guy and the villain and America hated him. They all, just like they tried to do with Reagan. Yeah. They tried to do with Reagan. It's just not true.
That's
back
what I grew up thinking.
570. Could you guys even fathom that?
517.
517. Sorry. 517. Could you guys even fathom that?
No.
Today?
Yeah, well, you better, because that's what it's going to be this time.
You think so?
I'm telling you, if they in a perfect world, if they didn't fight, I mean, I'm sure the country's moved up more left since then.
Mm-hmm.
But in a perfect world where things weren't fixed and the media wasn't, it would be that.
Yeah, if you took away the media
component,
component,
it would be a bloodbath.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, you can't say that. It's a threat.
That's right. It's a threat of violence.
Yeah, it is.
Remember Donald Trump said the auto industry bloodbath? And he's threatening the country.
He said there's got to be a war.
Yeah. And then you wonder why people shot him. You wonder why people tried to shoot him, because you said that he was trying to have those people shot.
And he's going to be a dictator.
Yeah. So in their mind, they're shooting back because of what you said.
No, that's exactly right.
And somebody's out there trying to collect on the $150K you put out there.
Yeah, that even made me think twice.
Stupid. It's like,
well, you wanted to talk to them, planned to take a dive. Go down.
No, I'm good. Thank you.
I'll collect the cash.
Here's my helmet.
And then you can come back.
Yes.
It's a foolproof scheme.
All right. It is Chat Thursday. Let's go to it.
Chat.
The profile, we should switch it to the profile of Varma, because you could spot that. You could spot that from anywhere.
All right.
No, I'm kidding. Don't put in that work, guys.
Don't.
We have other things more important to do. Let's grab some chats. And Nick DiPaolo is going to be November 9th.
Mm-hmm.
Where is that?
Ottumwa at the theater. Send it there.
Ottumwa, Iowa. NickDip.com. NickDip.com. Yeah, go see.
Can't wait.
Yeah, I haven't been. I've never been there.
It might be one of the only states I haven't never.
Iowa?
Yeah.
I spent some time in Bettendorf, and I didn't like it.
That's Germany.
Yes. It's like it's not really quad cities if you can't tell them apart. You're like, where am I? Bettendorf.
Yeah.
I'm gonna rent a car and I go past like an elk farm.
It's
fucking alpacas.
It was tough. They're nice, a lot of great people, but Bettendorf was not my favorite. And I stayed in a hotel where they said, do you want to stay in the North Tower or the South Tower? People in Bettendorf, it's the casino. It's like the only main hotel there. I said, I don't know. Which one do you recommend? They said, the North Tower. I don't know if it was the North or South. I said, okay. And I went in, and it was like an old Motel 6. It was gross. And I had a bug in my room, like a big old, and I said, hey, could you just kind of move the room? Because this thing is here. And it's just kind of, I feel like these sheets haven't even been cleaned. They said, well, the only room we have available is in the other tower. I said, okay, I guess I'll do that. I don't really care. And it was like a brand new luxury hotel, the same price. Like, oh yeah, this. I'm like, wait, you didn't recommend the renovated one?
Charlie the bug needed company.
The other one had charm.
The other one had like that green carpeting that was like felt on a pool table.
Yes.
And the other one had bamboo fixtures. It was like a new mayor. I was like, what are you doing?
Well, why did the audience wasn't digging it? Isn't that like a conservative enclave?
Yeah, I guess I don't know.
I just going over their heads, or did they thought you were too edgy? What
are you talking?
You said the crowd was.
No, it wasn't the crowd. I just didn't like the that area.
Oh,
it was like really depressing. But I was also staying in a casino in Bettendorf, Iowa, in the North Tower.
Yes, not the Bell Tower,
not the nice tower, and it was the same price. And I remember I wanted to go in. I wanted to go down to the lobby and be like, what's wrong with you? Why would you do that? What is there something? Did I do something to you to offend you that you just, you clearly have a superior tower.
They just assumed anyone traveling to Iowa was offing themselves.
Like, yeah, we don't want to ruin the sheets in the new one.
Type of hotel you check in, you see a couple state troopers pepper spraying one of the maids
Yes.
as you're checking in.
It was in the hotel. I mean, I don't get the casino thing too. Gosh, like they all once you're inside, they're all the same, and it's just like
There's no clocks anywhere.
I know. I got to go to
Yeah.
Vegas this weekend, and I am not excited.
People just like
I'm going to. I haven't seen these guys in a long time, but I was never, even young, wasn't really a big Vegas fan.
No,
I could get herpes at home.
It's so depressing.
I went to Vegas
depressing
and I
place.
saw.
It is depressing. That's exactly. How
I did the Bellagio buffet, which is fun.
Yeah.
Like a
There's
big,
some
and then I
sights to
did
see,
the date. Someone got me tickets to David Copperfield, and I will tell you, I make fun of him, but I get it. It blew my mind.
Yeah.
The funniest
Shows
part.
are great.
Oh, it's unbelievable. He made a car disappear over my head. I'm like, you're bullshitting. How did this happen? And then he makes two members of the audience disappear. You know, he has his own island, and it's always two very bosomy blondes who disappear, and then they appear on his island.
Yeah.
I saw in Vegas. I saw an ABBA tribute band. That was some money well spent.
An ABBA tribute band.
Jeez.
I did see a Beatles tribute band. They were called Rain in Montreal. And I did it quite well, but I was very upset with myself.
Hate the Beatles.
Let's grab some chat. Yeah, I know you do. You don't have taste. No, you're right. They're kind of overrated, but they have some good stuff.
No, they're great. They're great musicians. Don't get me wrong.
They are.
There's not for me.
All right.
They're not, what is for you, anyways?
Transformers 4.
Let me guess. Men Without Hats.
Hey, Transformers 1. By the way, Men Without Hats, they had a hit.
Yeah,
Yes, they did. Safety Dance.
Yes, they did. Sorry, you're right. The Beatles, they're no ace of base.
Craziest
true.
music video ever. All right.
Love the
Well,
Beatles.
first, because you requested it, and it's funny. There's that.
Yes.
Pretty close.
What the hell was that?
Hey, bring it back up. I said Bowser's mother. I mean, that's not so bad.
Well, they're not bringing up Bowser's mother. They
No,
brought
I
up
just
the
I
mole
want you
from
to see,
Banjo
like the
Kazooie.
hair and then the humped back.
I might as well be on another show right
And
now.
she's a
I have
Koopa.
no idea what the fuck you guys are.
It was a video
Super
game when I was
Mario.
younger, and that mole used to come up and give you advice like, have you considered going? You're like, shut up, mole. Let me play for myself. Why don't you let Steven Crowder do the thinking for what Steven Crowder's going to do in this game?
You die.
And you're like, all right, I guess I should go back to book two.
From Priest Misu. Question for the crew. What do you think is the best form of attack for Vance to definitively win the debate? And Walls.
Ooh, that's good. Walls is lay there like a slug. It's his only defense. For Vance, I mean, honestly,
Show up.
yeah. Well, yes, but I think he needs to,
gonna
like
mop
everything
the
else,
floor.
be ready. Cut things off at the pass. If Wall's going to try and go with a weird thing, and the coach that sometimes just doing something as dismissive as like, okay, and we get it, and he's a coach. All right, just take it out from under me. He's a coach, okay, and okay, we understand that. But as far as policy, and go into it, and I would say that Vince has the ability. This isn't necessarily a talking point or a direct attack, but a strategy. He's quick enough on his feet. If I was the one to be coaching Vance, I would say, look, you're quick enough on your feet. Look to rebut him right away, because Walls is not going to be able to do that. And that will be a stark contrast. So when he brings something up, address that right away in the first two phrases in your response and show that contrast. Walls is not very good being quick on his feet.
Yeah.
He has to do the gee golly Roy Rogers, which is horse shit. Vance has the ability. It's like being able to coach someone with a lot of raw natural talent.
Yeah.
You could give some guidance, some kind of guardrails for Vance, and then let him do the
He's going to
rest.
shred him to death.
I really hope he does.
He's going to bludgeon him to death.
I think he will.
If this was a fair fight, which we'll see if it ends up being a fair fight or not. Yeah, Vance is very good. He's very smart. I think he's quick on his feet. He's able to be concise. I think if it's something that he gets off track on pets or cat ladies or something else, those are the two things that I think they're going to try to go after him for specifically. Then that'll be bad. If he shows discipline, you're right. He is going to absolutely mop the floor with him.
Because
I think he can.
And he's going to, because he saw his boss get a little sidetracked.
A little less.
And everybody, gave Trump a bit of a and he hears all that.
Yeah, but I'd be like, hey, did you paintball your own citizens?
Yeah.
Balls? Is that the kind of free speech you're all about?
Also, if the media is going to be on better behavior after that debacle at ABC. Yeah. But they still will.
Where are they doing it? Where's this? Who's the
this
network?
one
I don't
is.
even know.
Is this one?
What network is the debate on?
It's CBS.
Okay.
Oh,
So
much different.
CBS is going to try and say, see, we're not ABC and appear more objective, but they still will.
Oh,
they can't help
They
themselves.
can't even. No,
So
this-
JD Vance with Dana Bash and say, well, see, I love that you give me that kind of a question. Whereas for Tim Walz, you ask whatever softball here.
And he will.
I hope that he does. I really hope that he does. And I, you know what? A lot of people say he shouldn't go to any of the social issues. I'm sorry. I think at some point during that debate, he should mention, like, look, when we are discussing radical leftist ideology, I can't think of anything more radical than turning your state into a sanctuary for children to escape their parents so they can transition before they're even a teenager.
Yeah.
And you saw that as so important that you actually pushed for it and signed it. That is the vision he has for the rest of the country. That is not most Americans. Bring up the most crazy radical stuff from Walz. You don't have to spend a lot of time on it, but this is the only opportunity that some people may hear it. Because if you say it, people don't believe you. No, he doesn't want kids to be taken away from their parents. Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
Yeah.
Just to be clear.
Illegals to be able to vote in his state. There's a couple of issues he can really hit that people will resonate with. Like, so you think it's okay for everybody to get an ID after a year? And after a year of that, you think it's everybody should be registered to vote? How about the 87,000 illegals or whatever it was? I think it's like 80,000 roughly in his state. So would that mean that these guys are registered to vote? Is that your plan?
And the moderators will go, excuse me, Mr. Vance, we're asking the questions here.
Yeah.
Yes. Why do you like Hitler?
People have compared you to Hitler, and it's a good description.
Yeah.
Tell me why I'm wrong.
And then if he says, I do not like Hitler, I go, so you're a Mussolini guy?
Yeah.
Can you shut up?
Stalin?
Exactly.
That's what they do. Let's grab another. I don't know if you know this, but dictators don't typically want the population to have more guns in speech. Just kind of a litmus test.
Yep.
Another
Stuff
chat.
like that. You could win just saying things like that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly right. He should be blunt. Here's the thing.
Short,
speaking in plain English articulately is more valuable than getting professorial and losing the audience.
Yeah, you're speaking to the audience. You're not speaking to your opponent.
Is there a live audience?
I will say this, though. It could be more kind of like Sarah Palin in that election. This could be more consequential when it's, Sarah Palin and Biden than most vice presidential debates. They usually don't matter that much. This one may.
Even with the top of the ticket being so one-sided, you still think this?
I think this could have an impact because people feel like they didn't really get a debate with Trump, Kamala, and also they've only had one, right? Because he had one with Biden, which doesn't exist anymore. So I think people need to scratch an itch. I think
that's good.
They're unknown entities, and I think that here is the end game. Okay, you need to go into any match, fight, conflict with a macro strategy and then some micro strategies for these specific instances. So you say, okay, what's the ultimate end game? That's the macro. And then this is how we deal with these key issues. The macro strategy for JD Vance should be before this, people don't know who Tim Walz is. By the end of it, they will. That's what he needs to accomplish. By the end of it, they know who he is. They know how radical he is. They know his most extreme policies. They know who he is. If that gets out there, then people will say, ooh, and they'll look at Kamala in another light because she's trying to paint herself as moderate. People aren't really buying it. And if people are on the fence, the independents who might be more moderate, if they go, I don't really know if I believe Kamala because she said she would ban fracking. She said she would go into houses and take your guns away. Now she's saying no. I guess I believe her. And then they know who the person is on the ticket with her. They go, oh, okay, I see. They're just trying to portray themselves to win an election. I can't vote for that. I think that's the biggest takeaway. That's the macro strategy. Next chat.
All right, next chat. To piggyback on the illegals thing from Ibrahim Asmodeus. Question for all. If Dems granting voter access / rights to illegal immigrants was the ultimate outcome in order to sweep Biden's candidacy for another 4-year win, how may we expose this, or do you think we're going to see more of this behavior in our electoral process?
Boy, some really lighthearted questions.
Yes.
Jesus.
How do you expose? I mean, look, you can't expose an entire voter operation ring if that's what you mean, but you can be involved, with your state. You can be involved as a poll watcher. You can be involved as far as going out and canvassing. And states have been taking it into consideration. I'm trying to think of which states wanted proof of citizenship.
Well, I think there's a couple of very easy ways for him to do this. One, we just put what was it, the SAVE Act, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
They wouldn't pass,
right,
because it would require voter ID. And if he says, that's a sham, this stuff doesn't actually happen. Okay, 6,000 illegals were accidentally ended up on the rolls, and there were several states that just came out with this that cleaned up their rolls.
Yes,
6,000 in this state. He needs 3 states. 6,000 in this state, 5,000 in that state, 10,000 in that state. How many are you comfortable with being on the rolls?
Yeah,
and just
and those are just the ones that are caught.
Facts. Yeah, exactly. Just 3 facts. Don't get into all the debatable
I checked this
areas
as soon as-
and
as
stuff
soon as
like
they
that.
gave me
Just
the
boom,
email to
those
set up, I
three.
checked
How
the
many
statements.
illegals are you
Oh, I
okay
know
with
this
voting?
douchebag.
Right. Yeah. As far as
But
exposing
anyway.
it, though, I think he's asking. There's not really much you can do. You need to hold
know.
your elected officials
just-
accountable,
yeah.
and then do what you can to actually influence it in
I
a
don't know if they're
positive
gonna have one right
direction
now.
as far as voter turnout. But
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Might be very silly. I'm going to go with it anyways.
Those are the best ones.
You know how people say we should have a paper trail, so everybody know how you voted, whatever. How about if everybody, when you go to vote, you take a picture of yourself next to the?
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, can you, if you did that, does the government have a way of just wiping all that out?
Yeah.
If you wanted to post it online,
You
see
mean
what
like,
I'm saying?
You mean like you have to do when you go to a grade school with a picture of today's paper?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. For today's paper, and you about to hit the Trump button.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I don't know. I mean, it would be good for the gram, but I would.
The easiest way to do that. Yes.
How do you do that?
I do think paper trails are a good thing, of course.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead. I think the way that Texas does it is probably one of the best ways. So you have a paper ballot.
Guys sketching
then
you.
it's scanned in, and the paper ballot is maintained, right? So you've got the scanned. So electronic makes it easier to count. That's fine. You can tally stuff like that. But it also keeps a paper trail of all the ballots that you have.
Yeah.
Right? So that's a very easy thing, and it's voter ID. You walk in, boom, here's your ID. Go vote, and you're done.
But you don't leave with anything in your hand?
I don't think you have to in that
No,
case, but I understand
no.
your point. I mean, there is a paper ballot of yours. They would literally have to fake your paper ballot and know to fake yours.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And maybe that's possible, but it's
course
very
it is.
unlikely. So
burn
I think for now.
I miss the days where I used to go in to vote, and then I'd have a little petrodactyl where I'd tell which box to check. This job sucks.
I believe him.
Grab another chat.
I think
so.
everybody do what I just said.
Isn't there both? I think there's
Is
a
there both?
petrodactyl too. Is there not a petrodactyl?
Am I going to get fact checked again?
I know there's a pterodactyl. I thought a
Dadgummit.
petrodactyl was a smaller one.
I will look.
Everybody take a picture of yourself in the booth.
Yeah.
Voting.
Yeah. I particularly like my
With the
Stegosaurus.
newspaper-
I
with the
like my
newspaper.
Stegosaurus credit card processor. What was that? The Flintstones? It was just bizarre, but it was always fun. Like, nah, it's a living.
That's right.
The
They always
dinosaurs
complain.
could just eat all enslaving enslaving them.
Yes, exactly. What? I'm just a toilet. Kill me. Let's grab it's a pelican. Grab I'm sure. Okay, I'm sure I'm wrong. Petrodactyl. I thought that was one too.
That's fair. We'll look at
Why
it.
not?
All right. Nick asked for a lighthearted question. So
thank
to the crew, to guarantee election integrity in the 2024
Come
election,
on.
one of you has to sleep with Hillary
I got
Clinton for one
both
night of
numbers
passion.
on.
Who would you vote for?
Nick.
If Fitzgerald, he gets billed because the whole gay thing.
Yes.
Oh no, it's 100% Nick. He's down for the
I'm
cause.
still using this phone.
Well, I'll tell you this.
Oh, it's one of us?
Yeah, we have to pick one here.
The phone you turned in.
I would also pick
Picking
Nick,
myself.
but that is
Oh, shit,
because
this is dangerous.
he's part Sicilian.
No,
so
listen,
we
I'm
know
just
that he
trying to
is
figure out the
hot
phone that I was
Italian
using
blood.
last night, which will be a perfect-
And if the
What
goal,
What does that mean? I like giant muffs.
no, if the goal is to lead her with a smile on her face for the good of the country, my bet would be
I
on
didn't know which phone I had
Mr.
in my
Dick.
hand because I had
I'm
to
gonna
wipe
punch
it
you right in the
remotely.
She's into that, Nick.
That's also why I chose Nick.
Yes, I am. I'm
still
going
waiting for
to
them to
have her
turn
take her
on.
clothes off. I'll go throw up, wipe my mouth, come back in the room.
Bing,
I'll go,
pow,
look, I
bing.
dropped the condom to you, and she bends over. I'm going to knee her right in the floor.
No, I think I choose the Italian lover. It would be like 50 Shades of
Pretty good
Prosciutto.
orientation I'm gonna do in a minute.
50 Shades of gray labia.
Emails on the ground.
Oh,
Dirty
suck
guess
it.
how things are going.
No, that's the whole point. I don't want to.
Speaking of gray, do you think that these people in New York could fool around with the contrast a little more, huh?
That looks great.
What am I missing?
Put an ND filter on, guys.
It looks like an Armageddon when they get too close to the sun and it's coming through the window.
Who is that guy?
Yeah, how is it sunny inside?
Yes, exactly.
Lost 2 employees while we were on
What
vacation.
is that? What?
I knew we shouldn't have put a sunroof on the library.
Look at those books nobody's read.
It's like Xerxes with AIDS.
Look at those fake
Shrinking.
books.
Yeah, just because you have the books doesn't mean you know what's in them.
Exactly.
I bet you if you go through those books, it's just a bunch of like Shawshank safes where they've carved out
Yes.
for a little
Green screen.
I got my Diddy Lube in this.
Yes, exactly.
Every Turkish exchange.
What's the flag on the right?
Is it
New York, state of New York.
Is it the state of New York flag?
Yeah.
Boy, is that
Of
boring.
course.
Just
Yeah.
gray and
Gray
blue.
and limp.
We'll just make it like the Somali flag, like Tim Walz did.
No.
That's fine.
Honey,
I wonder what life. Do we know what life expectancy is in New Yorkers? Because I know you walk more, so that's better. But it also just seems like it would shave years off your life with how stressful it is.
Crime and breathing and garbage.
No, I mean from natural
He
causes.
sent me that as I was heading out the door.
Well, since he took over, I was going to say, I think it's 58.
Yes,
Maybe
58.
Nick's working from home.
You know what? I bet you people would be surprised that some of
That's
the
white
reddest
people.
districts in the country would be areas of Queens
Well, give me
areas
a
like
call,
Long
see if you
Island.
like
People
it.
just think Manhattan, but when you just look at the boroughs right
Yeah, well,
outside,
it
maybe
is.
not the Bronx, but certainly Queens, like a lot of people there. You'd have cab drivers, you have people who are, what folks would consider working class. Like New York, when you get outside of the island, is not as, even that city is not as left as you think.
Yeah.
I agree. It's up the Upper West Side.
I misgendered a person there.
What?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there more to this?
There is.
Yeah,
My
there's
man on the
footage of it.
street thing.
Yeah.
Who was
I
it?
accidentally misgendered somebody.
You said sir to somebody?
I said she, and she screamed at the top of her lungs. I had no idea what she said, and I was just like, I can go home. I've had my New York experience. And
she was a he?
I don't know, but she screamed out, I'm not a she, or I'm a male, and then F off.
Was it a transgender?
Didn't look like it.
I got the clip.
When I
see the clip?
Yeah, I got the clip.
Oh, we have a clip of it?
Yeah.
Oh, let me see. I didn't know we have a clip of this. We got to see this.
Were you here during COVID? I was. Were you locked down?
What do you mean?
Were you
Oh, no.
lockdowns when they did all the restrictions?
Oh, no.
You couldn't go out to like the restaurants and stuff. Did you see the story about the guy who ran the policy for all of that? He advised de Blasio he was going to underground sex parties and dance parties while he had New Yorkers locked down. Good for him. She said good for him.
What?
I'm not a she. Shut the F up.
I can leave a happy man.
As soon as the camera turned and I saw her face, like, oh no.
Yeah. We're gonna get there's my audio. We're gonna add that mine was a little low, but they've worked on it, and they're gonna subtitle it because
You mean audio that doesn't come from a calculator?
Yeah, exactly. So the person to the left of camera, who shall be unnamed, said, I think she said she's not a man, and I'm like, what? I was like, oh no.
It's honestly it's hard to tell with a lot of the Asians.
Yeah, that's a they them.
Yeah.
That's
difficult
not
to
fair.
tell.
It's
Should have
just
known
not
better,
fair.
Gerald.
That's how we build Spot the Tranny.
She yelled, I'm not a woman.
She yelled something like,
I'm not a woman.
like super loud above the horns in New York, which is hard to do.
And people wonder why the studies come back time after time that the left has a crazy percentage of mental illness as affliction. Like they really are unhinged a lot, especially in places like New York and California.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That is not.
She came over and talked to me. She was walking away, and then I said, she came back and was like, okay, everything's fine. And like, she said it's okay for the orgies or whatever. It's like, that's.
I'm not a woman. Then don't fucking dress like one.
There you
jerk off.
go. Bang.
Yes. I don't even know what. I don't even know.
Like they're provoking us. They're trolling us.
I watched the clip and I'm only more confused. I still don't understand what happened. Let's grab.
Me either. I just want an egg roll.
Yes. We all agree that Nick DiPaolo.
Nice.
That's some racist.
Oh, which I don't think Nick was here for when we were doing research and we stumbled across. Have you ever seen Chinese Hitler?
Chinese Hitler.
Oh yeah,
I don't think.
Yeah,
so.
look at this.
Is it Hitler?
Noodles. Chinese Hitler. Let's do without mustache first, because this came up at some point. And
holy shit!
Now you can do it with the mustache. Do we have the
mustachioed?
Holy shit!
I mean, it would have made Hitler a whole lot less intimidating. No, can't have Jew. No more Jew. No more Jew in Germany. Tell them going to take shower. Put them in van. It looks like Chinese Hitler.
It does.
I have a picture of me as Hitler.
They don't tip, we kill you.
What was that?
I was shaving my.
They don't tip, we kill you.
Yes. By the way, every Uber driver that I saw, Chinese.
What?
What, in New York?
Really? They all the cab drivers are Middle Eastern.
That's how
the cab drivers were. So I took a cab as well, and that was true.
Can I just
every
say
single
you're right?
Uber driver though that I saw was Asian.
Well, yeah, the Chinese, that's their way of learning the lay of the land.
Oh,
I didn't mind. Like the guy did a fine job, drove me through Harlem at 11 o'clock at night, which was
big
fun.
deal.
Because you're a tall
job.
Aryan guy. If you're a woman, you have to choose between being subjugated by a cabbie or drown in a bathtub by an Uber.
You get out here or give me $100. Like,
yeah.
Well, I just want to ride.
You said it's scary out there. He said, ain't much better in here, kid.
I'm scared of Harlem.
You want me to read you a bedtime story?
Yeah, Barry Brack.
Yeah.
Very Brack. I know go there.
Yeah.
I take her there.
Drove right through there, and I'm like, oh.
No. Go there, get raped. Get raped, get mugged. Too many blacks.
They were interviewing on NBC Nightly News like in the 70s.
Yeah.
It was a robbery at a bodega, whatever. Somebody get killed. And it was like the Tom Brokaw, the 6 o'clock, and they interviewed this Chinese lady at the bodega. She goes, black people, they steal too much. Right on NBC. They steal too much.
Cut away.
Boy, things haven't changed.
What was the name of the guy? I just forgot his name. The guy who shot the people in the subway.
Bernard Goetz?
Yeah, Bernard Goetz.
Yes, I love him.
Yeah, that was like they didn't want as the Chinese in the city call him. It was like, oh, white hero.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, white hero. You know that Regent.
He was a hero to a lot of people.
Yeah, he was. He never, by the way, acted violently again.
Yeah,
that's right.
That's the guy he had had enough. He'd already been put in the ICU, and then these guys came up to him.
I was living in New York, and believe me, people were loving him.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he was a bit of a sadist when he popped that extra shot in the kneecap when the guy was on the ground. That's what, was the gray area.
Jesus, that's why I liked him.
Well, so did most of New York. Yeah.
And then he was always feeding, after that, he was feeding the squirrels. He always got crazy.
Yeah.
A family of squirrels.
There are a lot of people who just snap, and it happens all the time.
I don't even call it snapping. I call it, it's called self-defense.
Yeah, at that point, it's called.
They made him out to be a nut because that's New York.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of people still I can't remember. There was a follow-up documentary on him. Let's grab another chat.
All right, next chat from Army of Saps. Question for crew. Do you feel there's a left agenda for the investigation into Mayor Eric Adams? With AOC calling one of her own to step aside, it always seems the Dems only turn on their own when they have someone more radical in mind to replace them.
I wouldn't say more radical in mind to replace them. I would say when they have someone who's a more player to replace them. That's why the left is able to stick together quite a bit. They're pretty good at pruning. And since they don't really value critical thinking, they value groupthink. You better groupthink with them. Yeah. And so they stick together because people kind of know. I mean, this is the party of the Clintons where you could be offed for speaking out, right? So people know to stay in line, and you're allowed to, okay, this is a gray area where you can maybe have a slight difference of opinion, but they make it pretty clear that if you are not following, how else do you have a party where not one person nationally will put any limitation on abortion up until and including 9 months? What, is something happening?
Is that our guy? I thought that was our guy.
What guy?
The DOJ story guy. He wasn't talking, but he was in the room.
Oh, well.
What was, I can't remember his name now.
Biazzi?
Yeah, Biazzi.
Yeah, I think that was him. See if you can get a still of that, guys. He was, as they were walking out, he was like going to stand in front of the press a little bit.
No,
looked like our guy.
No, instead right now it's gay Carlos Mencia.
Oh.
Let's grab the next.
Still gay.
You're
Still
right, though,
lonely.
because Hochul came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Talk about team players, right?
Yeah.
Nobody ever heard of her.
No one knew about Hochul.
Still to this day, nobody voted her.
And she was installed because Cuomo stepped down.
That's right.
Yeah.
And honestly, as much as I don't like the Cuomos, like if there was something really bad, you would have heard more than what you heard.
Yeah. Just because he had barbells.
Barbells in his nipples.
There were clamps.
It was like when
that was the young guy, wasn't it?
No, that was the
the old man. That's right. But he grabbed a big. He grabbed it.
Well, like when they went after James O'Keefe, remember the hit piece said like, the later one was that he was sexting consensually his girlfriend, and it'd be like, yeah, but it was on his Twitter direct messages, and so other people could read it. That's sexual harassment. So just shut up. And then the other one was they tried to say like, oh, it was a hostile work environment because he took someone's sandwich from the office fridge. I'm like,
how many times I've done that?
Yeah. It's like if there was something bad, if Clarence Thomas did something horrible, you wouldn't be spending 2 days on him making a joke about a pube on a Diet Coke can. All right?
When I worked in an office and we had a fridge, I would always huck a lungie in my sandwich when I put it in the fridge.
Yep, that's what you do. You take, because it's okay if it's your own, and then somebody
else grabs you, sit there and go enjoy it. I made that.
You lose one hoagie out of the deal. It's kind of like animals.
One hoagie.
Well, yeah, because then they learn their lesson. It's like those. But the problem is, I never understood animals that are poisonous but not venomous. Like, oh, they've developed this as a natural defense, so it upsets the predator's stomach. It's like, yeah, but at that point they're already dead.
Yeah, it's true.
So it's not a good evolutionary defense mechanism.
Yeah.
So I guess it helps the next frog.
Yes.
And the predator might have Rolaids on him.
This is just another ploy from Big Tums. Next chat.
Research just sent in that this guy would be the replacement if Adam stepped down.
But the fucking keyboard player for
public advocate Jermaine Williams.
Didn't he punch his girlfriend in an elevator?
Wow, that was
my boy.
Ray Rice.
Ray Rice.
Right.
Look, she got a little malty.
Yeah, well, it's something with P. Diddy where they bring out old footage from a hotel.
He dragged her onto the elevator. He was going to take her to the room.
He's a gentleman.
It's not his worst video footage. Is like, hey, your career's done.
No, you know what would have been worse? Sammy Davis Jr.'s wedding night. Did you know that? He got and on his wedding night.
What
he couldn't. Oh yeah, it was on his wedding night. Yeah, exactly. On the way to the hotel room, he had to pull. He was choking her in the hallway.
The white
on the way to the
white
honeymoon.
woman?
Yeah, on the way to the honeymoon suite. Like, bitch, I'll kill you.
Are you serious?
Yes.
You guys
Never
didn't make
heard
it
that.
long.
That's true. I don't know if it was the white one or the other one, but he just lost his mind.
Probably the white one.
Probably. And you know how he lost his eye, right?
Absolutely. Same way I did, jerking off.
Jared, this guy did punch
He
you.
punched it. He was arrested over a fight with his girlfriend.
Oh
Whoops.
my God! What are the
No,
odds?
I thought it was the night of the.
Pull it up. I
thought it was
right.
1 sec.
Oh wait, you're talking about the replacement?
Yeah.
The replacement hit his wife. Or his girlfriend.
What does that
arrested
say?
for
What
getting
does
I
into a
was
fight.
joking.
What does
No,
that
wait,
say?
Wait. Hold on. He
Fame
punched
him.
his girlfriend. So no, he didn't now.
What?
No, okay.
What? Mr.
Verbal
09 bust.
altercation. Sorry. They said he did. I'm not sure how you get that one wrong.
Yeah.
But they said he did, and now they walked it back. There was a verbal altercation.
Is his name Jamani?
I'm going to admonish research.
Thank you.
Yes.
Is that
All right, now pull up the
Jamani
picture.
Williams,
So
is that his name?
see our boy right there?
Ah,
Side
Beyonce.
angle of him. Hey,
Yeah. He has a head like a fetus.
Who's your boy?
I think that's him. It's got to be him.
It's a weird shaped head. It's a weird shaped head.
Pretty sure that's our guy.
Let's grab another chat.
All right, next chat from Joe Biden as a pedo. Agreed.
Hey.
Question: if you could ask Kamala one question that she had to answer, what would it be?
Body count.
Mayoral or overall?
Any body count.
Mayoral, oral, whatever.
Either way, it's going to be a bad day. What would you ask?
High number.
One question.
Doesn't matter. She ain't going to answer it.
Hold on. The only answer I can think of now is the clerk's thing. You blew 72 guys?
That's a 70,
Or whatever it was,
37.
yeah, 37.
Try not to blow any guys on the way to the parking lot.
That would be my. What would be your question, Nick?
No, paper, plastic. Meaning straws.
Can I get extra fries?
Yeah. Like, yes. Yeah. Can I work them fries? Never.
Say, you rather we cut your throat or shoot you in the chest?
Oh, come on now. Figuratively.
Not her. No, I'm not talking about her.
No. You're talking about people
Guy
that
that was
ask a
bugging me
question.
at the hotel.
Yeah, body count. And no matter what the answer is, we would be surprised. Final chat.
All right. Final chat from Sarah Beth Ards. Question for everyone. Why is the left so sold on tax credits, but so adamantly opposed to just lowering taxes in general?
I never understood the difference. I got to be honest with you, and I didn't give a fuck to find out.
Basically, what there's is like, oh, it's a tax credit. Write-off. So you reduce your income by that much. Like, let's say.
Why don't they call it a write-off then? Quit confusing me.
Well, because it's technically not a write-off because it's not an individual expense. It's coming from the government, I think is what they call it a credit, where it's like you make $100,000, like we'll give you a $5,000 in tax credit for your child. So you're paying off of $95,000. I think that's how it works, but she hasn't been super clear about her plans. That's a very good point. You know, because what you're also not taking into account is the cost of having this top marginal tax rate and then having to go through the process and the different kind of paperwork to reduce the taxes, right? It's something that almost seems less efficient than just not taking money from people against their will anyway. But what you are failing to take into account, and it's okay, this is more nuanced than you may understand, because that's the phrase of the day. You hear that a lot from the left. If you think that something is right or wrong, no, it's actually nuanced. What you are failing to take into account is that it's required in order to employ the...
So it's a beautiful, beautiful day. Let's check in on our friends in Florida because there is some serious weather out there that is happening, and it's a big one. So I came across this headline today, and you know, it's interesting because in Arizona, we don't hear really about any of this stuff. It's just kind of like, it's going to be hot all the time. But we wake up this morning, you see 831 just fresh out of the oven. They say this puppy could be a once-in-a-generation storm. I'm sure many of you in Florida and in the area know better than we do here. So, of course, we are sending our love, our prayers. Hopefully it's not a once-in-a-generation storm and you're all fine. But I do hope that you're okay. Heavy rain flooding precedes Helene through Georgia and the Carolinas. So not as been paying much attention to it, but it's a big one. Leon County residents say that we're all scared. A bunch of people are fleeing. 39 to 46 mile per hour winds, stronger winds, like 50 miles per hour. You can see like it's like the East Coast. Look at that. Is anybody bracing for impact in here? Hopefully everybody's all right. So Florida man is now in the path of Helene. He's like, I just moved here, this guy. Gah! Storm surge is already affecting the Florida coast, and so you can see it's going to be a big one. So we'll keep our eyes on it. Lisa says, I'm in WNC. My brother lives north of Tampa. Jacksonville, Florida's in the house. What's up, Anon? Yeah. And tickets were canceled. Oh man, Tucker Carlson was canceled this evening. So yeah, that's a bummer. All right, so we'll keep our eye on it. Now we've got some other big news out there on the day, and so we can jump into this one. But I actually pulled this indictment up, and it is a big one. Check this one out. Where is the PDF that I was able to find? Oh, here it is. New York Mayor just unsealed, fresh out of the oven. You see Southern District of New York. We spend a lot of time here. We spent time here with Trump. We spent time here with Ghislaine Maxwell. Diddy's in this jurisdiction. Now Mayor Adams is hit as well. And oh, how the timing is just perfect. And so let's go through this indictment. You'll see it's 57 pages, but there's a lot of photography in here. We got some nice images of some of the benefits that he was getting. The Bentley suite bedroom, man, it's good to be mayor. And we know all these guys live like this, like they all are corrupt. And so our question always is, why now? What is the point of this? As corrupt as I suspect Mayor Eric Adams is, I don't think he's unique to the political class in any way, shape, or form. And we have a lot of disdain for the prosecutors out of the Southern District of New York, who seemingly are very selective in their prosecution. They just go after certain people like Ghislaine Maxwell, leave everybody else forgotten about. Same pattern's going to happen with Diddy, no doubt about it. And so as corrupt as everybody is, no question, the DOJ is massively corrupt. And so we always look at these indictments with a scrutinous eye. And so let's go through the indictment, see what's inside. But it tells us that Eric Adams, all the way back in 2014, so 10 years ago, when he was at that time, he became the Brooklyn Borough president. And then for a decade, again, it's the same pattern. And these are all so old. It's the same thing with Diddy. Why are they charging Diddy with a RICO conspiracy that so they can go all the way back to like 2008 or whenever that upper end, that early end of the boundary was in that case? Adams sought and accepted improper valuable benefits, luxury international travel, wealthy foreign business people, including one Turkish government official seeking to gain influence over him. By 18, so 4 years later, Adams, who had by then been making plans to run for the mayor, not only accepted, but sought illegal campaign contributions as well for his campaign, as well as other things of values. As Adams' prominence grew, his foreign national benefactors sought to cash in on their corrupt relationship with them, particularly when, in 2021, it became clear that Adams would become the New York City mayor. Adams agreed, providing favorable treatment in exchange for the illicit benefits that he got. Now, after his inauguration as mayor of New York, he soon began preparing for his next election, also planned to solicit more illegal money and granting requests from those who supported his mayoral campaign with such donations. Then he sought campaign contributions in the form of nominee or straw contributions, meaning the true contributors conveyed their money through nominal donors who falsely certified they were contributing their own money, right? So it'd be like, I gave money to 50 people and then they all donated to Mayor Adams. I was really donating through third parties. By smuggling their contributions to Adams through US-based straw donors, Adams overseas contributors served to prevent foreign influence in US elections. Now, this is happening everywhere, just to be clear. And we've talked about that here. There are some amazing people who've done research on this. They go through, even the Republicans are doing this, by the way. The Republicans, as well as the Democrats, get like hundreds or thousands of donations, $8, $12, $15, $6, $4, $7, over and over and over and over again, all month long, and it adds up to like thousands of dollars. Where's this money coming from? Wealthy individuals evaded laws designed to limit their power over elected officials, which happens every day, and businesses circumvented the New York City ban on corporate contributions by funneling their donations through multiple employees, frustrating a law that's trying to prevent that. Adams increased his funding by accepting these concealed illegal donations at the cost of giving his secret patrons undue influence over them. Then he compounded his gains from the straw contributions by using them to defraud New York City and to steal public funds. You mean like Fannie Willis? New York City has a matching funds program that matches small dollar contributions. And so he would say, oh, I got, a bunch of money from these people, and then I match it. So I got this big bucket of money from these Turkish people. Please match it. So then he also sought other improper benefits. In particular, a senior official at the Turkish diplomatic establishment who facilitated many straw donations to Adams also arranged for Adams and his companions to receive free or discounted travel on Turkey's national airline, the Turkish airline, which is owned by the government over there. He flew to France, to China, to Sri Lanka, to India, to Hungary, and to Turkey. Fanny was going on cruises to Belize and Napa Valley and other locations. And the Turkish official and the Turkish nationals, I don't think you can take a cruise to Napa Valley. He got free rooms at opulent hotels, free meals, and free luxurious entertainment while in Turkey. Now, while working at his direction, others working for Eric repeatedly took me. Didn't disclose any of this, just like Fanny. And sometimes he agreed to pay a nominal fee, create the appearance of having paid for travel that was in fact heavily discounted. He should have just gotten a lover and had her pay for it.
Yep.
Other times, Adams created and instructed others to create fake paper trails, falsely suggesting that he'd paid or planned to pay for the travel. Just send me an invoice, right? And just mark that I paid it, but he didn't. Including in one instance, assuring a co-conspirator in writing that he always deleted her messages. Don't worry, sweetie. I always delete your messages. Now, in September of 2021, right after Joe Biden took office, the Turkish official told Eric Adams, the mayor, that it was his turn to repay me. Hey, I've been paying you for a long time. Now it's your turn, buddy. By pressuring the New York City Fire Department to facilitate the opening of a new Turkish consular building, which is a 36-story skyscraper without a fire inspection, in time for the president of Turkey to come and visit. We got to get this building open. We can't. You got to have your fire inspection. We got to get it open. The president's coming. Well, just open it. And so the mayor, he put some pressure on it. At the time, the building would have failed the inspection. And so he just filled it, this little chimney, puts a bunch of people in there. In exchange for free travel and other bribes, Adams did as instructed. Because of his pressure on the FDNY, the official responsible for the assessment of the fire safety was told he would lose his job if he failed to acquiesce. And after Adams intervened, the skyscraper opened as requested by the Turkish people.
They gave me 6 free sodas.
Oh, wow. And you can see he ripped off New York. So he would get large contributions from influential donors and then go and ask for matching funds. They'd collect a bunch of contributions. They'd opt into the matching funds program. They'd have to say, you can't give us false information. You can't get a bunch of money that's ineligible for matching funds. Like you can't go take out a loan and then we give you a bunch of money on that. $8 in matching funds for each $1 of eligible contributions. And so this dude would provide up to $12.9 million and $14 million in matching funds for the mayor. Certain kinds of contributions are not matched. Candidates opt into that. They sign a verification, blah, blah, blah. Eric Adams was also aware the law that prohibited foreign contributions. He submitted the certification. He signed the form. He won this in July. And while serving as mayor, he opted it again. So he signed a bunch of stuff as well. So he knew he shouldn't have been doing this. Now, within a year of becoming the Brooklyn borough president, he then began building relationships with foreigners. In 2015, he took 2 official trips to Turkey. His first trip was paid for by the consulate, was arranged by entrepreneurs. This guy's called the promoter here. And he met with politicians, celebrities, and other things. He reported his travel and filed some forms. In 2015, he did the same thing. Other people came with him. The promoter from Turkey helped to arrange some of these contributions. Businessman 1 was also there, traveled back and forth. A volunteer who often served as Adams' liaison became a paid member of his staff and also coordinated illegal campaign contributions. So it sounds like a volunteer, Adams staffer, we don't know if that's a Turkish staffer or what, but is now on the team. A wealthy Turkish businesswoman who later gave Adams multiple free or deeply discounted stays in a luxury hotel she owned also donated some money. So then in 2016, he begins to accept a bunch of heavily discounted stuff. In October, him and his domestic partner, they went to India. Adams's partner, oh, he did get a lover. Oh, so it was Adams's Fanny. Purchased economy class tickets on a Turkish airline for $2,200. Now, 2 days before their flight was scheduled, Adams got upgrades for himself and his partner to business class at no cost because, you're the mayor. Business class is the highest class. Had Adams and his partner actually purchased those at face value, 15 grand. Woo. In July, so he saved about $13,000 from that, right? 2,200 about. So in July and August, Adams, a close relative of Adams, the Adams relative, also traveled to France, Istanbul, Turkey, Colombo, Sri Lanka, Beijing, and China. $35,000 in business class tickets. They also traveled to Beijing through Istanbul and more places. Free benefits, tens of thousands of dollars. For example, they even knew that this was inconvenient. They said when they were traveling from July to August, Adams's partner was surprised to learn that Adams was in Turkey when she had understood him to be flying from New York to France. He said, well, transferring here, the first stop is always Istanbul. And so it was kind of difficult. I had to hop on this flight and then get off here and then go over here because they didn't have a direct flight. So he was kind of taking a detour for the free flights is what it sounds like. Now, Eric Adams also accepted valuable travel and hospitality as well. For example, in Istanbul, heavily discounted stay at the St. Regis. They got the Bentley suite, baby. Look at this. Whoo! Man, that's nice. Look at that. Yeah, that's nice. And I'm sure this opens up to a nice, beautiful view. Nice. The Bentley suite bedroom. Wow, look at that bathroom, Mayor, Mr. Mayor. Wow. You could have Diddy over for a major freak-off in there. Now, says, although booking the Bentley night suite would have cost $7,000, not for Mayor Adams, baby, only $600 for him. So in order to conceal all the value of this, he didn't disclose any of these trips, didn't tell anybody about it, which neither did Fanny, so who cares? By law, certain New York City elected officials and candidates for elected office, like, in other words, why is the DOJ not prosecuting her or even investigating her after she lied in court? Because I don't know. Who knows? Maybe because she's prosecuting Trump for something, and this guy's not. But the purpose of the annual disclosure is to provide transparency. Now, on his other forms, he was asked, did you receive any gifts or any other affiliated donors? No. He answered no. Fanny got a bunch. The valuable travel benefits that he got, free business upgrades, traveling all over the place. Eric Adams also sought to conceal all of this. He created a fake paper trail, suggested that he paid for the flights, but he didn't. Also, this scheduler, Adams' scheduler, managed his appointments, collected rent for properties. In a series of emails, he directed the scheduler to pay for the free flights, but the emails contain inconsistent explanations. He's like, oh, we already paid for it. We paid with cash or we paid with credit cards or something. Adams sent his scheduler an email saying, I left you money for the international airline in an envelope in your top desk. Please send it to them. So he suggested that he left $10,000 in cash for the scheduler to send. So he's creating a fake email. Hey, I sent you some cash to pay for this trip. The dude's sitting there like, what? You want me to send 10 grand in cash? Like what, via mail? He did not do that. Adams did not pay the airline in cash or otherwise because the tickets were free. Hello. So this poor scheduler is like, what the hell are you talking about, dude? What? Now, in return for travel benefits, the Turkish official provided or arranged and granted a political request. He maintained a relationship with this Turkish official. In 2016, the Turkish official told Adams that the community center was affiliated with a political movement that was hostile to Turkey. And if Adams wished to continue to receive support from the Turkish government, Adams could no longer associate with the community center. So stop hanging out with that Turkey community center. Adams is like, all right, I'm out. See you later. By 2018, Eric Adams, the defendant, began raising funds for 2021. He texted a close supporter. He said, "You win the race by raising money. Got to raise money. Everything else is fluff." He says, "I have a $7 million race. I have a clear plan to raise it. Each night we're executing this plan." Then he got a bunch of straw donos from the Turkish official and the promoters. So now we see a target here. He's got to make $7 million. Let's see if he gets it. As part of these efforts, Adams solicited money from the Turkish. Beginning in early April 2018, he asked the airline to organize a fundraiser. The Turkish official exchanged Adams, says, "How much can companies donate?" He said, "Well, only individuals can donate here." So then they attended a fundraiser. Following the event, an Adams staffer asked for a list of the participants at the meeting. The Turkish official messaged the staffer, "Who was there?" And then $15,000 was raised the following day. There was also a promotional flyer. The associate donated $3,000, which is, small amounts. Eric Adam, the mayor, also sought to arrange for his campaign to get money from Turkish nationals, which would be routed through U.S.-based straw donors. The promoter said, fundraising in Turkey is not illegal, but I think I can raise money for your campaign off the record. So this Turkish promoter is saying this to Adams. Adams staffer, he says, if you raise a bunch of money, question, how will Adams declare that money here? If you raise it in Turkey, how will he declare it? Promoter says, he won't declare it. Or we'll make the donation through an American citizen in the U.S., through a Turk. I'll give cash to him in Turkey, or I'll send it to an American. He'll make the donation to you. Adams and his staffer said, I think he wouldn't get involved in such games, right? They might cause a big stink later. But I'll ask anyways. The Adams staffer then asked, how much do you think would come? He's like, no, we won't play those games. But how much would it be? I'm just curious. But we would never do that. How much would it come to? He says, I don't know, max 100K. He wrote 100K. Do you have a chance to transfer that here? We can't do that while Eric is in Turkey. He's like, 100K? That's pretty good. To which the promoter replied, let's think. Eric's in Turkey. The mayor's in Turkey. We can't do that now. What do we do? After this conversation, the staffer asked Adams whether the staffer could pursue the unlawful foreign contributions offered by the promoter, and contrary to the staffer's expectations, Adams directed the staffer to pursue the illegal scheme. Mayor says, $100,000. That sounds great. In November 2018, businessman won the wealthy Turkish national who owned the Turkish university and whom Adam met in New York City. They met again. At the close of the meeting, businessman offered to contribute funds to the campaign. Although Adams knew that businessman one was a Turkish national who could not lawfully contribute, Adams said, let's do it. Said staffer, get his money, figure it out. Following up on the directive, Adams wrote to the staffer. He said, look, this business guy's ready to help. I don't want his willing to help to be wasted, so figure it out. The Adams staffer maintained contact with the businessman, and then Adams accepted straw donations of the money, as they'll detail. In 2018, they also continued to solicit free and heavily discounted luxury travel to Hungary. They purchased 2 economy tickets. Then they got upgraded to business class again, $14,000 there. All of it concealed. Then in 2019, they traveled to Turkey. He made his travel arrangements through the promoter, but they got a full upgrade only for Adams's partner. Had Adams' partner purchase her business class ticket, it would have cost at least $7,000. So they made the mayor sit in coach. They did not upgrade Adams's economy ticket. Oh man, he had to sit in the back of the bus. In an effort to monopolize flight travel as a method of gaining influence, the airline manager observed that difficulty arose in upgrading Adams because the arrangements had been made through others. When exchanging messages about another trip, the staffer requested an upgrade for Adams this time. He says he learned his lesson last time. Okay, he's sick of sitting back there with the peasants. And so we're writing directly to you this time. After 2019, Adams exclusively arranged flights now. So he's never sitting in economy ever again, allowing the airline manager to increase their influence over Adams. Okay, so they're like, put him in the back, right? This guy's giving us an attitude. Okay, so put his girlfriend up in the front. Put him in the back. See how he likes that, right? During the 2019 trip, Eric Adams, the mayor, got more benefits. Specifically, Adams solicited free hotels, dinners, boat trips, other things. These guys are so dumb, including a free 2-night stay in the Cosmopolitan Hotel. It's like, you think this is for free, man? Look at this. Nice room, the Cosmopolitan. That would have been $3,000 had he stayed there. He's racking up a bill. The defendant did not report any of these free travels. Also solicited unlawful campaign contributions. And this businessman was under suspicion of wrongdoing. And so the Turkish official said, don't meet with this dude, guys. This guy's bad news. But Adams said, nah, he's got money. Let's meet with him. During the meeting, Adams, the promoter, they solicited campaign contributions. He couldn't contribute, obviously, but he did. He donated $50,000. He thought that Adams might one day be president of the United States. Not anymore. In subsequent messages, they discussed how to funnel these donos. Then he declined to meet him later. And businessman 3 ultimately did not contribute to the campaign. So he said that he could contribute $50,000, but he never ultimately did. Businessman 3 was not the only wealthy Turkish man. There were more gifts, airline managers, and so on. Then he got these straw donations. They came through a New York City construction company. You're kidding. Could it be any more cliche than that? Solicited and received straw donations from a businessman who operated a construction company in New York area, New York businessman number 4. Although he was not part of the Turkish community, his contributions were sought and made for similar reasons as many Turkish nationals. He was a prominent member of different ethnic community of New York, and they thought that these donos would increase his value. So then they donated $10,000. The Adams employee told businessman 4 that donating $10,000 would do it. If you contribute $10,000, I'll get you a meeting with the mayor. But if you want more influence, it's gonna be more expensive than that later. So he says, fine, here's $10,000. Writes it from his company's bank account, even though he can't donate from a corporate account. Businessman 4 then offered to write a $10,000 check from his personal account, but he says you can't donate more than 2. So why don't you direct your employees to donate? So then he did. He's like, okay, so I'll go pay my employees some money and then they can donate. And Adams personally attended a fundraiser. Then they got matching funds from the city. So then the taxpayers also cobbled up a matching, I think, what would that be? $80,000, $8 for every $1 raise. So $80,000. After Adams was elected mayor, businessman 4 then sought to get benefits from him. He sought assistance with arranging events celebrating the national heritage, right? Hey, can you come show up at our event and just come say hi? Businessman 4 also got assistance with the Department of Buildings, right? He's got problems with his building. I'm having a hard time with DOB. Can you help me? Adam says, let me look into this. And they expedite the process. See how it works, the standard grift. Then another construction company came into the picture. May 2021, here is an exchange. He sought and accepted donos from another businessman, businessman 5. In January 5th, 2021, the Turkish official messaged an Adams staffer at the mayor's office, says, can I have a meeting with mayor? And here's how that exchange went. I'd like to meet with the mayor. He says, well, what will the topic be? Turkish official says the election. That's what. Woo, got an attitude. Woo, because they own this dude now. They know it. Okay, says the staffer. Okay, bad attitude. Turkish official says November 2nd, 2021 is what we're talking about. Okay, the date of the 2021 mayoral election. Adam says, his staffer, yeah, his favorite topic. The Turkish community support to him is what we're talking. What can we do? Let's talk. Okay, says the staffer. Then the Turkish official, the airline manager, the staffer, and the lead fundraiser, they met at a restaurant for dinner after this. At the dinner, the official committed to support the campaign. He then organized a larger dinner to plan specific donos to 2021. The businessman, the official Adams, fundraiser, they all attended another dinner, and they got matching funds as well. Now, after the dinner, they planned a fundraiser. They said it may feel like we're swimming against the current, but this is how things work in this country. And the day before the fundraiser, they sent at least one check. It says, as of now, the checks that reached us are $17,000. So then they held a fundraiser, and this businessman 5 got $1,250 per employee to 10 of its employees. We'll buy a table and we'll all do this in your names. Just fill out these forms and whatever. Come to this dinner with us. Following this fundraiser, the Turkish officials sent businessman 5 a message. How much is the total? He says, I think I got to 22. The girls, Adam's assistants, were very happy. We'll continue supporting you. And then more money comes in. All right, another one from another Turkish national. Adam says, I'm not doing an in-person fundraiser unless we raise 25K. Okay, so make that happen. They said, well, how much would be donated? The promoter said, well, if you come here, it's going to be between 35 and 50. And the staffer says, I thought you said 200K, dude. What? 35 and 50. I thought it was 200K. When the promoter explained the requisite number of straw donors could not be gathered, the staffer offered to help. He says, well, I can help you with that. I can get more people in here. The staffer says, well, from what I gathered, you'll distribute the money, right? He says, yeah. How much money? $45,000. Same thing happened. The promoter assured Adams that those employees would be U.S. citizens. And then another university president said another 20,000 is coming in. This guy's only going to donate 10,000. You can see there's a lot of money. This guy contributions here on November 2nd. Adams won the election. Then businessman won, and the promoter exchanged the following messages. Promoter says, good morning. The president is our brother from now on, sir. Promoter to businessman 1. Good morning. Promoter says, may it be auspicious for all of us. We messaged each other. Auspicious? Suspicious, maybe? Typo? Autocorrect? Are the elections over? It was yesterday, sir. Everyone messaged me that he was elected. Congratulations messages. He is most likely going to assign me as representative, sir. I'm going to go and talk to our elders in Ankara about how we can turn this into an advantage for our country's lobby. Businessman says that would be nice, right? So this guy's like, I got him in. He's in. He won. Holy crap. He's ours. The promoter also celebrated his prospects with additional people, including Adams himself. He says Adams going to be the president at one day, and that now he's personally paying attention to us. Now, all told, the 2021 campaign from Adams reaped over $10 million in matching funds based on false certifications when he knowingly raised illegal money. Sick. Now, in 2021, Eric Adams also intervened with the FDNY to permit the Turkish consulate, as we saw. He got luxury travel, didn't actually pay. In 2021 June, Adams, through his staffer, requested that they book a flight for him. In order to conceal the favorable treatment, the staffer requested that the manager charge Adams what would be appearing to be the real price. So give me a fake invoice. Message deleted. Thursday, 12. Adams staffer says to the airline manager, all right, he's flying to Istanbul. How much does he owe? And please let them call me and I will make the payment for his flights. Airline says it's very expensive because this is last minute, but I'm working on a discount. Okay, thank you. Airline says, I'm going to charge $50 for him. Okay. Staffer says no. Airline says, what? I worked hard for that $50. That would work, wouldn't it? No, dear. $50? What? Says the staffer. Quote a proper price. Okay. She says, well, how much should I charge? What do you want it to be? Okay. What can I make this look like? Staffer says, his every step is being watched right now. Okay. Do a theft. The media's attention is on Eric. So why is he flying to Istanbul then? Adams paid $1,100 for each round trip economy tickets on the air, Turkish airline, but they were immediately upgraded to business class at no cost. Had he purchased those tickets, 15 grand is what it would have cost. The staffer also coordinated luxury lodging, secretly provided it at no cost to him. Now, he's also asking where else they can go in Turkey. Do you have a recommendation on where they can go to stay? Airline says, how about Four Seasons? He says, oh, no, that's too expensive for them. Airline says, well, why does he care? He's not going to pay, and his name will not be on anything either. Adam Staffer says, oh, super. Oh, that's great. Sounds good. I guess I'll be staying at the Four Seasons then. So the Turkish official also arranged an itinerary for Adams and his lover. So they're going to stay at the Four Seasons. They're going to go on a yacht tour. There's going to be a 3-day stay at a luxury beach resort with a car and driver, domestic flights between Istanbul and the resort. The staffer forwarded the details to Adams. He's like, man, look at this. You and your honey bunch are going to be so happy. To assist Adams in concealing the nature and extent of the travel benefits he was soliciting, the whole price was $720, even though it would have been $8,500. Adams approved it and paid it, the lower amount. On June 26th, the same day the trip was supposed to start, the Adams staffer told them Adams has to cancel his trip. The airline refunded the money for the economy class tickets, the only payment that he'd made the entire time. Now, why'd he cancel? Around the time of the cancellation, he solicited various travel benefits as well. Free hotel, VIP room, and more. Now, on June 27th, they didn't really say why he canceled. Adams informed that there was going to be a fundraiser in Istanbul. He needed transportation. Turkish official told Adams, Eric, no problem. It was set through the hospitality services. I hope she enjoyed her stay. Adams said it was amazing. Thanks for all the attention. Then they gave Adams a fake bill for the hotel stay to create the appearance that the fundraiser had paid for the hotel stay when they knew that they didn't. Now, then on the day of the fundraiser, Adams was scheduled to depart. He created a message thread between himself, right? He sent himself, the fundraiser, the airline manager, a text thread. Adams wrote, hey guys, this is the airline manager connecting everybody. He will try to help with the issue on the floor. You can see about the hotel and the business class lounge. The airline manager then arranged for Adams, who was flying otherwise in economy, to have access to the business lounge, but also the exclusive private suite inside the lounge that has a bed and free food. So those secret business lounges have secret business lounges even inside? Amazing. The airline manager explained, this is our suite for VIPs. We want you to feel yourself VIP. He says, thanks a million, my brother. Anytime, brother, they said. Then Eric Adams declared victory in the mayoral primary, and the airline said, congratulations, brother. Adams said, cannot thank you enough. He had authority to do a bunch of stuff when he was in charge. In 2007, construction began on a 36-story building called the Turkish House. Oh, there it is. Looks like a nice building, the Turkish House. The consulate planned to open the house September 20th, 2021, and then they couldn't because the Department of Buildings was saying the FDNY, you haven't passed your fire inspections yet. So the Turkish people called him. Adams got it done. On September 9th, after a contractor working for Turkish consulate sent the FDNY a letter, they responded with the email. They said, Chief, look, after reviewing the letter, I don't see any way we would be willing to accept it, okay? They have some major issues in this building, like central station, fan shutdowns. It would be an automatic violation if we approved this building. Aside from that, he gave us a list of over 60 defects, and some of them list 5 to 10 problems in each one. FAO would not go beyond 20 defects without issuing a violation order. In my opinion, this document does not take any liability that we would be comfortable with. I believe it actually tells us this building is not safe to occupy. Let me know. So then Adams doesn't care. He says, well, they really need someone by today. There's a difference in opinion between the inspector. They're trying to iron it out. Then Adams messaged the FDNY commissioner. They said that the higher-ups at FDNY did not give the inspector authorization to come. And he said, I'm on the phone. I'm trying to resolve this. Now, as this continues, at 2:17, FDNY writes to Adams. He says, okay, I'm changing this. Letter's being drafted right now. Everything should be good to go Monday morning. 4 minutes later, Adams says that to the Turkish official. Okay, Turkish official nailed it. You are great, Eric. We're so happy to hear that. You're a true friend of Turkey. The building will be opened. The fire prevention chief wrote the letter. He described as unprecedented to have informed the Department of Building the FDNY did not object to issuing the temporary, the TCO. And let's see. Maybe a temporary order to occupy the building. But yes, even more a true friend of yours, my brother. You are such a friend. Conditional letter of no objection was sent. Now then Adams pressured them to permit a TCO to be issued. And Adams accepted $14,000 in order to do that. Then 4 days after that happened, Adams messaged the staffer saying, can you please secure tickets to Pakistan? Relayed the request to the airline manager, says he'll pay the economy class price, but can we upgrade later? They said, of course, we'll get you new tickets. We'll upgrade you. Then they were talking about meeting with the deputy minister of Turkey. Going to make a bunch of arrangements, flights, yachts, hotels. He arrived, got a total price of $1,400. Then they got upgrades. Departed again, got upgrades. Full price would have been 14 grand. But of course, he didn't pay. Got a luxury vehicle, BMW 7, got a full driver with him, high-end restaurants. He got a boat tour. They had drinks. They went back to the airport, business class, back to Ghana. They explained they did the boat tour a few times. They also said that if he went into Istanbul, he would have seen no attention at all. The Turkish official agreed it would be confidential. The team would not let anyone take pictures and they would be safe. After Adams completed the layover, the Turkish official and Adams staffer exchanged messages. Turkish official to the staffer, was Eric satisfied? Staff says, yeah, it was great. Thanks for everything. It's okay if he is happy. Is Eric happy then? He is very happy. He is sending you his thanks. He is happy. Okay, She says, it was great. Thank you for everything. But was he happy? They want to know. Yes, he was. During and shortly after the travel to Ghana and Istanbul, described in the preceding paragraphs, took additional action for those. Transition committee. Initially, there were no members of the Turkish community on the transition committee, but then that changed probably. Let's see. On December 8th, the staffer sent the airline manager a link to a list of his transition committee, asked the airline manager, have you looked at this list? The airline manager responded, says, it would suit me well to be lead or senior advisor. Huh? Whoa. 2 days later, the airline manager sent a message, says, lead, please. Otherwise, seat number 52 is empty on the way back, meaning that if the airline manager was not given a position on a transition committee, it would affect Adams' travel benefits from the Turkish airline. Wow. So put me on. Otherwise, seat 52 is empty on the way back. Your boss is not flying home. On December 17th, the Adams staffer sent Adams a list of members of the Turkish community to add to Adams' transition committee, and the airline manager was on the list. Amazing. Adams informed the Adams staffer that he had sent the list to the person responsible for organizing his transition committees. Adams sent the list to a staff member with the direction, add to the transition team. Oh, crap. Put him on. That dude knows where I've been flying everywhere. He knows everything about every location of crap for years. The airline manager was subsequently added to the Infrastructure, Climate, and Sustainability Committee Transition Committee. Isn't that incredible? On December 23rd, 2021, just 2 days before Christmas, a senior Turkish official sent the airline manager a series of text messages noting the airline manager's membership on the infrastructure team, sending applause emojis. You did it. The manager responded that his membership on the committee was in service of Turkey. Thank you, brother. We're doing our best to serve our country adequately. Your support gives us strength here. Thank you. You are always there for us. We're trying to be worthy. It sounds like foreign agents, right? Literally working for the future of Turkey. And they've infiltrated New York now. So Eric Adams, the defendant, continued to conceal his luxury travel. He's like, oh, man. In total, he got the following benefits as listed here. A lot of this. We got 12,000 here, free upgrades in 2016. Disclosed? No. 2017, 41,000. Round trip tickets, New York to France, Turkey, China. Heavily discounted stay in Bentley, 41 grand. No. China, free business class, 2 round trips from New York to China, 16 grand. Free upgrades, New York to Hungary in 18, 12 grand. 2019, Turkey, 9 grand. 21 grand. Ghana, and more. Now, after his inauguration, Adams's favors to those who provided him with legal benefits over those who fell short. He favors those over those who did not support him. So then he's inaugurated. Then he starts demanding more donos, right? Got to start thinking about the next election. Turkish officials messaged the staffer saying the Armenian Genocide Remembrance Day was approaching, repeatedly asked the Adams staffer for assurances. He's not going to make any statements about the Armenian genocide. Don't talk about it. The Adams staffer confirmed. Oh, he's not going to talk about it. He didn't. Then they want Turkish support. And he continued his agreement to assist in the regulation of the Turkish house in exchange for free travel on airlines. He got more upgrades in 2022. About business class upgrades. Then the Turkish house official met with the senior advisor about more building problems. And now he's doing the same thing in 2025. They again are soliciting donations to raise funds in 2025. They directed his staff to devise a plan for working with the promoter again. He's like, we did this last time. This is amazing. In the summer of 2023, the promoter informed the Adams staffer he could get more money if you could attend an event with these foreign donors. Again, straw donos. To conceal the purpose of the event, the promoter provided a PowerPoint presentation about international sustainability leaders. Isn't that fun? They're working on sustainability. What are they actually doing? Raising money. Prior to the scheduled fundraiser, they collected payments of $5,000 and then distributed that cash to straw donors who are now donating to 2025. So it's the same thing happening over and over again. Staffer, fundraiser, making the same conversations. Then they conceal their criminal conduct. Adams did not disclose any of this stuff. He directed the staffers to ensure that his activities were shielded from the public. The co-conspirators, who at this point have not been charged, continued their efforts to defeat the scrutiny of their criminal conduct after learning that FBI agents had arrived at a residence. The Adams fundraiser called Adams 5 times, even though the agents had not even given the fundraiser any indication of the purpose for their visit. Okay, feds show up at her house. She's like, I'm calling the mayor. They're here. Feds are here. He's like, why are you calling me? Don't call me. On the morning that they executed the search warrant, Adams had flown to D.C. for an official meeting.
You're right there.
When he got to D.C., he learned that her residence was searched. He canceled the meeting and flew back to New York. We remember that. Businessman 5 agreed to speak with FBI agents. He acknowledged. He says, yeah, I've spoken to the construction companies. Businessman lied to conceal the straw donations, falsely denying that he was involved in this. The Adams staffer also agreed to speak with the FBI, falsely denied criminal conduct of herself and others. At one point, during her voluntary interview, the Adams staffer excused herself to a bathroom and while there, deleted the encrypted messaging applications that she had used to communicate with Adams. Whoa! Wow, that's amazing. Destruction of evidence. And the promoter, the Turkish official, and the airline's manager and others. Like, oh yeah, no, I'm happy to work with you. I just have to use the restroom real fast. You can take my phone and check my message. Deletes everything. Everything. Now, on November 6th, FBI agents executed a search warrant for the electronic devices. Adams was carrying several electronics devices. When Adams produced his cell phone, it was locked. Adams claimed that after he learned about the investigation, he changed the password and increased the complexity from 4 digits to 6 digits. Adams had done this, he claimed, to prevent staff from inadvertently deleting the contents of his phone. And because he had forgotten the password he had just set, he couldn't give the FBI the password to unlock the phone. Oh, no. Don't you hate that, man? And what a weird coincidence. Adams just changed his passcode like 2 seconds before the FBI got it. And he can't remember what the code is, even though he's got a subpoena for it. Man, it's hard to remember 6 digits. Now, as the federal investigation in the criminal conduct continued, so did the efforts to frustrate the investigation. Many people contacted, denied doing it. Many lied to federal investigators. And businessman Thor met with Adams at City Hall earlier that day, left their phones in another room so that they could talk and it would be safe without anybody recording it. And so all that being said, here are the counts. Conspiracy to commit wire fraud, federal program bribery, and receiving campaign contributions by foreign nationals. And we saw all of the conduct there. The overt acts, free upgrades, accepted free business tickets, steeply discounted stays, more free business tickets, free upgrades for that trip, contributions from Businessman 1, Cosmos Suite, Istanbul, and on and on and on. We read through all of it, and so they're all incorporated into that count. Count 2, wire fraud, knowingly using electronic means to obtain money by means of false and fraudulent pretenses. Count 3, solicitation of a contribution by a foreign national. Pretty self-explanatory on that one. We read through the conduct. And count 4, which is solicitation of a contribution. So asking somebody to donate, knowing that they can't. Foreign nationals. Bribery. Eric Adams got $10,000 bribed to give benefits to the Turks. And forfeiture, that he needs to give up anything that was derived from these offenses, submitted by Damian Williams, U.S. Attorney, Southern District of New York, signed off on by the foreperson of the grand jury. And so, wow, big indictment, obvious questions as to why this is happening now. Mayor Adams, before this indictment dropped, released a full video statement, and he also just gave a press conference after the indictment was unsealed. But this is what he said as the announcement, as the news of the indictment was breaking.
My fellow New Yorkers, it is now my belief that the federal government intends to charge me with crimes. If so, these charges will be entirely false, based on lies. But they would not be surprising. I always knew that if I stood my ground for all of you, that I would be a target. And a target I became. For months, leaks and rumors have been aimed at me in an attempt to undermine my credibility and paint me as guilty. Just this past week, they searched the home of our new police commissioner, looking for documents from 20 years ago, just 1 week after he joined my administration. Enough. I will fight these injustices with every ounce of my strength and my spirit. If I'm charged, I know I am innocent. I will request an immediate trials so the New Yorkers can hear the truth. New Yorkers know my story. They know where I come from. I have been fighting injustice my entire life. That fight has continued as your mayor. Despite our pleas, when the federal government did nothing as its broken immigration policies overloaded our shelter system with no relief, I put the people of New York before party and politics. Now, if I am charged, many may say I should resign because I cannot manage the city while fighting the case. I can also understand how everyday New Yorkers will be concerned that I cannot do my job while I face accusation. But I have been facing these lies for months since I began to speak out for all of you and their investigation started. Yet the city has continued to improve. Make no mistake, you elected me to lead this city, and lead it I will. I humbly ask for your prayers and your patience as we see this through. God bless you. And God bless the city of New York.
All right, so that was before the indictment dropped, and now we have the indictment. Some people are saying that he needs to go. Even AOC was commenting on this, and she posted this, says, I do not see how Mayor Adams can continue governing New York City. The flood of resignations and vacancies are threatening government function. Nonstop investigations will make it impossible to recruit and retain a qualified administration. For the good of the city, he should resign. And so now that the indictment has been unsealed, fresh out of the oven as we watch, Mayor Adams also came out this morning from the mayor's office. You can see this is their YouTube channel, and came out and gave a little bit of a talk. And I think he was taking some questions as well. So we'll see what the media had to say about this. Let's listen in.
You know, Eric Adams, this is not a black gang. Your policies are anti-black. You're a disgrace to all.
Wow, you hear that person on that megaphone? I don't think he's getting a very warm welcome there this morning.
Black people in this city, the things that you have done are unconscionable. You hurt our schools, our streets are dirty, our children are harassed by the police. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. You can shush me all you want, but the people are with us. And this is not a black thing. This is a justice thing.
First of all, I want to thank you for being here this morning. And I want to thank the supporters of all ethnic groups that are here, particularly the men and women of the clergy that's here, that have joined me here today. And we are not surprised. We expected this. This is not surprising to us at all.
Because you know you did it,
the
or what?
actions that have unfolded over the last 10 months, the leaks, the commentary, the demonizing. This did not surprise us that we reached this day. And I ask New Yorkers to wait to hear our defense before making any judgments. In about 30 minutes, you're going to hear a story of the case that is in front of us. The story will come from the federal prosecutors.
Yeah, we read the
And
indictment.
I ask to wait and hear our side to this narrative.
All right, well, we'll see. Of course, we respect the presumption of innocence. You can see the rest of this press conference is him bringing in a bunch of people who are going to be speaking on his behalf, how amazing he is. Nice woman there, gentleman here. And it looks like he might be taking some questions. So let's hear from the governor or the mayor, see if he does.
All right, we're going to take a question. Go ahead. Justice will prevail.
How are you? Good to see you. I think that the second question, I think we need to ask the federal prosecutors who gave the directive in the order. I don't know. But we should ask them.
Who gave the directive and the order? Looks like audio just dropped. All right, so audio just dropped on that video, but Adams has been indicted, and he's going to have a nice uphill battle ahead of him. We'll see what the Southern District of New York is. You can see this guy just came out and fixed the audio. Shout out to that guy. Wow. Okay, so it is total bedlam there in New York. We'll continue to cover this one as it unfolds. All right, let's see who is here and joining us on the day. Let's say our quick hellos. I got some clips also from yesterday's little saga with Kamala Harris and her struggle session. But let's see what you guys say about Mayor Adams in the House before we carry on. We'll go a little bit longer today since we had a nice indictment to read through there, fresh out of the oven. Let's see who's here, who's joining us. What's going on? Let's pop out our YouTube friends, our YouTube chat. See what you guys say about this. Then I got a bunch of clips pulled up from Kamala's disaster fest yesterday. What's up, RP Games? What's up, Boopster? Good to see you, Neuro D. Boopster says people standing up for Trump. Don't you dare compare him to Trump. If he resigns, says Neuro D, his replacement will be much worse. Playing Hooky says, we've seen the scenario for our whole life. The destruction of the American cities. Will they end because they serve the people? Less and less. No doubt. Slee was laughing real hard right now, says MM126. New York, man. Whole different ball game over there. Let's see who else is here. What's up, Knox? Knox is here. Says, happy Thursday, all. Okay, so Menendez got Egypt. Biden got Ukraine. Israel owns the whole Congress. I am Adams could be president someday. Yeah, exactly. It's like they all have their origin source countries, and it's jockeying over who can exploit the American people the most. And Adams was probably on a short list of presidential candidates, no doubt. Hey, what's going on? The Rubos. Oh, man, the Rubos have the best prayers. Here's one for our friends impacted by the hurricane. Heavenly Father, we lift up in prayer everyone in the path of this hurricane. In Jesus Christ's name, we ask for you to protect the lives, homes, properties, possessions, and vehicles of everyone in the path of this hurricane. Be their covert from the storm and the rain and the wind and the tempest. Rebuke this hurricane, speak peace, and cause it to be still. Amen, courtesy of the Rubos. Thank you for the Rubos on that one. And may that prayer be heard. Thank you for that. Glocky McLock. Trump's NYC appeals hearing is going on right now. Yeah, so I think we're going to cover that on the show tonight. We'll cover that. We'll cover some J13 stuff because there's also a hearing happening there. There's the New York City appeals is happening. There was an assassination hearing right now, also going on. A lot of stuff. Good stuff. And the NYC appeals, I think, is the E. Jean Carroll case, right? Milo Phone Bill says, don't you love selective memory that corrupt individuals have? Oh, you mean like that bleach bit cloth? Like what, with a cloth? They smashed them with hammers, too, the Hillary people. What's up, Carrie B? Carrie B's in the house. Carrie B, are you clipping for us this morning? I think you said you were. Let me see. You were. Thank you. And KB is, too. Man, you guys are awesome. Yes, you are awesome. Oh, yeah, here's one. This is a fun one. So Carrie B just shared this one from Andy NGO. Here's what Andy NGO says.
What's the first word that pops into your head when you hear the name Kamala Harris? Liar.
Yes.
What's the first word that pops into your head
Bingo.
when you hear the name Kamala Harris? Liar.
IQ at least 180 on that young man. Shout out to that young man. Genius. Put him in charge of the border. He'll figure it out better than she will. All right, thank you for that, Carrie B. Here's one from Tobo says Fox News reported that the next in line if Adams is removed is similar to AOC, a socialist who thinks that people like us are fascist or racists. Grok reports that the acting mayor would rule until a special election is held. Immediate succession. If Adams were removed, Jumaine Williams would be the acting mayor. Jumaine Williams. All right. A special election would follow where New Yorkers would elect a new mayor. The acting mayor's role would be interim until the election is held. This process ensures continuity in leadership while still allowing the citizens of New York to choose their mayor through an election, even if it's under unexpected circumstances. From Tobo. Interesting. Yeah, it's kind of a scary thought. Let the New Yorkers have it. Let them have it. Hey, Mikhail says, according to most reports in Diddy's bodyguards, this is just the beginning. Diddy has film on practically everyone in political high places and many other corporations. Steve Harvey has fled from California, is missing. Who would have guessed the host of Family Feud? I don't know anything about the details there, but that's pretty funny. Steve Harvey, man.
We have another classic. Don't like it, don't buy it moronic statement.
Yes. Famous last words every time.
I remember when they did that on Battlefield 5 or Genderfield 5.
Yeah.
They came out and they had like that pink-haired amputee in it, and people were like, this is supposed to be like a World War II shooter. And they're like, well, women were fighting whatever. And it's like, yeah, you had to dig balls deep into Wikipedia to find a single female sniper team somewhere.
It's as valid as the Yasuke being some noble samurai. I mean, it's
Right.
revisioned history. It's not, not to downplay what the women have done in war and stuff, but it's not been at the capacity that Battlefield portrayed it.
Yeah, I mean, especially during World War II, women kept them, they were like tearing down, there were scrap drives that, to build ammunitions when the women worked. I'm not saying that women weren't important.
Well, a lot of the women were holding down the fort in the workforce in general while that was happening too. It was different. It wasn't. They weren't on the front lines with a gun, with a machine gun.
Yeah. So he famously said, "Don't like it, don't buy it," and then gamers didn't buy it. I think that was DICE Studios, I think at the time.
Yep.
And then, so we have another one of those. And then we have, I think that might be it. Oh, the Kamala stuff. Yeah. Okay. I want to start with like this one because the Coca-Cola thing, I feel like this has happened before. I feel like this boycott has happened before, but it's all kind of on the back of this video.
So at the Coke store, you can personalize a message. You can put Allah loves you. Or you could even put, let me see, let's just try it out. Buddha loves you. But you cannot even type in the word Jesus.
Which is also wild because there are thousands of Mexicans named Jesus.
I know.
Yeah, like that's the wildest part. Is like, what if you're just Jesus?
Yep.
And you're not like the capital. He didn't even capitalize it.
No, he
it's
didn't.
not like the capital Jesus.
We cannot allow this text on the can.
Oh, I can't wait.
A
MCC.
lot of stuff like this just validates Christianity all the more because it's like, okay, well, if they're accepting of all other religions, but not Christianity, not biblical Christianity, then there's a reason.
Yeah. It's wild because it's like I feel like we've both been in this game for a little while.
Yep.
Sometimes stories like recycle. I'm like, wait, weren't we mad about this a few years ago? But like, apparently this is a new video. Look, I don't care if they allow people to put Allah on there or Satan Oh wait, it also allows Satan. Hold on.
They allow Satan.
Let's see, Satan. Oh no, bro. Hold on. Satan loves you. You can put that.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's. I mean.
Okay, I'm definitely not buying anything.
I love Diet Coke,
related.
too.
I know.
Yeah.
I drink a lot of diet soda lately. I'm drinking Diet Dr Pepper right now. But yeah, I
You
will
love your DP. Yeah. I don't know. I don't think Dr. Pepper is a Coke product. Is it?
Is this a Pepsi product? Maybe
I
someone
hope
had checked.
so.
Oh, I think so because I think Coke is Mr. Pibb.
Yes, you're right.
Okay, I'm safe
You're
with my
good.
DP.
Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely not going to get clipped. Yeah, Melanie's DP is safe. What's wild is like this says when the Daily Dot attempted to create a custom can with the word Jesus on it using the company's website, we were also unable to and received the error message. So they tried to like debunk it, and you can't do it.
Oh.
If you're going to allow customization, right, like this kind of thing, you should probably just allow it all.
I know
Like-
that's the thing is you should. I want to have cans with my favorite slur on it.
Right. Yeah. What's the, like?
I would be handing those out to all my family.
Probably not, because they're probably like $10 each. Actually, you probably would pay the 10.
I would for
Yeah.
at least enough for my family, my immediate family members.
Yeah.
I dropped $50 or 40, I'm counting myself.
Yeah.
Yeah. Be like, all right.
Yeah,
Christmas gifts.
And like somebody went in and said no Jesus, but then did not think. First of all, again, as mentioned, there are many people named Jesus.
Yup.
Somebody went in and said you can't do that, but it never occurred to them that like, oh, Satan or other gods, Allah or Buddha or whatever. I mean, like you either it goes back to when iDubbbz wasn't a cucked loser when he said it's
Right.
either all okay or none of it's okay.
Right.
Like you either allow Melanie to put her favorite can on there or
My
you
favorite
don't.
slur.
Yeah, like I'm actually wondering Coke customized can. I wonder if I can actually let's see. All right. Select one, select this. Yep, here we go. Okay.
Here we go. Let's see.
End of messages.
It won't do it.
It didn't. Well,
Wait, but
I'm
it didn't say you
confused.
can't.
It didn't
did
say
it?
no. Yeah, here. Let me make sure I select that. Oh, request denied.
Bummer. We even have the Pride can.
Yeah.
That'd be hilarious to put that on one of those Pride.
yeah. To put it on the Pride bottle. Oh no, that's just adding it to the bottle.
Yeah, it's
So it'd have
okay.
to go. We have to go like, Sinner's
it
not
won't-
allowed.
Oh, interesting.
Hey, we can get Pole Smoker. All right.
Oh, see if it put Poofter on there.
Oh yeah, Poofter. Yeah, that's. Yeah. Yeah. Now I'm guessing because this says like pending review.
Oh.
I'm guessing they probably still wouldn't print it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's right. Here, hold on. They have it all over pending.
Pending review. Yeah, they're scared. They don't want people to screenshot that saying something.
Oh yeah, right. They don't want to. That's smart. Like
Yeah.
hold on. I'm gonna do that right now. Checkmate. Let's see. Checkmate. I'll let you know when I get it. Yeah, that. So you could work around it, but I'm sure that like there's somebody who's like a second layer of censorship, but you gotta just let it be or not. It's just so weird that God is good. God you can put on, but Satan. I wonder if you try to Satan is bad, and then they deny that.
Oh, who knows?
Yeah, the weird thing. It's all these companies. It's so stupid. Just allow it or don't allow it.
Yep, exactly. It's ridiculous.
By the way, that's why you got to get the Veebs app.
Yes.
Go get the Veebs app, everybody. Today, if you use promo code 4444, you get a totally free trial, and you can scan your cans or whatever you're buying and figure out if the company's woke or not, if they hate you or not. So that's always good. And my code will give you a free trial. Yeah,
it's only like $1 a month too when you do pay for it, right?
Yeah, it's only $1 a month anyway, but it's cool because like you do like one small thing a day, then after like a year you're not giving any woke companies any of your money.
Exactly.
So shout out to Veeps. The other thing that was going on is let's take a little look at the work that Robbie Starbuck did on Toyota.
All right.
So it's that time again. It is time to expose Toyota. They have gone totally woke. You are not going to believe what is under the hood of this story, so strap in because it is insane. If you're even slightly moderate, you are going to be questioning if you should ever give this company a dime in the future. Before we start, I want you all to keep in mind that Toyota also is massive in Japan, a country that I don't think is going to take kindly to a lot of the things we're about to bring up. Also, here in America, they depend on families buying their vehicles. Again, I don't think families are going to be big fans of what I'm about to expose. Let's start with this post on Instagram from Queen Miss Mary Lou Pearl. Men out there with a Toyota truck, you are not ready for this. This drag queen not only says that Toyota gave them this truck for this ad that I'm about to play you, but they also sponsored a drag program at Brave Trails. What is Brave Trails, you might ask? I'll tell you after you see this ad.
Oh. Oh my.
What, darling? Not what you were expecting?
I just want to say if you have a Toyota Tundra.
Ew.
I actually was expecting that.
That's the thing is,
Yeah.
Toyota and their trucks, their Tundra, all that, they are really, their market base is going to be like rugged, tough men, farmers, that sort of thing. Who do they think they're reaching with this drag queen?
Yeah. By the way, shout out to Jack, who said Dr. Pepper is owned by Keurig Coffee, separate from Coke and Pepsi. Dr. Pepper also owns 7-Up and A&W. Oh, all good choices.
Okay.
Preston Garvey says, put Christ is King on it. Send it to Ben Shapiro. Pushup says, can I get a thumbs up? Yes, you can. Over on Rumble, Remdog says, Jeremy and Melanie, today's cartoon has international UN flair, undermining the Constitution and the American way. See contract for the future. Instagram and X account Remdog1138. Yes, go give him a follow. Thoughts and prayers to Benny in Florida. Yes, I think it's Category 4 hurricane, or 3 or 4. Looking dicey. A Steel City fan. I assume that you're also a Schittsburg Steelers fan.
3-0.
Yeah, well, I remember the '96 Super Bowl. Do you?
Oh, sadly.
Glad to see you didn't like Crowder and his goons pressuring you to changing your shirt, even though it makes you look like a. Yeah. Jack says, good afternoon, Jeremy and Melanie. How's May doing?
She's doing great. I just posted on my Instagram stories last night where I've been trying to get her to free roam out of her cage, but she's too timid. She's so different than Toji. On the first day I opened it, he was just like, let's go, and he's all over the place. But May, she's happy in her little apartment, and she's scared of the outside lands. But I'm trying to get her there. She's really good with letting me pet her and stuff now, so she's really sweet. And so I am bonding with this bunny, but yeah, she's getting there with roaming around because I want her to. So like when I'm watching TV or playing games, I want her to jump up on the couch with me and the cat and the dog and all that. But she'll get there.
Yeah, she will. D-Day-Man says, I turned into Max Rumble show last night. Very fun and entertaining. But man, she's got some thirsty boys in there. Yeah, I know. She gets all the red. I never get the reds.
I did have some thirsty comments asking to date me. I was like, dude, I gotta clear the air on that. I'm not gonna go out with a complete stranger.
Yeah. If you wanna a shot at probably anybody, an anonymous internet comment probably isn't a high percentage.
Right. It's especially weird when it's like someone with a Spider-Man avatar. I can't even tell you how many times something about the Spider-Man avatars. They're always, hey, I really like you. I'd like to get to know you more and maybe take you out on a date, or let's do a virtual date. And it's like, dude literally has a Spider-Man avatar. They could be the biggest creepy looking person.
Yeah. The Vinny the D says y'all need to get some Fentimans. I get mine at Anton's. They have a bunch of flavors, super light and refreshing compared to US ones. I don't know
what is Fentimans? I was like, is that fentanyl vitamin?
Yeah, it must be like a local soda. Yeah, it's botanically brewed beverage.
Okay.
Oh, and they have a German Shepherd on their website. Oh, I'm gonna buy it.
Oh, how cute.
Yeah. It's some sort of dog. It looks like a German Shepherd, kind of. What's that? Oh, I know him. Yeah. Maggie called me a huge slut. It's like, oh, it's got a German Shepherd. I'll buy. I don't know. It looks like it could be. I have to confirm before I buy it.
Okay, confirm it's a German Shepherd.
Yeah. Dull and tired throughout history. The serpent represented knowledge. Look up the medical logo in Christianity, the ultimate psyop. Who decided what book is canon and what is not? Have you read the
Apocryphon? Do you mean the Apocrypha? I don't know. I just read Canon Bible. I have looked into like the Book of Enoch and stuff like that. My answer to people who say, how do you know what book is canon? What can you trust? And all that. I trust that God preserves his word. If he's powerful enough to create the universe and all of that, then I believe he preserves his word. And after reading the Bible daily, I see the word of God is alive, and so I have complete faith in it. Do I have complete faith in everybody who calls himself a prophet or the Pope or something like that, for example? No, but I do believe that God has preserved his word.
Shout out God. All right, let's go on here.
I'm just sorry. But now you guys need to find out what Brave Trails is. Brave Trails is a summer camp that invites children who identify as LGBTQ+, and Toyota was funding a drag program there, and we've got video.
And look, whether you agree with this stuff or not, I think everybody should be able to agree that people who are viscerally opposed to it for faith reasons or whatever reason they may have should not feel like when they spend their money at a major corporation, it's going to be used to fund things like this that they're completely opposed to.
These are kids. This is like a 12, 13.
That's child abuse.
You ever notice that a lot of these kids like are frumpy and overweight?
I know.
It's
that's the case.
Yeah, they don't have confidence, you know?
Right.
They're probably getting picked on. And
this gives them a community where they feel like they're welcome and they have friends. And that's one big way that they indoctrinate. That's one reason why they indoctrinate a ton of autistic people. And so they look for people who feel like outcasts as it is, and they bring them in because it's like, oh, I'm accepted here. I have a community here. And it's sad what they're doing.
The other side would hate it if it was something that they were opposed to. This should be a no-brainer for corporations. This is not okay.
And just to be clear, I'm willing to bet that Toyota thought we would never find out about this, mainly because there's not real influence here. 784 likes is a weird thing to jeopardize a massive cross-section of your customer base for. But Toyota did it because they thought we wouldn't find out, but we did. Oh, and we're not even close to done here. There is much, much more. By the way, there are photos and videos from that camp that I find much more disturbing disturbing, but I'm not putting them up here for the sake of the children who are in it. But anybody can go look at their website or their Instagram page and see this camp is not one that we would say your average person would think is a good idea. Now let's talk about this photo. Toyota is bragging here about taking part in the Dallas Pride event. Okay, Dallas Pride, they were a big sponsor, and I've got to show you some clips. This first clip is really long because Toyota brought a comical amount of cars, so we're going to try to go through it as fast as we can. But the second clip from the announcers is something you need to hear.
And Lexus as well. We know Toyota moved here some years back, bringing some 4,000 people from the West Coast, employing people here. They are an amazing corporate citizen in so many ways, including supporting the LGBTQ community, not just in who they employ, but who they reach and how they celebrate.
We were just talking about some of the different groups that get involved, and some of these just major corporations stood up and said, you know what, not only do we support this parade, and I don't know what
They don't need to.
this parade, we're going to be here and maybe be an ally. We're digitally connected, and so companies like
The trans stripes.
Yeah.
The trans flag on it is absolutely beautiful, and I love that Toyota told us.
Oh, it's beautiful.
That's lit in full color. That's what they brought their nine.
Body mutilation, cutting off wieners, so beautiful.
Now listen to what the announcers say about what business owners are saying about customers who maybe don't want to take part in this, maybe don't want their money going to this agenda that sexualizes kids by bringing them to these events where they're exposed to sexual behavior. More on that in a minute.
Well, and let's just say, they may deal, these companies who are here today, they may deal with fallout. They may deal with people who decide based on their participation here that they don't want to do business with them. And the business owners I've talked to and presented that to them as a possibility say, maybe those aren't people.
Oh, okay. So they tell their customers they don't care. You know,
Let's see how that works out for them.
Yeah, we'll see how that works out. Bill and Tide said there's a reason serpents are consistent throughout history and throughout civilizations. The serpent equals knowledge. The Gaming Murph says, good morning. Here's a hot take for you all. I think women should be drafted in wartime, but keep them stateside in non-combat role. There's a lot of military jobs that aren't combat related. Yeah, I hope there's never a draft again.
I'm too old to be drafted, so I'm safe. But no,
Yeah.
I don't like the idea of a draft happening in general. I mean, no, because a lot of times, I mean, these wars are corrupt, and I don't like our people dying in those wars, so I don't want any draft to happen at all.
I mean, frankly, if we're going to talk about it, that's part of their commitment to this.
Do you hear that? So maybe they don't want to do business with you.
some parents are smart. They got the wagon with the kids.
Fun day, like you just said, with the kids in the wagon.
Let's see just how family-friendly and child-friendly the Dallas Pride event was. These are some of the things kids were watching at Dallas Pride as their parents strolled them around. Let's take a closer look at this guy specifically. So does this look appropriate to you? Is this something that we should be exposing children to? The answer is very clearly...
I mean, good for him.
I know this is not here for kids, but Toyota sponsored an event where guys like this walked around with all that hanging out in front of children. I don't think it's appropriate. I think that major
those furries in the back.
Of course, like furries, yeah.
I don't want to spend my money at companies who are going to turn around and use that money to fund stuff like this being exposed to kids. And I'm willing to take a big bet here that most families in America and most folks in Japan feel the same way I do. It's not about hate. These people are adults. They can do what they want in their personal time. But I do hate that they are sexualizing themselves in front of children. I do hate that children are being put in a position where they are seeing stuff like this. And major corporations are funding the events where it's happening. As you can see on their website, this stuff is all intrinsically linked with their, quote, DE and I journey. Where are a lot of these woke policies and their, quote, DE and I journey coming from? Well, look no further than the Human Rights Campaign, one of the most Orwellian named organizations I can think of, because honestly, I don't see anything they do to have to do with human rights. All they are basically is an activist group that hates the right. And their organization on a regular basis is framing Republicans as some existential threat to humanity. Just look at their social media accounts and you will see this is an activist organization for the far left, not a human rights group that's fighting for the human rights of everybody. Nothing like that, okay? This group has a scoring system called the CEI system. The Corporate Equality Index is one that scores corporations on basically how woke they are. So the 100 score that Toyota has for 15 consecutive years means that Toyota is actually funding transitions, not just for their employees, but also for the children of employees in states where it is legal. Just check out this recent video of the HRC president.
Donald Trump doesn't love America.
Donald Trump doesn't believe in America. He wants to erase us.
That is who Toyota has hitched their wagon to. And I want to point something out. It's not just the score. They have partnered with the HRC to support the Equality Act, which, again, Orwellian name, has nothing to do with equality. It means that men can go in the bathroom with your daughters. It means that boys and men can play against girls and women in sports. It is the invasion of female spaces. That is what that bill actually is. But it doesn't end there. It gets worse. They also partnered with the HRC to put out a letter that is a statement against anti-LGBTQ plus state legislation. I wonder what that is. Let's take a look. The quote, anti-LGBTQ plus legislation that they're talking about, they say pertains to transgender youth. So the bills they are opposing are the ones like the one we got passed here in Tennessee that bans sex change surgeries, hormones, and puberty blockers for children. So if you're a Toyota driver or customer, you have to ask yourself, why is Toyota so interested in making sure that it is legal?
Did you ever notice how, like, I said this in the video that I did about this. Like, there are people with gender dysmorphia, just like there are people with body dysmorphia. It's a real thing. It's a real medical, like, condition. But that's not profitable enough.
Right.
So what they end up doing is they've started creating them, whether it's through throwing a bunch of money and fame at people like Dylan Mulvaney, by pushing it in the algorithm in TikTok, by funding programs like the Trevor Project, which was caught talking about jerking off with little children in the chat room, adults talking with children about this. A website that has a big button on it that immediately hides it if your parents walk in.
Oh.
All of this stuff is funded to create more lifelong patients.
Yep.
Like, the parents that and a lot of the parents, some of them are truly attention obsessed losers.
Yep, that
But
too.
also a lot of them get indoctrinated too. Doctors will say, do you want a trans kid or a dead kid? That's
Right.
like literally what they would imply to parents when it comes to putting them on gender puberty blockers or giving them double mastectomies at 16 years old. And we're already seeing dozens of detransitioners. Unfortunately, for many of them, depending on the degree at which they've mutilated their bodies, they will never be whole again.
Right.
And the pharmaceutical industry made their money selling them puberty blockers. The surgery industry made money chopping off their boobs. And now they'll all make more money when she wants to get breast implants or whatever the case may be. Although there'd be no skin left there, I suppose. I guess I don't know how that works.
That's the thing is because they do breast implants on people who are or women who are like really flat chested too, or even men. It doesn't look good, but it looks like obvious, but they still do it sometimes. I wouldn't recommend that at all, though. It's got, it's toxic to put foreign substances like that in your body. And a lot of women have reported a bunch of autoimmune issues, among many other things, from getting those. So I definitely wouldn't encourage that, even if they didn't have this condition. Just love the body that you were born with and work with what you got. You can still make it great. Go to the gym.
Some are built for speed, some are built for comfort. All are good. Overmod, I really appreciate the Mac Attack for standing against the gay agenda in church. I'm sorry, but the Bible has a clear stance on this. I don't care what others do in their bedrooms, but no, thank you. Yeah, I agree with that. We too dumb mother. I'm the answer. That's going. Well, I'm an atheist. Convince me there's a God. Not for $2.
Well, also, it's not my job to be convincing anybody as a Christian. It's I tell you the truth, and whether you hear it or not is up to you. So
got him. Omega says Elon should market the fast anti-gas mobile to drags. Yeah.
Well, I mean, they could be okay if it doesn't. There's no sign there. I mean,
repeal FDIC for DEI. Problem solved. Also, 45 is a call date for the draft. Oh no.
Oh, is it 45? Heck.
Oh no, shit.
I mean, I would say I'd fight, but I don't want to. But
yeah. Troy News says, do you think Down syndrome, bipolar, anorexia, autism, etc., will be new identities to be proud of and celebrated next June? Well, autism is already
bipolar.
Yeah, bipolar is also another one too.
People put those in their bios. They're proud of it.
Yeah. Oh, I'm a NIMBY.
And I'm convinced that some people who get the autistic or the bipolar diagnosis aren't even that. They just have basically been begging their psychiatrist to diagnose them with it. Like, oh yeah, my psychiatrist at first told me I wasn't autistic, but after I kept pressing and pressing and pressing about it, I finally got my diagnosis. I've seen people actually say it like
Probably
that.
not.
They were
It looks like we've tried to reach
literally
it,
begging
but it's
for an
just- We already went
autism
through this, didn't we?
diagnosis.
Back in June.
Yeah, they
July.
needed it. They want it.
Yeah.
Third, yeah,
Your message,
pipeline
you
for
can
third already.
see a clear line being drawn between
Get that new
choice
number.
of God or the world. For the world
Move
is
back up
lust
the
of the flesh, I think you mean, lust of the eyes and pride and the pride of life. It's not the Father, but is of the world.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's Melanie's having she's slowly getting me woke
Keep an eye on your phone.
on the word.
I'm getting them Bible woke.
Yeah.
We're working on it.
Yeah. Well, the more I watch of this, the more I
For children to
look at me. I have IBS. Yeah, I'm gonna put IBS in my bio. Hot diarrhea sufferers. Mount up.
I think that's
We'll take a short trip.
It's weird. I personally do not feel comfortable giving my money to a company that is supporting and pushing for children to be able to get sex changes. Their ties with the HRC are deep. They have also been a title sponsor for the Time to Thrive event for the HRC. You can see here. The Time to Thrive event was held in cooperation with the NEA, the largest teachers union, and the entire conference was essentially built around pushing wokeness into education, and that includes the crazy gender ideology. At this conference, they literally talked about how to bring LGBTQ plus lesson plans in for elementary school. And if you're a Toyota customer, just know that Toyota is bragging about giving $300,000 specifically to LGBTQ plus organizations to help them during the pandemic. Part of that money went to the HRC, but part of it went to the Trevor Project. What's the issue with the Trevor Project? The Trevor Project hosts forums for adults to talk to teens about secretly transitioning and to talk about sex. The Trevor Project has something called a quick exit feature for children so that it will wipe from their browser history and remove the website from the screen in case their parents walk in while they're on it. One mom even went undercover on the Trevor Project forums, and she came across adult transgender identifying individuals who were going and talking to children about their masturbation addictions and about autogynephilia, which is men who are aroused by the idea of being a woman. In some cases, minors were found on the Trevor Project forum chats talking to adults about BDSM, sexual preferences, and were even asked by adults about paraphilias with questions like, what's the weirdest sexual thing you know? Again, I'm willing to make a very bold bet that most Toyota customers in Japan and in the United States are not cool with knowing that Toyota has given at least $100,000 to the Trevor Project now that they know what goes on at the Trevor Project. Toyota does draw lines, though, on what requests they will fund. Where do they draw that line? Churches. Toyota also brags about taking part in the HRC's Workplace Equality Summit, which essentially is a summit to push wokeness in the workplace. They also brag about partnerships with Lambda Legal and the Dallas Resource Center, all three of which support transitioning children. Yes, sex changes for kids. Again, I don't know why this keeps coming up for a car company, why they would be so interested and so enthusiastic about supporting the transition of children. Children who, again, are not old enough to buy cigarettes, get a tattoo, or anything else along those lines, but they're advocating for sex change.
I mean, big yikes. Remdex, has ever noticed the Toyota Racing Development logo is one vowel away from something that came out of the south end of a northbound moose? Ha, turd. Yeah, it's isn't that funny too? They'll say, yeah, oh well, church, God, everyone, everyone agrees that we can't get involved in religion, but chop your kid's dick off.
Right.
This stuff is a religion to them as well. Push Up says, my friend Paul Kengor, the author of The Devil and Karl Marx, look it up, Mel, has been the target of human rights campaign for years. They're sick nuts. Nice.
Many of the other companies we've highlighted, Toyota also has ERG groups, where they separate groups based on what race they are or what type of sex they like to have. And yes, it is the employee's choice to enter these groups, but it's done on company time with company money. Now, see, I think it's weird because back when I was younger, if you went to work and you talked about what kind of sex you like to have or you signaled it in some way, that was considered sexual harassment.
Yeah, right.
But now you get a club for it at work. That's a little odd. And listen, this isn't about the fact that people are gay. You're an adult. Do what you want. I've been very clear about that. It's the reality that there are different rules for different groups of people. That is fundamental unfairness, period. And it's also about the fact that it is just not appropriate for work. Toyota is also really big on allyship and adding your pronouns to your email, which they reiterate multiple times. Those ERG groups are also the reason why Toyota won the Audi Awards at the Out and Equal Awards for their ERG group and their push for LGBT.
That's Audi, not Audi, the car.
LGBTQ plus. And by the way, just something to get ready for, their LGBTQ plus ERG has updated policy to fly the, quote, progress flag at Toyota's U.S. location. Do you guys think Toyota allows their Christian employees to fly a Christian flag the way they allow the LGBTQ plus group to fly their flag? I don't think so. And again, this is divisive to people because many people disagree with the idea of transitioning children. And this flag has come to prominence as a byproduct of the movement to legalize the transition of children. Spectrum is the name of Toyota's LGBTQ plus ERG. They also were responsible in part of creating a self-identification policy.
Oh,
that
nice.
policy ensures coworkers
You don't even have
call
to be
you by
identified.
whatever name or pronoun you decide you now suddenly are. So if you're Bob today, but you decide you're Betty tomorrow, well, they better say she, her, and call you Betty, or you're a bigot. Toyota also has a diversity supplier program, again, giving, quote, diverse suppliers preferential treatment over suppliers who are, quote, non-diverse, aka white. I'm not sure how anybody sees this as anything other than discrimination. Here's the reality, how the world is supposed to work. Whoever is the best supplier, they should get the contract. Whoever is best for the job should get the job. Your race is never supposed to be considered in hiring, neither is your sex. I'm a minority myself, and I'm disgusted by these programs. I just want everybody treated fairly. We're going to have the contact information in the caption for you to be able to reach out to Toyota and tell them yourself how you feel about them adopting DEI, woke policies, and supporting the transition of children. But the last thing I want to do here is speak directly to the Toyota executives because I know they will be watching. Let me be very clear about what our movement wants. We want something very simple. I don't need you to adopt our politics. I don't need to change our politics. We just want neutrality. We want fairness. That means treat everybody kind at work. That should be the expectation. But we don't want to worry about if a company is going to use the money we spend with them to turn around and give it to an organization that either explicitly hates us or will use it to fund things that are diametrically opposed to our deeply held values. We don't want to know what your politics are. They could be anything. We just want to be able to buy a product from you. But unfortunately, you have forced us into a position where we now need to go and check to see if the company is going to be supporting the craziest woke things of the day. So please just step away from the divisive policy. Stay out of social issues, stay out of politics, unless it directly affects your ability to make cars, period. This video is already so long and
I mean, it should be pretty simple.
Right.
You know? Remdog says, Jeremy, did you miss my second post by Toyota Racing? No, I did miss it, but I got it before I got that. Question for Mal. I feel like this dull and tired trying to pick a fight with you. I can't tell. Do you believe symbols carry any weight in looking back at our history? Well,
yeah.
Yeah.
I think that, like, for example, that Illuminati eye and stuff, there's some demonic Kabbalah type stuff behind that. So, yeah, symbols do play a role.
Yeah, I mean, they've been around since before the written or spoken word. So, of course, symbols carry. Now, I feel like there's going to be well, see, now that you said that, I don't know. Maybe I'm misreading it completely. So, yeah, that's Toyota not looking good. Coca-Cola also not looking good.
Did they not see what happened to Bud Light? Did they not see what happened to these Tractor Supply? All of that. It's just like, goodness, they're relentless with all this stuff.
I think that they just keep thinking that they're not going to get caught. You know what I mean? Or that it's like it's gonna just like keep going on forever. I don't know. I don't know.
It's another reason why I'm convinced that this is demonic ideology. It's like to see all of these companies willing to lose so much money and to still double down. It's because it's a religion to them, and it's a false one at that.
Yeah, I mean, they believe it blindly and without. It is no different than a religion.
Right.
There is no hard scientific fact behind.
You're not allowed to disagree with it, or they demonize you, and it is straight up a cult.
Yeah. Now, as we hit our
first hour, I want to say, Not a Real Channel says, I used to work at a bank, and I quit because they went woke. I felt like I was complicit in transing kids and drag queen story hour, and I was depressed. Strange bank would dive into cultural Marxism. Well, you did the right thing.
Good for you
Yeah.
for standing on your principles.
Yeah, and thank you for the $10 super chat. I'm only going to mention it twice a day going forward because I did it too much yesterday. But I do want to mention the best way you can support us right now is by going to thequartering.com/members. There you will get access to a members-only Discord where you can actually call into the show at the end of every show. So we'll do call-ins today for new members, and you just go into the Discord and go into the green room.
Yeah, I got 7 messages.
Also get at least
7
2
tags from Cheryl.
members-only videos every week. We have one with Melanie up there. We have one with Sticks Hexenhammer up there. And this is just the first week. So I did 5 this week. But you know, Melanie and I will do one every couple of weeks, like twice a month, and Sticks and I will do one twice a month, and I'll do them with my guests. So there's a whole area where you get extra exclusive content. You get the Discord. You get 20% off all Coffee Brand coffee purchases. So if you're a coffee drinker, it's basically free, and you support the channel. So my ask to you today is if we could get 20 heroes. Actually, do I need 18 heroes. I tried to do 50 yesterday, but we didn't even get close. So I figured we'll try to do 20 a day. 18.
Come on, guys.
Yeah, heroes to join.
We have a video talking about, are we possibly entering the end times? Got great content coming up. This would be awesome. And when you become a member on his channel, you're also helping support me as well. So
that's true. Yes, I pay Melanie.
He does
to be on the show. So if you join that, you know, if you want to keep Melanie on the show and keep her paid, that is the great way. I mean, I say that about Sticks too. Like I pay a lot of people like, oh, you pay. People don't think that I pay you guys. I'm like, no, I pay them for their time, and yeah. So your membership goes directly to keeping Melanie on the show. Is there a yearly subscription with discount? I will try to figure that out tonight. If you want to wait till tomorrow. But I don't. Let me actually hold on. Let me see if I can figure it out.
All right, that'd
hold
be
on
great.
1 second. Wait. Can we do the yearly with a 10% discount? Can you make that live? Let me see. Actually, hold on. Let me look right now. Dash real time.
Figuring this out for y'all.
Yeah, let me try this quick. Okay, so this is going to be levels. Okay. Let me edit this. Allow signups, yes. And,
Andrew gifted 10 quartercast memberships. Thank you, Andrew.
Oh, damn, Andrew.
Consider joining the membership on the website. That's where he gets all of it. That's where you get access to the videos. But still, thank you so much for that support. We got JR with a $5 super chat. Says, I worked at an Exxon's refinery that pushed gay pride during gay month, which led us to photoshopping bosses' faces onto the dumbest pride picture. That's hilarious. Preston Garvey with the $5 says, here for Melanie's feet pics, lol.
Oh no. I don't see.
Well, there are no feet pics currently on there. I will say
there will never be any.
Sorry, guys.
Yeah, there's. Oh, let me see if I can do. Hold on a second.
Ooh, Lord of the Ree with the $5 Rumble rant says the cool thing about atheism is that even in the astronomically small probability or right, who cares? You don't believe in an eternal soul, so why care if other people do? It's not like you're saving them. That's correct. I mean, it's a non-belief. It doesn't help anybody. King of Biltong with a $5 says, we were the only business in Roanoke technically opposed to kid-friendly drag show held here in 2022. We also publicly opposed the LGBTQ club in our middle school. My line in the sand is kids. That's awesome.
Yeah,
King of Biltong.
Yeah, we both love Bill. By the way, real-time tech support. He's working on it right now. and I should be able to have it for you in just a few minutes. So,
DD Man's the $5 is for the release of the feet pic fund. I can post pictures of my bunny's feet. They're really fluffy and cute.
yeah.
So-
Yeah.
Okay.
Man, D, come on. Well, I like get distracted on one little thing, and all the feet people.
All of
By the
us
way,
don't
Andrew,
know.
thank you. All the feet folks are like coming out of the woodwork here. Bam. There you go. Member annual is now on there. It's
Yay,
kind
look
of
at
ugly.
that. How quick that happened.
Yeah, it's
Let's
kind of
go.
ugly, but like, here it is. We'll make it look better. Like, perfect. Okay, so we can do that.
Right.
There you go. That's real time stuff. Yeah.
Well, what about DP? Dr. Pepper pics? We can post Dr. Pepper pics.
Yeah. It. Like, Doctor. Oh my
Pictures
God.
of Dr. Pepper. This is Dr. Pepper Zero. Let me know what flavor of Dr. Pepper you want me to post next.
Well, now you can't give it away for free. That's for our members area.
Members only Dr. Pepper pics.
Yeah. That's 2 months free with the annual. There you go. That's okay. Lord of the Reese says the cool thing about atheism is that even in the astronomically small possibility or right, who cares? You don't believe in an eternal soul, so what if other people do? It's not like you're saving them. The cool thing about atheism is that even in the or right, who cares? Oh, yeah, I guess I'm confused.
Here's my thing about my beliefs on atheists is that most of them are fueled by a hate of religion. Mostly it's against Christianity, but they either felt burned by like the church or they're battling with an anger against religion. I think that's most of it. But yeah, to be that passionate about a non-belief is very odd.
Yeah, I mean that. So he's working on that, but most people join at the $10 level. So there you go.
Here we go.
Yeah. But what did I say? We needed 18? No.
Yeah,
did I say
18. 18.
Let's see. Who is that? Oh, wait, what happened to my list? Well, I don't know how many we've added. It probably hasn't been 18, but maybe we're working close. I mean, the DP picks.
We can make it. We got the Dr. Pepper picks.
No, don't. They're DP picks.
The DP pick.
Yeah. Don't.
Damn it, we're looking at that.
We have to have the specter of degeneracy to possibly. So you could go to quartering.com/members, especially if you support us anywhere else, you know. And by the way, everyone over on Locals, you see I started publishing the videos there for you today. You know, there's a lot of people already have memberships otherwise. Okay, how many did we add? What did I say? We needed 18. We added 3.
Yay!
So, yeah, we need 15 more.
15 more. We can do this.
Yeah, hopefully we can get 15 more during the show.
You know what? You might need to
Tom
talk to
just
your
joined.
tech support about gifting ordering memberships if that's possible.
Ooh, yeah.
I don't know how
will.
that would work though.
Yeah, I mean, you technically could just sign up and then give your, log. You set up. You could
give
sign
your
up
email.
and then put it on someone else's email address, maybe. I don't
Okay,
know.
that would
Yeah.
be one way.
Yeah. Gross Dr. Pepper. Wrong. Dr. Pepper is the best. And by the way, Dr. Pepper is the best diet soda.
It
And
is.
It's not even close.
I mean, it's a fact. This isn't even up for debate.
Yeah. I'm signing up now. Yes, Eric, we can do it. It
you.
pays Melanie's salary and Styx's salary.
Yeah.
Preston Garvey, the feet picks people now. JR said I worked at Exxon's refinery that pushed gay pride during Gay Pride Month. Melanie read that one. Deadpool said hello. Have you heard the good news about our new non-binary, diverse, and inclusive gospels? It's made for a wait, I haven't done this in a while.
Oh, there we go. Here we go.
Modern audience. Oh no, that's way too much. That's way too much. I was like, fun. Modern. Why is it so rough? Maybe not robot. Is it hard tune? Modern audience.
Yeah, that's better, yeah.
I looked up on Amazon what the Queen James Version Bible is that some queers made up.
That's a real
And
thing?
yes, they took out all the parts they don't like.
Oh.
It's like blasphemy. I don't know what else they did to it, but they call it the Queen James Bible. It's retarded. Yeah.
That's so yeah, DP strawberry and cream all the way. Yes, agree. And Joel Villa, for that $10 you could join on the quartering.com/members.
Yeah.
D Damon says release the bunny feet pick DP fund. I know, I'm asking for too much. Yeah.
Oh,
whoa.
look, you got a pink boy.
I did. I never get those.
Yay!
And I'll let you read it because it's a Bible one.
All right, Sergeant E5 with the $50 says Ephesians 6:10-18. It's not a battle against flesh. It is truly a spiritual and good versus evil. Fight the good fight and stay strong. Amen. It really is. We're not. That's all of these ideas, all of this stuff that's being pushed and woke stuff that's being infested and everything. It's definitely not just a random battle that we're facing here in the culture war against people. There's demonic forces behind all of that.
Yeah, thank you. And by the way, I got my first shipment of Coffee Brand coffee yesterday. Hopefully it's good. Oh, it's going to be good. Yeah, and Sergeant E5, you could join too. You could. That's 5 months worth of joining.
Yes.
Yeah.
On the quartering way, not the memberships on YouTube and stuff are great, but if you get them on the quartering.com, then he gets all of it.
We do.
Yeah, exactly. It helps
and you
me
get
too.
discounts on
Helps
coffee,
my salary.
Discord. You get Discord, and YouTube takes 30%. Everyone takes a percentage. So, okay, here's some new dash cam footage. I wanted to share this. Thomas Crooks on the 13th of July that shows Crooks on the roof over 3 minutes before shots were ever fired.
Thank you, Doctor. Now we're going to move to member questions under the 5-minute rule.
Hold on a second. King of Biltong. I know one of the most protein-dense foods in the world, packed with B12, zinc, iron, creatine, and more. Need a healthy, high-protein snack? Get yours at BiltongUSA.com. Quartering 10.
Yes, I just got my shipment yesterday. I am going to eat more biltong after the stream. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, and shout out, Anton was one of our first call-ins yesterday. So.
Oh, you got a call in?
Yeah.
How exciting. Okay.
That's what I have my rule is the old Jim Rome rule, have a take, don't suck.
Right.
So there's people will go into the green room and then I'll bring them in at the end of the show and you get 30 seconds to have a take, and that's who else is doing that? I mean, some people, I guess Tim does that. But, I interact, and my viewers smell better. Okay, let's look at this. Then we're going to talk about Kamala here.
And I'm going to recognize myself for 5 minutes of questions.
Recognize myself.
First, we're going to show a video to get things started. The footage you are about to see is from this dash cam of a Pennsylvania State Police patrol car on July 13th.
9 more.
This footage has edited to show relevant parts. The video, as you will see from the timestamp in the upper right-hand corner, begins at 18:08, or 8 minutes after 6 p.m. In the first 12 seconds of the video, you will see a figure circled in red crossing the roofs of multiple AGR buildings. This man is Thomas Crooks. You will then see the patrol car begin moving toward the AGR buildings, and we lose sight of Crooks. But about 19 seconds into the video, he reappears. Again, we have circled him in red before we lose sight of him at about 20 seconds later. Now, we cut the video for length, so it picks up at about a minute and a half later at 6:10 p.m. and 38 seconds. Here you will see law enforcement around the AGR building. At this point, all law enforcement entities staffing the rally are aware that there is an individual on the roof of AGR, but they do not know he is armed. Behind the trees, you will see one officer attempting to lift another officer up onto the roof, and you will see that officer pull himself up and look to the left. According to that officer's interview with the task force, he sees Crooks with the long gun, and Crooks turns and points the weapon in his direction. The officer then falls to the ground, injuring his ankle, and radios that the man on the roof is armed at 11 minutes after 6. That portion of the video ends here. We know that the first shot from Crooks is fired just 32 seconds later. We will play the video now.
It's not very.
This will take about 51 seconds.
It's not very compelling.
I was gonna say, like, is
Oh, okay, here
he
we
telling the truth about that? Because I was already suspicious about that.
You'll hear there he is. Yeah, you can see him running.
Huh?
See
Okay,
that?
you do see him running.
Yeah.
Well, did he not?
Oh, my
have,
ankle's hurt.
Did he not have a gun on him?
That's what they say, but why wouldn't he?
I know. Would have solved everything if he just pewed.
Yeah. Here he is going up there, and he falls. An ankle. And he's like, oh, shit, the guy's got a gun.
So do you.
Yeah. So
supposed to anyway.
yeah, and there was also interesting reports yesterday about people seeing if they had many minutes before nobody ever told Trump. So they had many minutes of time that passed between 6 minutes or something like that. So yeah, not a good look.
I realize it's hard to see some of this, but so Crooks, as he makes his way across the roof, this is, by the way, Pennsylvania State Police officer, and has the dash cam. So you were able to see some things that nobody able to see, but I know it's difficult.
We're going to get people ready.
Lieutenant Harold, I'm going to direct the first line of questioning to you. So this is state police footage. Footage and evidence show that Crooks was on the roof of the AGR building for over 3 minutes before shots were fired.
Are available now.
Lieutenant Harold, please describe those few minutes leading up to the shots fired from your vantage point.
My position when the shots were fired, I was behind the stage. I can't answer to any questions regarding Mr. Crooks on the roof because I did not have that information.
I wonder why.
I was behind the stage.
Nobody radioed
it. Was very loud, and if it was transmitted over our portables, I did not hear that. But I had returned to my car briefly once the former president had taken the stage to retrieve a cell phone that had FirstNet, and then I was returning back to the stage.
You know what I felt like? I felt like people said this was like the bad idea or something.
Mm-hmm.
But like, why didn't that cop just pop off like 6 rounds into the ground? Like, like I guess you could argue, oh well, the crowd might have stampeded or something.
Right.
Like if he just like tried to lay some sort of cover fire down, then the Secret Service would have maybe gotten Trump out of the way before Crooks could have kind of got his sights on him. I imagine going through Crooks's mind was like, holy shit, I can't believe I have like a clear, wide open shot, like downrange, like it's target practice. So if they could have distracted him or made some noise, allegedly they radioed and they knew for like 2 or 3 minutes that somebody was on the roof and they never took Trump off.
Material handling? I mean, most of it
I don't know.
will require.
Will we still have access to locals? Yes, you will, but eventually you'll want to move. We're going to want to move everything over there. To the website.
When the first shot rang out.
What? I'm sorry?
Officer Blasco, same question.
Well, the shifts vary. The first shift is an 8-hour Friday. Third shift
at that time, I was at Brady Paul, and I was working my way over to the AGR building to assist other Butler Township units with looking for Crooks. As I got to the water tower, I parked underneath the water tower. And
if they were all looking for the guy, why was Trump still on stage?
I know. He should have radioed immediately, get him off the stage.
Yeah.
Began to make my way to AGR. That's when the shots rang out.
Thank you. Commander Lenz, you were reportedly the first person to call out shots fired over the radio. Were you aware that someone was on the roof or that he was armed prior to the shots being fired? Also, please describe those few minutes leading up to shots fired from your end.
For the first two questions, yes, I was aware through radio traffic that there was somebody on the roof and also that he was armed.
Okay. So why was Trump still on stage?
Right.
Like it takes seconds to shove him off stage. That's like all these people knew someone was on the roof and that they were armed. And what the excuse they're giving is local PD knew, but they had no way to tell Secret Service.
Right.
That's what like that's what their
Okay.
that's what their excuse is.
The first report that there was somebody on the roof came on a different radio channel than the tactical units were operating, which would be PD Ops 3. And that transmission at 18:08 and 20 seconds, somebody's on the roof.
Well, really one place.
At 18:09, I made a phone call to the PSP sergeant in the Secret Service Command Center and relayed the information that there was a suspect on the roof of the AGR building. There was some additional radio traffic from the Butler Township police units.
For 4 weeks over at
and at 18:11:03 hours on that
Synchron?
PD Ops 3 channel, again, not
Engine?
the channel the tactical units were operating, is the
Oh,
Butler
sorry,
Township unit
CSP.
that reports he is armed. I believe he says, I see him, he's laying down, and he has a long gun. My
Well, it
actions
says
for
you
that
work
at
quite
that
a
point,
bit.
the gentleman on the roof clearly is a threat,
And the last check was
and
only
I radioed to our quick reaction force to deploy them to the AGR complex.
Not to Trump.
Begin to address that threat. Prior to me finishing that radio transmission, you can hear the shots being fired through my open microphone.
Okay. You know, I have a problem going back to
with all of this,
the actual sighting of Mr. Crooks more than
Looks like
once.
you did inquire about
way
the
before.
crime back in January.
11 minutes after 6. I think that one of the things that the panel has heard from different people at different times is of the thousands of people that were on the grounds
In
that
June, I
day.
sent you some onboarding
There's
tasks.
repeatedly one person that keeps
Your
standing
email,
out
they
in
were never
the
done.
back
Those were
and forth,
never
all
done.
the
No,
different
not done.
communication. And it is, in fact, Thomas Crooks that they're talking about.
You said you did them?
So we knew there was somebody that was very suspicious.
Well,
We also knew there was somebody that we weren't able to
Your
actually
email
come in
still
contact
Shields
with, and we
Robert
kept losing
421
contact with
Gmail?
him. We saw him with a range binder. We saw him doing things that were
What is
not
your-
probably
I can't
in
read
line
the-
with what
the
people
ID
go to a
on
rally
file. What is
for.
your current phone number?
And I think that I'm constantly going to be wondering at what point somebody say, we're not sure the area
I'm
is
gonna resend
secure
that
and
stuff to
safe.
you, okay? I'm gonna send you a
Right.
text.
At any moment, they could have just said,
I'm
"Hey,
only
we
able to
started
answer
20
maybe
minutes late,
because
Mr.
we're so
Trump. We
busy
got to
or
find
one
this
in maybe 20
fucking
calls."
weird,
Right.
AIDS-looking guy."
I'm gonna send you a text.
Once we
What's
find
the best way to get in
him,
touch
that'll
with
be
us?
it. They find him. Oh, look, he's got a gun on him. They stop. You
And
know,
then,
like
when you
never would have
those
happened.
Onboarding tasks.
Understanding before that,
just
the way you all
back at the
responded, I think
number
was
and we'll
incredible.
go
I want to thank you for that, but I still can't understand of all the different people that were on the grounds.
I really hate that all these people are like glazing Secret Service still. Like, oh, they did such a great job. No, they failed at like the most entry level shit part of their job. I don't care. Like, by the way, it's not exactly acting brave when you're like a sniper 200 yards away and you take a clean shot at some dork laying down. Like,
Right.
what would have been brave is that if that officer didn't fall down and run away when he saw Crooks.
Yep.
That would have been brave if you would have engaged him in some way, shape, or form. The whole he didn't have his gun thing makes zero sense to me. Maybe he was trying to climb up so he didn't have it in his hands, and then he panicked when he saw him reach. I don't know, but like, you know, there is a lot of weirdness around that. Preston Garvey says, I heard that gay guys say that all the parts in the Bible that say homosexuality is a sin is translated wrong. I mean,
well, that's a cope. Here's
yeah,
the thing:
cope,
is the
yeah.
Bible even describes it? It says men who lay with other men as they do with women is an abomination. I mean, they describe the actual act, and same with women, where it says women taking unnatural relations with, in this case, other women. So it's a cope. They
Yeah.
try to, oh, it's not translated right, but that's
You're gonna have bad news if you're wrong. We'll put it that way.
yeah.
Mark of reality, but Peter, St. Peter at the gate, right? Who's at the gates at St. Peter, right? No.
I think so. I don't know. I don't.
Whoever runs the pearly gates acts via the security
Well-
guard at the pearly gates. Like, no, but it was translated wrong, and he's gonna be like,
I mean, Jesus, like, he'll read the book of life, there's the book of life and all that. So it's like, yeah, when you got to stand, oh, but it was translated wrong. It's not an excuse because the Bible literally describes the act. That is an abomination.
Yeah, Mark of Reality says, we've been in the end times for quite a while, but do you think God is using Donald J. Trump to set up the millennial reign? He's trying to set up trade agreements that discourage war.
I love Trump and all that, but no, the millennial reign, Jesus will be reigning. I mean, that's after Jesus returns. So it's not going to be a human propped up in that position. It's a regular, like a regular person. Jesus will reign in the millennial reign.
John Saporito says, it's not crooks. Lock up Maxwell Urick. He's been missing since the rally took place.
Is that the other one that I know? I have been down. It looks just like him. It does.
Yeah. American Church says, love the Tuesday, Thursday show. More Melanie, not watching the guy that talks to demons. We have to stick together and make America Christian again. Follow me on American Church at American Church _, where we praise God always. Yeah, shout out. He paid the $20 toll. He can promote himself. By the way, American Church, I recommend joining the Discord where we can have a church room or something like that.
Yes. You know? We need 9 more. Well, as we checked, we need 9 more memberships to hit the goal today. So on thecornering.com.
We need right now 6 more. Yeah,
6 more. We could totally do that.
Yeah, there's 5,000 people, 5,500 people. Just to remind people, when you join up as a member, you'll get access. I just started posting them, but there'll be 2 to 3 members only videos every week. That alone is worth it, I think. Here we have Melanie and I talking about, are we in the end times, and some scripture and stuff like that, how it might relate to things that are going on right now around the world. I talk with Sticks. I talk about my stuff. You know, there's some more casual stuff on there too. You also get access to the Discord, where you can chat with other members at all times. And if you so choose, you can, well, you obviously hang out with me. I'll be in there. And you can see, and you can call into the show at the end of the show by going in the green room. Members can call in. Where's my 20% discount for the coffee? How does that work? I'm trying to figure out, because I'll have to change the promo code, because it'll end up, invariably, it will leak. So what I'm thinking of for members that want to buy coffee, right now it's not like there's hundreds and hundreds of members, so it's pretty easy for me to manage. Like if you buy the coffee and you just email me, I'll change the order and discount it 20%. For right now. But anyway, so you get the discount, you get the Discord, you get the videos, you get the coffee discount, and you support us, and you keep Melanie employed, which is a good thing for Melanie and me. Having her on the show is a huge honor, and it's great for the show, and I'm glad.
So someone in chat was like, "That's the girl who called."
I saw that.
People
Yeah.
over Kamala and Efsler. I love that. I'm getting recognized.
You're
from
finally
that
not the
viral
butter
clip.
girl.
I know. Now I am the Efsler girl.
Yeah, I used your clip as an opener in.
I love it.
I think yesterday's video or something like that.
I love it.
Remdog said, just got the annual membership, paid a whole week's rants worth every penny. Any Publica tie-ins? Well, more news on the Publica coming out on Friday. Yeah, that's clutch, man. Deadpool says, no if at all, but I'd rather be judged and condemned by God than mortal men and women, LOL. Yeah. Because the human is a swirl of contradictions.
It's true. Yeah. I mean, we all battle with hypocrisy and to some degree, and with our own, like that's why we gotta walk by the Spirit and not flesh, because we are flawed human beings.
Now, I wanted to share with you, Melanie. I'm sure you were tuned in last night for the amazing Kamala word salad that happened. It was incredible. To say the least. Tri News says, I'm a fan of man. I'm a humanist, maybe the last humanist. Who in their right mind, Kevin, could possibly deny the 20th century was entirely mine? Lucifer in The Devil's Advocate. Devil's Advocate was one of my first movie boobs, I think, too. Shout out. All guys remember my very first movie boobs was Lethal Weapon 1. And they don't count because it was on like a dead body. But then I think my second movie boobs was Super Troopers. I'm sorry, Starship Troopers. And then I think third movie boobs was Devil's Advocate. Stimulus has got my membership. Keep up the great show. Yes, thank you. It's going to be fun. The more people that join, the more stuff is going on in the Discord, you know, and it gets more fun when I'm in there too, but I can't be in there all the time. And when I'm not in there, having everyone else in there is fun. Now I want to bring up, where is this? I thought I had it. Where are the clips? If only I had a producer. It doesn't really matter. I'm sure I bookmarked them. I wouldn't want a producer. I just want to do it all on my own. And I feel like it's more authentic than, you know. So there's a clip last night of incredible word salad. Maybe the best word salad you could ever get served. This is so bad. So this is her reaction before the interview. God dang it. I hate when that. Oh, that's
I know. I hate it when it just puts it over to the side instead of. Yeah.
It should just stay in line there.
I agree.
Elon, fix that. Hold on a sec. That's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to show. Now, the question was, okay, now it's going to be hard to remember this when you hear how she answers, okay?
Okay.
The question was, how will you fix inflation? I think this is the one.
Prices are still high. Yeah, I agree.
Okay, yes, this is the clip. Now, I want to remind you all. The question is, how will you fix high prices? This is how Kamala Harris answers.
I agree with you. You said you want to take this on by going after those who engage in price gouging. Yeah. But as somebody who supports free markets, who's a capitalist, how do you go after price gouging without implementing price controls? Because once we get in this zone, people start to get worried and they say, I don't know what she stands for.
No, dude, this guy argued with me for 30 minutes almost. I was just on the phone.
I am never going to apologize for going after companies that take advantage of the desperation of the American people. And as a
So to be clear, she said, how will you lower prices? She said, I'm going to go after people that charge too much for toilet paper.
I spent a half hour just
during the
because
lockdown.
I'm like, okay, phone's ringing, let me answer it.
in the midst of an emergency, whether it be an extreme weather event or even the pandemic, we saw it. Where those few companies, not the majority, not most.
Why is she doing this?
I want something now. Well, there's nothing right now.
I think it's probably just
take advantage of the desperation of people and jack up prices.
Right.
Yeah,
I sent it to. I sent him the onboarding test in June. He's like, I did them. I'm like, I'm looking at them right now. You didn't do a single one.
How to lower interest
rates. I said, I'm deleting them now.
How to lower the price of gas, or how to lower the price of groceries, or how to lower heating bills. She's literally talking about an event from 4 years ago. Like, she is so dumb. And then in the last, there's 10 seconds left
right in front of the bag
where she attempts to maybe actually try to answer the question.
Yes, I'm going to go after them.
I was going to be like, ooh.
And that is part of a much more comprehensive plan on what we can do to bring down the cost of living.
What plan?
Like, that's the thing is she mentions the time like during lockdowns and stuff, because that was like before Biden got fully situated and all that, if I remember correctly. And she doesn't want to address the fact that the Bidenomics are what caused all of these issues that we have in the economy right now.
Here's a great Freudian slip. Can we trust you? Is the answer. Okay? Watch your head.
Can we trust you? Yes. Yes. I'm not perfect. But I will tell you, I'm always going to put the needs of the people first.
Why is she shaking your head no?
Yeah, why would she be doing that?
Yeah, why are you shaking your head no at the end there? And then this was MSNBC responding to her interview. Even MSNBC said this.
Work, and one could watch that and say, well, she didn't give a clear, direct answer. That's okay, because we are not talking about clear or direct issues.
Really? Didn't you ask her about the high prices in the economy?
I thought I wasn't being
I'm pretty sure you asked her
It's just not true. It's just not true.
pretty specific question that prices were too high and how will you fix it? And you said people paid too much money for hand sanitizer during COVID. Like that. I mean, here's another great exchange, by the way. Stephanie Rule, quote, "There's lots of Americans who don't see themselves in your plans. What do you say to them?"
Madam Vice President, you just laid out your economic vision for the future. Yeah. But still, there are lots of Americans who don't see themselves in your plans. For those who say these policies aren't for me, what do you say to them?
Well, if you are hardworking, if
Uh-oh. Oh, this
Yeah.
froze
the
for a second.
dreams and the ambitions and the aspirations of what I believe you do, you're in my plan. You know, I have to tell you, I really
That's not an answer.
love and am so energized by what I know to be the spirit and character of the American people. We have ambition, we have aspirations, we have dreams. We can see what's possible. We have an incredible work ethic, but not everyone has the access to the opportunities.
That's 59 seconds in. And again, the question was, what do you say to Americans that don't see themselves as part of your plan?
That allow them to achieve those things. But we don't lack for those things. But not everyone, you know, gets handed stuff on a silver platter. And so my vision for the economy, I call it an opportunity economy, is about making sure that all Americans, wherever they start, wherever they are, have the ability to actually achieve those dreams and those ambitions, which include, for middle-class families, just being able to know that their hard work allows them to get ahead, right? I think we can't and we shouldn't aspire to have an economy that just allows people to get by. People want to do more than just get by. They want to get ahead. And I come from the middle class.
Oh, of
No,
course.
she's always, every question is just like, I come from a middle class family.
Yeah, every time she talks, literally.
Both her parents were college professors.
Literally there.
Mr. Madison, what you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points.
Yeah.
May God have mercy on your soul.
Okay, a simple wrong would have done just fine.
Yeah. Like, this woman has no idea. Push-Up says, might be in Madison around November. Let's get lunch. I mean, it would depend when. That's still like an hour drive for me. But if you are in Madison, may I recommend, what is it called, Maggie? Blues Plate? The Blue Plate place in Madison. No, it's called, I know Blues Eggs in Milwaukee. It's called, you failed me. It's called Monty's Blue Plate. It's really good. It's just like comfort food, and it's like, you know, it's like you don't have to make reservations and stuff. But it's good. Deadpool Kid, Camel Toe had not one but 3 years, three years to fix the economy, fix the border. Complete BS. Yeah, I mean, this is the, like, again, the literal most softball of softball interviews, and she still could not do it. I think she still couldn't do it. I don't know how anybody votes for this idiot. Like, I know that TDS is real. Okay, I know that there are people who vote blue no matter who. I have a grandparent who already did their mail-in ballot for Kamala Harris. And it's like, I would love, I mean, look, it's my wife's grandpa. I don't talk politics at family get-togethers.
Right.
People know where I stand. Like, we've talked about that before. Like, we'll be in a corner, not you and I, but you know, you might be when you're in a mixed political company.
Right.
There's always like glances, you know, exchange. Like, he'll say something stupid, like liberal thing, and then like all the people who are secretly conservative in the room like look at each other. I don't know. Like, he's like, my favorite show is Rachel Maddow. I'm like, what? But anyway, there will always be those people. But like, even if you're an MSNBC viewer and you're on MSNBC, like, how the frick do you watch that and think like, oh yeah, this is the answer? There was one other. Oh, look at this. This is great.
What's the first word that pops into your head when you hear the name Kamala Harris?
Liar.
I mean, he's not wrong.
Yeah. There was, where was this other clip I wanted to find. She lied about manufacturing jobs, Trump cutting manufacturing jobs.
Shit.
She got fact checked by CNN for that, but there was this other clip. Where is that? Well, I guess it's not that important. But like, oh, here, no, she didn't give a clear, direct answer. Was that with it? Oh no, they were sweeping for her. In a span of 90 seconds, she claimed that she suddenly cares about illegal immigration after she let 20 plus million into the country, then blamed President Trump for not supporting the bill to tout illegals on a fast track to citizenship, then called for mass amnesty. Like, she's the biggest idiot on the planet ever. Where is this? Yeah, here's another one. Why isn't she doing it right now? Kamala feels a plan. Oh, yeah. I think maybe that was it. Manufacturing, her plan would be to punish domestic. Oh, yeah, I think. Oh, yeah, here. She's serious about her enthusiasm of raising taxes on 26 million small businesses.
I'm serious about my enthusiasm and for small businesses and my belief in what they will do as part of America's economic engine.
On Friday, sorry.
No, so looking at the fact that right now the tax deduction is $5,000, nobody in this year of our Lord 2024 can start a small business with $5,000. Very
Yes,
few
they
can.
Lots can. Lots of people can go and start an Etsy store, an eBay store, thrift. They can be thrifting. If you start small, $5,000, you could start a business. No, I'm not saying you could start a manufacturing company. You could you could probably start some sort of food truck thing. You know, that'd be enough to put money down on a food truck and get started. So stuff that you could do with $5,000. Shout out, by the way, to Benny Johnson and his family and everyone in Florida right now who are taking the brunt of. There's a hurricane coming in, and I want everyone to be safe. And I just want to our Florida viewers, and my Florida cohorts. I'm thinking about you guys. McLeod says, speaking of TDS, did you see the latest Cenk meltdown with Candace where the dude literally screamed for 10 minutes straight with TDS? He looked like he was going to bust a vessel. No, I haven't seen that. I have not seen that. Now, there's one more topic I want to talk about. By the way, I only pushed it twice on the show. Did you enjoy the show of no ad reads? Isn't that nice?
Yeah, how fun.
Yeah. Well, you can get more of that by supporting Melanie and I directly over on thequartering.com, wherever you want to support. If you want to support the show, look, it's like Timcast membership, but we love you.
A huge shout out to Vacrancy. I'm currently in the Pike County area of Georgia in the hurricane warning. How bad do you think it'll be for that area? I think that it'll be pretty bad for that portion of Georgia for hurricane standards. It's not every day that you guys see this level of intensity. So, definitely brace
a new
for
tornado warning
winds,
has been issued.
Significant flash flooding. This will all be happening mostly around midnight tonight, a little bit afterwards. Turner, Ben Hill, and Irwin counties in Georgia now under a tornado warning. That's the storm over here to the west of Fitzgerald. And yeah, there's a decent amount of rotation there near Irwinville, moving up towards Lands Crossroads. And Arp and Rebecca. Rebecca, Georgia, takes now. The rotating part of the storm is pretty close to the Crystal Lake Air Park right now, moving north and west, crossing Highway 107 shortly. So we've got a pretty impressive band of storms here, producing multiple tornado warnings in Georgia. And this is moving up towards Eastman eventually, back up towards McRae eventually and Hazelhurst. So you guys get ready. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, looks like those tornado warnings are coming true as they head into that same corridor. So I do think that they will carry that threat all the way north along the east-west line through McRae, Georgia, and perhaps even a little bit further north from that. So expect those tornado warnings. Basically, yeah, we could fill in the line as you were talking about near the southwest of Jacksonville. That cell could do it as well. So please watch out for these storms. And of course, we do have a Category 3 hurricane now, especially upgraded to a major hurricane from the National Hurricane Center. And we still got, about 7 hours or so till landfall for this thing to continue to intensify. So we will be on that entire time.
On radar.
Thank you, Andy. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, so yeah, we did get that Category 3 update, and one of the other interesting things I wanted to point out is circle that is on the National Hurricane Center outlook for 7 p.m. shows 120 mile per hour winds at 7 p.m. It is not 7 p.m. It just passed 1 p.m. here where I'm at, 2 p.m. where this hurricane is going to make landfall. There is a ton
new
of time
tornado
left for
warning
this thing
has
to
been issued.
intensify. So I'm assuming when we get a new outlook from that the National Hurricane Center that pink Category 4 will be back on the outlook. It'll be interesting to see when that comes out and what the strength that they think it's going to get to, but I would almost certainly say that we are going to have a Category 4 on that outlook.
Thank you so much, Riley and Andy, for the updates. Lots just happened here. First of all, like they said, Hurricane Helene is now officially a major hurricane. Air Force Reserve hurricane hunters have found evidence to suggest 100 mile per hour winds inside of the storm. It's a Category 3, and we are several hours away from this making landfall. It would be hard for it not to make a run at Category 4, and it's probably going to successfully become a Category 4 hurricane before making landfall. So anybody who let their guard down because this thing took a little while longer than what we originally thought to start picking up strength, not a good idea. We're basically in the same ballpark as we were yesterday. Right, the timing of the intensification was a little off. So we already have a Category 3, and it's strengthening fast. So here we go. We're going to start hearing more reports of the storm surge increasing. We're going to start to see some stronger winds move into places like Tampa here soon as well. I've seen some comments in the chat of people being like, "I'm in Tampa and this sucks. This is like a normal day." Well, it's about to get a little bit more intense as those outer bands get closer to you. So keep that in mind. And we're going to go into our tornado warnings here because we did get another tornado warning while we were talking there. And it was for the area that that Andy was talking about. We basically have one big tornado warning for this whole line here. Jacksonville, this is coming up towards you. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, probably 5 total rotating spots inside of this. And they're all capable of dropping a tornado as they come up towards places like Denton, areas around Jacksonville, Red Bluff, Snipersville, Queensland, and of course, ARP and ABBA in Georgia. Everybody needs to take shelter if you haven't already. All of our tornado warnings right now are right here in this corridor.
You must have like Starlink or something. It's freezing.
Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, a little bit of a, maybe even a tilted tornado here. The Broxton tornado warning in particular is what I am watching. I do think it is on the ground here. I think for 2 frames now we've had a debris signature in a consistent spot following the storm. So it's a little bit south of the rotation on velocity, but if you pull up the correlation coefficient, you can see a dark blue dot there where our tornado is currently situated, north and east of Broxton, moving north in that warning. So the National Weather sees that, National Weather Service sees that and agrees with us, then that warning may be upgraded to a confirmed tornado. So please take shelter up ahead of these areas and watch out for this storm.
Okay, thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill, bringing our attention to this, which could be a sign of this tornado lofting debris into the air. So there's a pretty good chance that we have an ongoing tornado here just to the east of Prigden, Georgia, moving up towards Highway 106.
Keeps fucking up.
Seven across Bird Road, Old River Road.
Check out my memberships. I have memberships for 99 cents. Read $49.99 and read $99.
It's eventually going to go up towards areas between.
They're kind of funny, but they are also serious.
Between Jacksonville and Kirkland in Georgia. Please take shelter now. We've had a lot of little areas of rotation today. This one's one of the ones. This might be the real deal as far as a tornado goes. So please take shelter if you live out here in Coffee or Jeff Davis counties in Georgia. You can even start to see a little bit of a hook here too. So certainly concerning.
It's already low.
If you're just now tuning in, this is we're entering our 3rd hour of consecutive coverage of our major Hurricane Helene now. Major Hurricane Helene with 120 mile per hour winds still expected to make landfall sometime after 8 before midnight in the Big Bend area of Florida, close to Tallahassee.
Si tienes problemas, puedes pagar texto. Así no puedes, no quieres ahora en el trabajo.
Let's see here. Yeah, so we're still watching that storm over here near Broxton. Fairly confident at this point that we either have a tornado down or we just had a tornado near Broxton. So once again, everybody east of Prigden on Bird Road, the Old River Road, everybody needs to be in their safe spot as this continues to come towards you. Go ahead, Riley.
Sorry about the delay. Zoom was being weird. One thing that we forgot to mention is when they upgraded that, they went to 120 mile per hour Category 3 hurricane. That is a very mid-tier Category 3 hurricane, and that puts it only 10 miles an hour away from a Category 4. They did somewhat update the track in their graphic system when they issued that new outlook, so it now shows that it's still going to be a Category 3 hurricane, except for I somehow doubt that is the complete outlook, and we'll be looking for advisory number 14 here in the next couple of hours.
Thank you so much, Riley. So yeah, things are escalating quite rapidly around the hurricane here. It looks like unfortunately, we could be looking at a significant situation, just as we assumed. There's even still a chance that we could be looking at a potentially worst case scenario. So we're going to keep you updated on the rapid intensification of Hurricane Helene. And also, we're going to keep you updated on this situation here in Georgia, where I'm quite surprised that we've yet to see a confirmed tag go on this warning here. But even without it, if you're watching this stream, your goal is to be extra weather prepared, right? You want to be hyper weather aware. I would certainly treat this as if this was a confirmed tornado warning. If I was between Greeley, Sapstill, and Kirkland in Georgia. Thank you, Tathan. Feral Dragon, thank you so much for that. And as far as your question goes, it's extremely hard to answer that with any sort of confidence. What led to the levees breaking in Katrina was a unique situation that can't really be predicted. So there's really nothing that we can say about like what may or may not happen with the dam in the Sneads, Florida area. However, if you're concerned, and rightfully so, by the way, there's nothing wrong with that. You should definitely not be scared, but rather be prepared and go ahead and take whatever kind of precautions are necessary for you to deal with a flash flood emergency type situation, especially if you're in that high risk of excessive rainfall today.
I don't know what the point of switching the resolution is if it's going to keep cutting out. At least we'll turn it back up.
Here's a picture from Lee Ann on Twitter. Richlands Elementary School in Tazewell County, Virginia. The school is essentially underwater here. So we're already seeing significant flooding in the Appalachian Mountains. And more is coming. More is coming. Okay, here we go.
Glad we got out of there when we did.
Confirmed tornado warning now. For our Storm and Telfair and Coffee counties in Georgia. Confirmed tornado warning. Weather spotters confirmed the tornado. It's going to go into eastern here for all the way up towards Kirkland. So please take shelter. Go ahead, Andy. Or Riley, sorry.
Hey, Ryan. So we actually just had the hurricane come in range of KTBW, and it looks like over the last couple of minutes we have started to see lightning in the eye wall. Lightning in the eye wall is one of the signs that rapid intensification is beginning. It's going to be interesting to track over the next couple of minutes to see if this lightning continues to have a rapid uptick or if it just sort of happens for a few minutes here and then dies off.
Okay. Thank you, Riley. So we've got the eye from radar here. Let's pull that up really quickly. And just save it as a spot here that we can go back to. Yeah, it looks really impressive on radar here from the Tampa radar. These bands right here will be moving into the Tampa area pretty soon. And those will bring about some really strong winds and maybe even a tornado and water spout threat that we'll be covering here. It's what happens inside of that, though. This is where the stronger winds are, especially right in here. This is where the strongest winds are, and this is going to continue to go up towards Cedar Key, Apalachicola areas just south of Tallahassee. That's what we're expecting right now. But once again, we do have a confirmed tornado warning for Telfair and Coffee counties in Georgia. Please take shelter now if you haven't already. You already have. We've been talking about how tornadoes been down there for a little while. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Ryan, if you want to go ahead and turn on your Hurricane Hunters data, they just found something quite concerning in terms of potential hurricane impacts happening pretty soon here. They found 99 knot flight level winds just behind where they are right now there near Northport. Those winds are going to be making landfall here pretty soon. Those were flight level winds, so it's not going to be that intense when it makes.
Man, where is he at? His signal's horrible.
Landfall, but we did not expect someone this far out from the inside of the storm.
Okay, thank you so much, Riley. Yeah, flight level winds. This is aircraft altitude of above 10,000 feet, but even a little bit farther back here, there's 124 miles per hour. So we are seeing some strong winds that could be funneled down to the surface in some extent as they get closer to Florida. It's also just telling us how big the wind field is in total. All of this water is getting pushed up now, and this is almost certainly at this point, even if we don't see any more significant rapid intensification, which we will, this is already going to be a terrible storm surge situation. And it's just going to continue to get worse here. All right, so let's go look at that other warning that just came out. There's another confirmed tornado warning. That's pretty much a continuation. It's an extension of the confirmed tornado warning that we had for places north of Broxton. Now that includes Jacksonville, Georgia, places just east of there, like the Bland Bay. You guys should be taking shelter if you haven't already. And we'll let you know whenever it's time to come out. But right now you want to get into the most interior room of your home. This is a confirmed tornado warning. Weather spotters confirmed a tornado, and we've saw it here on radar for quite some time. So we know it's there. And that's going to be for Telfair County, Georgia. Let's see here. Go ahead, Riley.
Let's see which bridges he's at. It's Tampa, I think. Pensacola.
Hey Ryan, if you take a look at cams 2 and 3, those are on I-275 in Florida. They're about to close this bridge ahead of the hurricane-force winds that are expected in the next couple of hours.
Thank you so much, Riley. These roads are about to be closed, and we're likely to see. Obviously, there's a lot of shaking going on with this camera, but we're likely to see lots of a good vantage point of the storm surge from these cameras as well. So just keep that in mind down here in Florida. Lots of roads, lots of bridges are going to be closed. Hopefully, everybody's already used them. We don't want anybody down here. You know what I mean? Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, I think that an area of concern currently not warned but was receiving some tornado warnings previously is here near Blountstown in Florida. That's right next to Frink, Florida, from the Tallahassee radar in Calhoun County. Did receive a warning previously. This one has maintained its rotation that's on the brink of a tornado warning, like at the threshold of it, for a few minutes now. So if we see a warning there, that would be the reason why y'all watch out west of Blountstown and headed to the northwest.
Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill. We definitely are keeping an eye on this. Alpha, places like Chasen, Willis, Chipola, Pine Island, all these places over here near this rotating part of the storm need to be watching out. Wouldn't be surprising if we saw a tornado warning here soon associated with that. Speaking of tornado warnings, we do have a confirmed tornado warning over here in Georgia still. Honestly, the rotation on this looks less impressive now. We do know that it was down and it likely did some damage down there near Broxton. So this storm has a history of producing a tornado. It's capable of doing it again. So we need you to continue to watch out down here near Jacksonville, Georgia.
A new tornado warning has
And
been
here
issued.
comes tornado warning number 7. We've got 7 active tornado warnings right now, and that's exactly what Andy was just talking about. So let's fly back over here. Calhoun and Jackson counties in Florida are now under a tornado warning. Radar indicated rotation. This includes the town of Blountstown. It is going to move to the west of Blountstown, east of Rollins Corner, moving more towards Chasen and Chipola. This is going to go pretty close to the Clarksville Airport. The Clarksville Airport is just east of Rollins Corner. That's directly in the path of this rotating storm that could be producing a tornado here soon. Take shelter now. There's really not a lot happening with the shed camera right now, but we've got our eyes on it. We'll switch to that as soon as we need to.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
How strong is the hurricane now? Hurricane Helene is currently a strong Category 3 hurricane with winds of 120 miles per hour. It's deepening low pressure, and it's a major hurricane, so it's a very strong hurricane. Even if it didn't
A new
intensify
tornado
any at
watch
all
has
before it
been
made
issued.
landfall, this would be a pretty significant situation for folks in the path. However, it is going to intensify before it makes landfall. So there's going to be some places that experience a catastrophic storm surge. We're going to have incredible rainfall and flooding problems. And of course, maybe even extreme winds right where it makes landfall with those 115 mile per hour or higher sustained winds. Hurricane Helene is a powerful, major hurricane, and we are still several hours out from landfall. What time approximately will the winds reach Tallahassee? That's a good question. Let's try to give you a decent answer. Give me just a second. So by my estimation here, things are going to be quite calm in Tallahassee for the next several hours. I think that you'll start to see the winds start to pick up maybe around 7 or 8 p.m. You'll get some 60, 70 mile per hour wind gusts starting around that 7 to 8 p.m. Time frame. That'll continue to be the case until the strongest part of the storm makes landfall, probably around 10 p.m. Eastern. And that's when we'll start to see maybe the 90 to 100 mile per hour winds, maybe even much higher than that, all the way inland there towards Tallahassee. So more than likely, the strongest winds will be in the Tallahassee area around 11 p.m. Eastern, give or take an hour. And it's going to happen fast. It's going to be calm before the winds start because this thing's moving so fast, and then it's going to come out of nowhere seemingly, and we're going to have an extended period of a strong hurricane, potentially major hurricane force winds, and then it'll be over. The strongest winds will be out of Tallahassee completely by 1 a.m. And we'll be talking about southern Georgia being the forefront of the bulk of the winds. Southern Georgia, near Valdosta, for example, areas just west of Valdosta could be experiencing 100 mile per hour wind gusts at 2 a.m. Yes. This hurricane is now a Category 3. I believe that it's almost certainly going to be higher than that when it makes landfall. So what we're looking at here is the latest radar imagery from the Tampa radar. You can see the eye wall quite clearly now over here. And you can also see some of the outer bands that are forming here and getting really close to Tampa. that'll be your first taste of this storm, I think. And also you can see our hurricane hunters here. Continuing to provide valuable data. Flight level winds. We've seen a couple of reports of 125 mile per hour winds up there. But the biggest thing that they're after is going to be the pressure, and the central area of low pressure continues to drop, and quite rapidly with this storm, and that's one of the reasons why we're seeing it explode in intensity so quickly. Also, you can see that the precipitation wraps completely around the eye wall, indicating that the eye wall of Major Hurricane Helene is closed. You'll hear that today as we talk about the storm. And basically, that just means that nothing intrudes the center like dry air, which could, stop the rapid intensification process. That was a big problem that the storm had last night and early this morning. That is no longer a problem. So basically, this thing is just primed to continue to strengthen all the way up until it hits land. Like there's nothing else that's going to stop it.
All these other ones, they've been authorized for a while too. It's like they tried in one area, now they're trying up here. Some a lot of them are expiring next year. What are you doing?
What is this? Do you guys know about the generator 2020 rule? Keep generators at least 20 feet away from your home. Wait 20 minutes for the generator to cool down before refueling. Buy carbon monoxide detectors for around $20 and install in your home.
Just come back.
Important information, as lots of people will unfortunately
A new
be
tornado
needing to
warning
use
has been issued.
generators over the next several weeks as a result of the
This
power
name just
outages
sounds
that'll be
familiar.
associated with this. New tornado warning, Telfair County, Georgia. Let's go.
I'm gonna look him up under the court page.
Go.
He was that hard side.
So here's the latest. The rotating part of the storm
19,
is
he just
to
got out of
the
prison,
east
I
of
think.
Jacksonville. So Jacksonville, Georgia, you guys are still under a tornado warning.
Yeah.
However, I think that's going to be about to
he was here
expire
today.
very soon.
He came up. He came
now
up
we're
here
more
yesterday.
concerned about places like Workmore and Cedar Park over here in Telfair County,
He came up here
Georgia.
yesterday.
Take shelter now if you haven't already. Also, we should check in on our Florida tornado warning, where we still have a little bit of rotation here south of Chipola, moving up towards Chasen. This is Calhoun and Jackson counties in Florida. Take shelter immediately. We don't have any reports of a tornado here, but it's rotating. B says, question, are the hurricane hunters unmanned aircraft like drones, or do they have human crews on board? They have full human crews. There's they are manned. Now they are testing unmanned drones that fly much closer to the surface. But I don't know how successful those tests have been. I think the one that they did yesterday was okay, was good. But yeah, so right now the vast majority of the flights are manned aircraft. And it looks like this one is turning around. He's going to make another pass into the storm here. And this next pass through the eye is going to be really interesting. So this plane's going to keep flying like this and give us another reading from in there. And we've got lightning, like Riley was talking about. We've got lightning in the system here. And we also have, I think there's going to be some really interesting stuff coming out of this this upcoming information that we get from that flight. I think that if we had any doubts about rapid intensification, that's going to be completely lost here. Unfortunately, it looks like Helene will be the monster we originally thought she would be. If you haven't gotten out of the Big Bend area, especially between Apalachicola and Cedar Key, you should do that. And also, if you don't need to be out on the roads right now, anywhere that's experiencing any amount of storm surge, you probably shouldn't. Similar to a flash flood, those waters can rise very quickly.
Right.
I think that camera is going to fall. It looks like it's coming loose. So if you are just now tuning in, we've got 4 tornado warnings. We're going to go back through those right here in just a moment. But we're also starting to get more into the hurricane mode here because things are really starting to ramp up as our storm is undergoing rapid intensification. It's a strong, powerful major hurricane right now. And unfortunately, it's got plenty of very warm waters to interact with before it makes it to land. And it looks like it could be an even more powerful storm upon landfall. Go ahead, Riley.
Yeah, Ryan, speaking of rapid intensification and warming, the last couple of drop sondes dropped into the eye of the hurricane have showed a gradual and a rapid warming of the eye of the hurricane. So what that means is as the eye of the hurricane warms up, that's basically the storm intensifying. So as we see more drop sondes get dropped in the center of the hurricane, it's going to be interesting to see if we continue to see that warming trend or if we're going to start to cool down on the intensification for a little bit. But right now we have some of the hottest towers, some of the strongest lightning, and some of the quickest warming that we've seen in the entire process of this hurricane so far.
All right. Thank you, Riley. So things are really starting to ramp up with Hurricane Helene. Once again, we are in the moments before the biggest part of the storm hits. So even in places like Tampa, the the biggest part of the storm surge and the strongest winds, which won't be anywhere near as strong as what they're going to be where the storm makes landfall. But we're still maybe an hour or two away from those really getting started. So any sort of preparations that you need to take, you can do those now. And then, of course, in the Big Bend area, up to Tallahassee, Apalachicola, any preparations that you need to take need to be rushed to completion, and you need to get the heck out of there, especially if you're along the coast in the Big Bend area. Lots of lightning. Every update, we're getting a new strike or two in the eye wall. Of the hurricane here, which is a sign that this is strengthening very quickly. It looks like this camera is going to fall too. This is one of the, I'm assuming this is already closed. This is one of the roads that they were closing. Interstate 275 at the north rest area there. I need to go through and add the town and state just for extra reference on all those. But we're going to see a lot of stuff like this today. And we're going to continue to see, especially as these outer bands get closer to Tampa, there's going to be a lot of imagery coming out of some of these tower cams of this kind of thing. As we get closer to the actual landfall and you know the crazy events that are about to unfold thanks to this hurricane, please remember, if you haven't already, consider sharing the stream. The more people we can get in front of, the more we can help with the rapid
A new
fire
tornado
information
warning
like
has been
this.
issued.
There's a new tornado warning that was just issued for Wheeler and Telfair counties in Georgia. And we will be doing this all day, commercial free, until we pass out from exhaustion. That's essentially. Yeah. Lumber City, you are under a tornado warning. This is in Georgia. If you know where the Lumber City area is, that's directly in the path of a rotating storm. That is actually a decent little rotation couplet there just to the west of Hazelhurst. That's going to move on up towards places like Spring Hill and Scotland, Georgia. You guys need to take shelter. This is Wheeler and Telfair counties in Georgia. Take shelter now. This is going to go until 3:30 p.m. Eastern. We currently have 5 tornado warnings and 17 flash flood warnings. That number is also going to increase a lot tonight. Angela says, shared you out to all my friends and family in Georgia. Thank you for what you do. Well, thank you for sharing. We wouldn't be able to help anybody out if it wasn't for you doing that. So thank you so much. Yo, Ryan, you about to pop off a 24-hour stream? Hey, listen, if we have to do it, we'll do it.
Where are my retinas?
Oh. Did this freeze? Jeez. Okay.
All right, let me come back over here. We're going to keep an eye on our tornado warnings, obviously, but I also want to make sure that we're monitoring the eye wall here, as this is an important part of the process of communicating the dangers of the storm to our folks that are getting ready to get hit by it. One of the things that we are noticing in and around the eye wall is also little vortices, little fingers curling into the eye from the eye wall. You can see some of those here on reflectivity. These are going to play a pretty big role in the strengthening process, and they're pretty dangerous. If we have this kind of thing going on whenever it makes landfall, that's only going to increase the potential problems that we're going to have with the wind damage and the extreme winds that'll be associated with the storm. So the lightning around the core, the mesovortices, everything is pointing towards a pretty dire situation here for our folks in Florida, as we're still several hours away from landfall. You can tell by the shaking of those cameras, though, that we're already feeling the effects of Hurricane Helene, even well outside of the core of the storm. Go ahead, Riley.
Yeah, Ryan, we actually just had an update from the National Hurricane Center. A weather flow station at the Egmont Channel near the entrance to Tampa Bay recently measured a sustained wind speed of 50 miles an hour and gusts of up to 62 miles an hour.
All right. Thank you, Riley. So even that far, like already, there's an area like this big experiencing strong winds associated with the storm. And it's just going to get stronger, and that wind field's just going to get larger. This dono for the channel or hurricane relief. TJ Vander, if you want to help us out with hurricane relief, above my head up there, you see the y'allsquad.org. So far during this hurricane, we've raised $8,000 thanks to you guys. If you want to directly help with the hurricane relief, the best way to do that is to go over to the y'allsquad.org and make a tax-deductible contribution to our nonprofit organization. Kelly says, when will the wind start to really pick up in Woodstock, Georgia? Also, can you track wind speeds? The best way to do that is I'll check in. I'll look at Woodstock and I'll tell you when those winds will start picking up. So you are in the cone. You're just north of Atlanta. So that means that probably the strongest winds are going to be moving into your area around 8 a.m. tomorrow. and they will be quite strong. We're talking about 60-mile-per-hour winds, maybe even as high as some 80-mile-per-hour gusts intermittently. That will cause problems with power outages, and there's going to be heavy rain associated with that as well. So lots of trees down and stuff like that. So you're definitely going to get hit by a pretty strong storm early tomorrow morning. Between then, you're going to be dealing with a lot of rain. It's not going to stop raining. It's only going to rain harder right up until those big winds come. It's going to rain extremely hard, and then you've got a flash flooding situation on your hands. So keep that in mind, okay? Ryan, how's the Waffle House doing? So I haven't heard anything about Waffle Houses. I don't know if they're still closed or open or what. But if we have an update on the Waffle House, we will be the first to let you know. Hey, somebody take a screenshot of where camera number 2 is on the map, just so I know, because I have no. I need to bake that into our thing, but I have no clue. Category 4 soon. Yeah, we think that this will probably very quickly reach Category 4 status. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan. I'm actually watching an area near Dunn, North Carolina, which is basically due south of the Raleigh radar. It's been rotating for quite some time here, very far away, very outer bands, I would say, probably not quite influenced by the hurricane, but our previous precip event. It's in an organized area, a complex of storms, I suppose, and I'm watching to see if it'll come together. It does look like it's trying to come together right now, which is why I bring it up. So we'll see if that consolidates enough to be tornado warned. Currently not warned, and it did look a little bit better previously, but never received that warning. So if that continues to come together, then expect a warning in that area near Benson, North Carolina, along I-95.
Thanks, meteorologist Andy Hill, taking us all the way up here to North Carolina, south of Raleigh, near Dunn, looking at this area of rotation that might try to come together as it comes up towards Benson. So y'all just stay tuned. We'll let you know if there's any major developments with that. Speaking of rotation, tornadoes and stuff like that, let's go check in on all of our tornado warnings. Right now, we've got one down here in Florida still for Alpha and Willis and Chasen, and this is in Calhoun and Jackson counties in Florida. This is going to expire here soon, within the next 3 seconds. So this will hopefully remain, and we won't have to deal with another tornado warning here. However, there are still a couple of areas of rotation in Florida that we've got to watch, and we could see a new tornado warning here soon. So we're going to keep an eye on that area. But right now, that tornado warning has been allowed to expire. Let's go back over here to Georgia, where we also have a couple of ongoing tornado warnings. One of those is heading up towards the McRae area. Right now, you're not under a tornado warning in McRae, but I wouldn't be surprised if a new warning got issued for you as the storm comes up in your general direction. Additionally, we've got a stronger storm over here near Lumber City that might have a tornado that's moving towards Spring Hill, Jordan, and eventually up there towards Stuckey, Georgia. So y'all watch out and take shelter, and we'll keep you updated on any further developments with that. Right now, we don't have any official reports or anything, so we're just going by the radar, and that's what we know so far.
Hey, Ron, it's Chris when you have a second.
Okay, let's talk to Chris. Go ahead, Chris.
Hey, Ron. We're still here in Alligator Point. We're still watching this house. You can still see pieces of it just flying off here and there when the big waves hit it. And the waves are getting little bit more aggressive here. But I just wanted to hop in. We're actually not only just watching this house, we're watching the potential water spout here off the of Alligator Point to our south. It is actually beelining up towards Alligator Point. So that's something that we're going to watch. I think it's going to be here in like maybe the next 20 to 30 minutes. So we're going to watch that. If so, we're going to have hopefully a view of a pretty water spout here in just a little bit.
All right, so that's Chris Hall, y'all, out there chasing Hurricane Helene. And by the way, y'all, we've been talking a lot today about traffic cameras and tower cameras and all that stuff, and we're utilizing that. But we have, trained like lots of really experienced storm chasers out there on the ground where the biggest part of the hurricane is going to be hitting. And we're probably going to be focusing a lot on their coverage and of the storm whenever we get closer to that. So we've got you covered from every angle here, quite literally. And Chris Hall is one of those people. We've got Brad Arnold, storm chaser Caleb Beecham. We've got all these probes. Here's one of our probes. Once again, this is on one of y'all's back porches. Unfortunately, this is an area that will be hit pretty hard by the storm surge later today. And then we've got another one a little bit further down the street. I gotta flip that. Somebody remind me to flip that before we get too deep into this. I can't do it right now. But I will here in a moment. Here comes another warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued
for Wheeler, Dodge, and Telfair counties in Georgia. Same area. So there it is. This includes McRae and the McRae area, the Helena area, all the way up towards Avance. So this is what we're dealing with now. The rotation here continues to look concerning, and this is going right up towards the town of McRae. So if you live in McRae, you need to take shelter now. If you know where McRae or Alamo is, anywhere in between those two towns, you've got to be taking shelter, because we've seen tornadoes happen today. We know that these storms are capable of producing tornadoes. And this is another one of those, okay? And McRae is a decent sized little town here, so we got to get those people into shelter. My gosh. Look at all that lightning from this band right here. This is in the eye wall of the hurricane, a significant uptick in lightning. This program, it only shows strikes that were recorded in the last 5 minutes, I believe, or maybe it's 10, yeah. And another tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
This one's going to be for Montgomery, Wheeling, and Telfair counties in Georgia as well. I don't know how many times Telfair County's been under a tornado warning today, but you're currently under 4 simultaneously. There's a lot of overlapping polygons here. But essentially, we have 2 storms. Okay. Both have the ability to produce a tornado. and one just went past Lumber City, and it's going up towards Spring Hill and Jordan and Alamo. The other one's going up towards McRae and Eric and Evance in Georgia. Y'all need to take shelter if you haven't already. You want to get into the lowest floor of your home or whatever building you're in. You want to get into an interior room with as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. You want to bring a charged phone or tablet with you, and bring me with you, or your however you want to receive weather information, and just wait for further instruction. Hopefully nothing bad's going to happen with this, and 90% of the time you'll just have a little break in the basement or wherever. But you don't want to be in a situation where you get caught off guard, you know.
All right, I'm ready to queue if you're ready. Queued.
Okay, we've got an update from Storm Chair Caleb Beecham. Go ahead, Caleb.
Hey, Ryan, I just want to double check. We haven't used this system yet today, so I just want to make sure you can hear me okay.
Yes, you sound great.
All right, perfect. Then I'll get into it. I'm currently here in Tallahassee, where a lot of other storm chasers are also currently kind of combining together. For the most part, there's really no other good spot for us as chasers to be able to monitor this storm. But one thing we are still currently seeing is actually a lot of local residents still out on the road. Originally, it looked like this was going to trend a little bit further to the east of Tallahassee until last night when they pushed that upgrade where they were talking about it possibly becoming a Category 4. People are really still trying to get ready, even prepare for this hurricane to even come to Tallahassee. We're seeing a lot of businesses have since shut down, but pretty much all around us, we're seeing walls and windows get covered up, doors being blocked by pallets or really whatever they can find. So preparations are definitely underway in Tallahassee. But I would say probably within the next 3 or 4 hours, I would recommend trying to get off the roads because roads are going to start to flood. Low-lying areas are going to start to accumulate a lot of water, and we're going to start to see power lines and trees come down.
And sorry if you already mentioned it, but I noticed you're at a gas station, right? Are you noticing shortages? Are lots of people going after gas? What's going on with that situation?
Yeah, so this gas station behind us, actually, they had mentioned that they just got a shipment this morning. So they are pretty stocked on gas, but we've seen probably 10 or 12 different gas stations as we were driving up here that have completely shut down. They've wrapped like plastic wraps around the actual pumps. So this one luckily is open. So we've topped off my vehicle and our auxiliary tanks in the back of the truck just in preparation, but we're already starting to see that fuel level dwindle down. And even on top of that, from yesterday to today, we've seen actually a probably 30-cent spike increase on fuel levels here in Tallahassee.
And have you talked to any locals? Are people taking it seriously down there, or are a lot of people not thinking much about it? Like, what has your experience been so far?
Yeah, it seems down on the coast, most people are taking it very seriously. We've seen a lot of evacuations, some people going as far as Tennessee that I spoke to last night. But today, it kind of seems like people are just carry on with their business here in Tallahassee. Roads are still busy. Lots of businesses are closed, and I think some people are just taking advantage of a free day off.
Okay. Thank you so much, Caleb, and keep us updated, okay?
Yeah, thank you.
All right, so that's Caleb Beecham out there in Florida. He's going to be out there during the duration of the storm, and we'll be checking up in with him very often as it continues to grow in intensity. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Ryan, it looks like we have quite the traffic jam going on camera number 1. I'm assuming that has to do with some sort of road closure related to flooding in South Carolina.
Okay, thank you very much, Riley.
Loading up Uber black Cadillac, high heel boots and a sexy body full of tats. Baby's bad, oh baby's hella bad. After her there ain't no coming back. Wanna take a run at that. I think she's feeling me, turn it up a few degrees. My imagination of her body gets the best of me. Oh gosh, she's such a tease, bitten lips, bruised knees. I'm addicted to her, need her touching me. Cause she got a bad little waist, and we tearing down this place. Off the liquor that we chase, Casamigos to the face. Baby, I don't need no space. Coming closer for a taste, and I'll show you how I make everything just fade away. Cause she's like sex, drugs, cocaine, body so insane. Jealous of the clothing that she wears up on a tight frame. All game, no shame, baby came here to play. I feel like an addict cause she's sex, drugs, cocaine. Got a fine little body and her mind's kinda naughty. They say that once you taste it, you cannot replace it. She could get you high, all the dopamine inside triggers fast once she's naked. Her body's a creation. They say the devil made her for his entertainment, but even he couldn't learn how to contain it. Her high heels make a damn good statement. There is no replacement, a body by Satan. She got a bad little waist, and we tearing down this place. Off the liquor that we chase, Casamigos to the face. Baby, I don't need no space. Coming closer for a taste, and I'll show you how I make everything just fade away. Cause she's like sex, drugs, cocaine, body so insane. Jealous of the clothing that she wears up on a tight frame. All game, no shame, baby came here to play. I feel like an addict cause she's sex, drugs, cocaine.